And also. Hello. Hello.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
অসীম গিল কিট পেয়েছেন তো? আপনি কিটটা পেয়েছেন? ডেলিগেট ব্যাগ পেয়েছেন? ঠিক আছে, আসলে শর্টিং এ একটু
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is almost 9:50 by my watch. Another 10 minutes to go. I'm expecting Director in charge of Durgapur Steel Plant to be with us exactly at 10 o'clock. Varunji, good morning. Really pleasure to have you come all the way, from the north of India to the east of India. But as you know, we have a very important news which has come up day before yesterday in the sale board meeting. A new steel plant where Varunji has a lot of scope because it's going to be a flat complex of 4.08 million tons, which has been announced by sale board. So with an investment of around 36,000 crore, about 4 billion euros, a flat product complex for HR and CR is coming up in Banpur, which makes Durgapur a very important hub now. So it was really apt for us to choose the green steel topic for our conference today. In fact, Varunji and Jogiji DG is known for their green coal mills. The coal rolling mills with green steel concept was, I feel, the only Indian company which came up with it. So for Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative, I think, our indigenous technologies with reduction in our carbon footprint is going to be the key buzzword for the days ahead. So thank you, Varunji, thank you, Sunandoda, thank you, Ramda, and all of you who are here. We will get started in another 10 minutes. And may I request our MC for today, Poshali, to come over. Let me introduce you to Poshali Roy. She is going to be your MC for the day.
Yes.
Poshali, over to you. And we'll get started in another 10 minutes. Also, as soon as Mr. Brajan Pratap Singh, Director in charge of Durgapur Steel Plant, and Rajesh, you will deliver the welcome address. So my brother Rajesh, Managing Director of Kalsriza India, will deliver the welcome address. And over to you, Poshali, for wishing everyone a very good morning in the steel city of Durgapur. Thank you. Poshali, take over.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful introduction. First of all, very good morning, all of you. Can I just get it back once again? Very good morning, all of you. That's lovely, of course. Indeed, a beautiful morning and enriching day. I'm sure all of you are looking forward. This is Poshali, your host for the day, and welcome all of you at the Long and Flat Products Mission Green Steel and Energy Efficiency in Steel Industry here at the ITC Fortune Park, Durgapur. Can we have a big round of applause and start this beautiful day? Well, as we all know that steel is the backbone of modern civilization, a material that has shaped the course of history and continues to be at the heart of progress. Steel is considered as an environmentally friendly material when you consider its entire life cycle. Steel is recyclable, strong, and durable, and it doesn't release toxic chemicals, as you all know. Steel production has decreased its energy consumption and carbon dioxide emissions by half since the 1960s. The industry is also working to reduce these numbers even further. As far as building materials go, steel is one of the most sustainable. It is not only an environmentally conscious but economically strategic in its inherent longevity and durability. Steel is most recycled material in the world. More steel is recycled each year than aluminum, paper, glass, and plastic combined. Steel makers around the world are increasingly offering intelligent steel construction solutions that enable energy efficient and low carbon neutral buildings. These solutions are highly material efficient and recyclable. They reduce the environmental impacts over the structural life cycle and help to extend their lifespan to design for disassembly and reuse. Steel is most sustainable metal. This is because steel is most recycled material in the world, as we all know. India remains a bright spot in global steel industry, and steel demand in the country is expected to show a healthy growth of 8.2% in 2024 compared to a global growth of 1.7% according to the latest short-range outlook of World Steel Association. It is very important to remember that this is one of the most polluting and energy-hungry industries on the planet. Steel is manufactured in blast furnaces that use fossil fuels, coal, oil, and natural gas to reach the high temperatures required to trigger the essential chemical reactions. Well, keeping this in mind today, we have gathered here in the steel city of Durgapur, which has emerged as a steel-making hub due to its proximity to the raw materials and the markets. Besides two integrated steel plants, Durgapur and Burnpur, a number of mini steel plants like Shyam Steel, Jai Balaji, Shakambari Group, and others have emerged as very strong players who are now playing a major role in steel supply chain. As per the National Steel Policy, we will be reaching a production capacity of 300 million tons per year by 2030. And looking beyond, India is set to produce 500 million tons of the metal by the year 2047, when independent India will celebrate her century of freedom. Let's get together to work towards a green and sustainable future for the Indian Steel Corporation. Well, we will be starting this beautiful day today. I request all of you to please stand up for the national anthem.
No. We'll have to. Yeah, we'll have to wait till our DIC arrives. Mr. Brajendra Pradhan Singh is on the way. So we have a few minutes to go. So in the meantime, Poshali, if you could request everyone, Varunji, please come up on the dais. So
Yes.
we'll wait for DIC to arrive. Rajesh, please come up. Sunandoda, please come up. Where is Sunandoda? Oh, Sunandoda is also here. Please come up. And Mr. Taposh Banerjee, our chief guest, who is the chairman of ADDA, will come a bit late because he has some program to attend. Okay, now Ankit, can we have our Zoom on screen? Can we have the Zoom? Yeah,
Hi,
Ankit,
can you hear me?
yeah, Ankit, is anyone there on already with us?
No, not yet.
Okay, so we'll have to keep waiting.
Yeah.
Okay, that's Ankit, my son, getting up early in the morning in Munich to host the Zoom live and YouTube live. So, Ankit, what time are we going live? Sunandoda, please.
So we are already live on YouTube, and I have also shared the link in our group. And also from my end, a warm welcome to everyone who has joined on our event venue, and also to everyone who has joined us live on YouTube as well.
Okay, Ankit, please keep me informed whenever you find our panelists who are joining. I think Joachim Boncheri from Linde will be joining.
Yes.
Then Mr. Sridhar, CEO of JSPL Downstream. Mr. Sridhar will also join. And
Dr. Atanu Ranjan Pal.
yeah,
Chief.
Atanu Ranjan Pal of Tata Steel will also join live.
Mr. Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW, will be joining online.
Yeah. So we'll have to keep waiting for the Zoom live. In the meantime, who else will be? I think Mr. S.K. Kar, Executive Director, RTCI SAIL is also likely to be here. Mr. Kar, please come up. Please, you'll have to join the dais also. So, Mr. Mr. S.K. Kar, Executive Director, SAIL, Research and Development Center for Iron and Steel, RTCI SAIL, is also with us, will be joining us. Mr. S.K. Sachan, Joint Managing Director, Shatambar, are you here?
He's coming.
He's coming. So he's coming. Okay. Mr. Bishwadip Bhattacharya, Vice President and Head of Green Steel India, Primetals. Mr. Bishwadip Bhattacharya, he is here.
Welcome, sir.
Mr. Ram is of course not coming. So in his place, I think Shantanu will be giving the presentation. Okay, Ankit? Yeah, Mr. Shantanu Shanuka is here. Ankit, anyone has joined so far?
No, no one yet on Zoom.
Okay. So, yeah, Mr. Fernando Guerra. Varunji? Oh, Varunji is also here already here. Praveen Chaturvedi, I think he has not come so far. Oh, Praveenji, Dada, Ali. Mr. Kunal Sarkar from Westman. Please come up. So, Kamlakarji, the success you see in Durgapur Steel Plant was initiated by this gentleman, Mr. Kamlakar, when he was CEO of Durgapur Steel Plant. Now he is CEO of MACO. You know, the Link Hoffman Bush LHP wheels that you see in our Rajdhani and Shatabdi and you know, the other coaches, including Vande Bharat. Kamlakarji, Vande Bharat also uses LHP wheels, right? So all these LHP wheels, which are manufactured at Durgapur Steel Plant, took off. Also, rails as well. Of course, was initiated when Mr. Kamlakar was the CEO of Durgapur Steel Plant. And in fact, it was during his time that the post of CEO was upgraded to Director in Charge. So it was, you came in the transition period when you were the CEO. So I remember having called him up and I told him, "Aapka to upgradation ho gaya, aap to CEO se ban gaye DIC." So that was the time when all the plant heads, all the plant CEOs were upgraded as Director in Charge because there was a need to keep them in the board so that their decisions could become important factor while the board takes a decision. Having said that, Durgapur and Burnpur, they have a legacy of these two plants have a legacy of their own. And at a time when SAIL is expanding by 50 million tons, from roughly about 20 million tons, SAIL is going up to 35 million tons, and the ultimate plan is to go up to 50 million tons. So I think it is the right time when the board has taken a decision to put up a flat complex at Burnpur with a capacity of 4.08 million tons. And as the thumb rule goes, we say a million for a billion, which means for a million ton capacity, we need an investment of $1 billion. In fact, today the effort is to talk of more energy efficient plants. That's why we are here with this topic. And to make green steel, we need less of energy consumption. My son who's there in Munich, Ankit, remember you keep telling me that Europe is down primarily because of energy cost? Ankit?
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, my son Ankit, who's been living in Germany for the last 5 years, his only complaint is Europe is sinking primarily due to high energy cost. So, the steel plants of Europe, they are bleeding profusely. If you notice, in Europe, because of the high energy cost, the steel making will ultimately, and I keep saying, the future of steel lies in India. When China is likely to come up from 1 billion tons to about 500 million tons, India will move up to 500 million tons. And I see a day when we will be equivalent to China, if not more. So you will see gradually the influence of China coming down and the capacity because of their inherent issues, their consumption coming down. All these issues are, they're dumping steel at throwaway prices across the world. You've seen that. Last 5 months, we are all aware the kind of imports India has been facing and the challenges we have been facing because of the high imports. Now, this is something which Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Commerce, we need to take this up. In fact, with the CABM, Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, CBAM, in place, Ministry of Steel, Government of India, Ministry of Commerce, along with all our industry forums, have taken this up very strongly, and we feel that this is an unfair mechanism being placed on us, and I'm sure in today's discussion this will also be taken up. Let's be fair, we have maybe a few European players here, but I would not hesitate in saying India has not been polluting for thousands of years or hundreds of years. But we are the ones being blamed. As if we are the only culprits in the world and the rest of the world is sacrosanct. It's very wrong to blame India because we started our industrialization much, much later. I'm sure India, now that Government of India has taken this up on a very strong footing with the new ministry coming in, and Mr. Kumaraswamy, who is our steel minister now, will obviously take this up along with our honorable finance minister, commerce minister, etc. I'm happy that in spite of a distant location, because Durgapur has very poor flight connections. I would say half the day the flights do not take off from here. You do not have arrivals of flights at Durgapur airport. In spite of that, all of you have taken the trouble of coming here. In fact, quite a few of you have traveled all the way from Europe. Varunji has traveled all the way from up in UP and NCR region. Many of you have come all the way from Chennai, from all over the country. So I'm grateful to all of you for having a full house today. It's easier to connect to our metro cities, but Durgapur connectivity is an issue. And in spite of that, the fact that all of you have come here, it's really, I really appreciate the fact. I did not honestly expect a full house, but I'm happy that we have a full house here in Durgapur. And if there is something which, some issue which you feel must be highlighted when it comes to our reducing our carbon footprint, reducing our energy cost, Sunandoda will touch upon because refractory industry has done a lot of work in this. So I'm sure Sunandoda will also highlight what TRL Prasaki has done in terms of reducing its carbon footprint in production of refractories. And refractory, I always say, is like the mother of our industry because they protect our furnaces. So it is the refractory industry which plays a very important role, and I'm really grateful to Sunandoda that the refractory industry is being represented by him here today. I believe other refractory players like Caltex is also here, and you're from Caltex. Okay, so I think the major part will have to be performed by Sunandoda himself. While it's almost time for our DIC to arrive, I would request one by one everyone to just wait for Mr. Vijendra Pratap Singh to. Yeah, Mr. Kingshu Bhattacharya. Oh, let us all welcome Mr. Vijendra Pratap Singh, Director in charge of Durgapur and Burnpur Steel Plant. Singh, please come and join us. We are all ready for you. So he is our keynote speaker. Ankit, in the meantime, can you see anyone online?
Mr. Prabodha Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW Group, has joined us on Zoom. Mr. Acharya?
Good morning, everybody. I'm pleased joining here.
Prabodji, good morning.
Good morning, Nirmalaji. Lovely to hear your speech.
Are Prabodji, you are the one who led this industry from the front. Because I think the Green Steel initiative, the way JSW and Sajanji has taken up, no other leader of the industry has taken so much initiative in the Green Steel. In fact, I think just a couple of days back, we got the news that JSW is putting up a hydrogen production unit. Am I right, Prabodji?
Absolutely. I'll talk about that.
Thank you, Prabodji. I'll invite you in a few minutes.
Sure. Thank you.
And our keynote speaker, Mr. Vijendra Pratap Singh, Director in charge of Durgapur and Burnpur Steel Plant, is with us. Just a few weeks back, I was with him in Italy, in the city of Butrio, together with him for the Danelli Innovation meeting. And there we discussed that. So he told me, I'm already geared up to talk on green steel because, as I have been telling you, the day board took a decision to invest 36,000 crore in a 4 million ton steel plant, which is almost, though it is an extension of Burnpur in the sense that it is adjacent to the Burnpur plant. It is a completely new plant which is being built. So it's like a greenfield unit which is coming up adjacent to the existing Burnpur steel plant. A 4 million ton flat product complex having HR and CR as their product line, which I think will add a great value to sales portfolio. Having said that, without further ado, I would request our gentlemen on the dais to come and take their seats. Sintam, please join everyone along with Kamlakaji.
All our inaugural session dignitaries, kindly take down your seats.
Yeah, EDMM, Mr. Kingshu Bhattacharya, if you're here, please come. Your DIC is here, you should be on the dais. Now, as we say, the EDs are the hands, nose, ears of the DIC. So DIC cannot perform with all his might if his EDs do not extend the support to him. So a big round of applause for EDMM. Yeah, could we have one more? Mr. Varunji, Varunji after the Kunalji, this is, yeah. Can we, can we have a few more chairs? Yeah. I think we have more name tags than chairs. Okay, so Varunji, yeah. So two more chairs. Yeah, Mr. Tapas Banerjee will be coming at 11:30. Yeah. Till then we'll carry on. Just two more chairs. Somehow, let's squeeze in more. Just squeeze into so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 and 1, 11. 11 chairs we need. Perfect, Mr. Guerra. You are our guest. And in India, we say Atini Devo Bhava. You know the meaning of that? When the guest is our God. So you are our God. So, having said that, we have our only guest from abroad. Fernando, you are a German or
Brazilian.
Oh,
I live in Germany.
okay, but you live in Germany. Do you speak Dutch?
Yes,
Okay.
just a little bit.
Yeah. Great. Please sit down now, Fernando. So we'll get going right away, Ankit.
Yes.
Ankit, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Other than Mr. Acharya, has anyone joined?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. So yesterday, my son Ankit told me that you have a problem. You keep everyone on the Zoom waiting, and everyone on the dais was on speaking. So to keep, whatever your son says, he becomes ultimately your boss. So when my son has told me, we begin with who are there online, so that they don't have to keep, because we can keep in-house people waiting, but people who are there online, we have to give them an opportunity first. Prabodji, good morning.
Very good morning, Nirmalya ji. Lovely to see you here, all the dais, and good morning to everybody.
Thank you, Prabodji. So, जैसे मैं बोल रहा था, Prabodji, my son has told me that those who are virtually present should be given the chance and opportunity to speak first. So we begin with the Chief Sustainability Officer of JSW Steel, Mr. Prabodh Acharya, who happens to be someone very close to me and with whom I have always been interacting for the last so many years. So Prabodhji, aap hi se shuru karenge and then we will have the welcome address. So the first welcome will be from Mr. Prabodh Acharya, Chief Sustainability Officer, JSW Steel. A big round of applause. Prabodhji, over to you. Aap shuru kijiye, you begin and set the tone for the day. You do the context setting. What the green steel has in store for us in the next decade when India tries to become a 300 million ton and then a 500 million ton steel producer. Prabodhji, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mukherjee, and good morning to all the viewers. My apology, I could not be present on the dais and physically there because of other engagement. But thank you very much for inviting me and giving the floor to set the tone. Okay, let me start with that. Decarbonization in steel industry has a business case for us. Why I tell decarbonization is a business case for steel industry? or climate mitigation is a business case for steel industry. Number one, fact is that in India, steel industry is contributing almost 12% to the total emissions, energy-related emissions, CO2 emissions. But at the same time, our industry is contributing to 2% of GDP, which is much better than global scenario. If you look at globally, it is around 0.7. I am talking about direct contribution to the GDP. You can multiply 2.2 to 2.5 times as the multiplier effect in the entire value chain. So therefore, if you see, there is a disproportionate contributions to GDP and emissions, and therefore their pressures will always mount on the steel sector to decarbonize. Now, in India, specifically, Nirmalaji, you set the tone. We are poised to double our capacity by 2030, maybe triple our capacity by 2040, 47, 50. So this is the only geography in the world we all know where the steel capacity is going to increase. The rest of the geographies are not going to increase. So therefore, again, the spotlight will be on us, the Indian steel sector, that how do we balance and decouple the growth from the emission growth. And that's very important. But there are questions. Question is, can we decouple at the same rate of our growth? Can we keep pace with the reduction of our emission at the same pace as different geographies are doing? And there possibly we need to follow the approach of equity. We need to look at the historical emissions. We need to look at our intent, and we need to look at the diversity of steel industry itself with respect to its compositions and constraint in a particular geography. Now, when it comes to Indian steel industry, we all know we are primarily a ore-based steel making facilities, and in the mid time, in short time, our growth is primarily going to happen from BF-BOF process. Whether we like it or not, that's the fact. We also have advantage of having iron ore availability, but disadvantage of the quality with respect to its iron contents. We have a disadvantage with respect to availability of met coal, which is a primarily input to the BF-BOF and the main concern for the CO2 emissions. Now, with this, all the concern, with these challenges, with the need, what we need to do, because we need to, if we are growing, we need to also decouple the emissions. What I found that if you see basically, as the Indian steel industry, we have 5 levers which you can use to decouple the emissions and reduce our emission intensities going forward. What are those? Let me explain. And I'll give example in between that what JSW is doing in those levers and how JSW is playing a leading role both in capacity addition and also decarbonizing the steel industry. The first and foremost is efficiency improvement. When I call efficiency improvement, look, there are 2 kinds of efficiency we can improve. One, energy efficiency, because energy is one of the most important input in the steel industry. Although if you look at historically from 1960 till date, there is significant decrease in the consumption of energy in the steel industry, but still we have opportunity to further reduce energy consumptions. And there the best available technology, which is whether it is CDQ or TRT, plays an important role. It is directly improving also the profitability. And there, if you look at in JSW Energy, we ensure that all the so-called waste heat and waste energy are used and reused in the process, whether it is coke dry quenching, whether it is top recovery turbines, whether it's sinter waste gas recirculations, all kind of things we are looking at. Even we are thinking that can we capture the waste gases which have temperature around 100 to 150 degrees centigrade. I understand technically right now there is a question, but that will also reduce significant cost of operation. That's about the energy efficiency. Low hanging fruit, all the steel players in our country are doing. Specifically, I can vouch that all integrated steel players are doing. That's the part 1. The part 2, which possibly we are not thinking consciously, but we are doing, is process efficiency improvement. That in each and every process, in each and every asset, can we sweat the asset? Let me give an example what we have done. 2 years before in JSW, we embark on a journey of changing the mindset of every people in the organization. And we launched a program called SEED, that is Sustainable Environment, Energy and Decarbonization. What it means that every owner or every operator of the assets will find opportunity how he can improve the efficiency of that operations. Thereby, is basically producing more with less input. That means it saves cost, but it also becomes very carbon efficient. We have identified in 2 of our plants, by 2030, we will be able to reduce around 18 million ton of emissions from a business as usual scenario. That is equivalent to the entire Sri Lanka's emissions. This is equivalent to taking out 3.5 million cars from the road. That's a significant impact. So we need to focus on the process efficiency. That's the efficiency improvement, first lever. The second lever is a transition. There are 2 kinds of transition has to happen. One is energy transition, and energy transition towards renewable is an economically viable proposition today. The question is how we can make those round the clock availability. Now in JSW, we have committed by 2030, we will be powering all our steel plant with renewable energy, and we might require 10 gigawatt of renewable energy capacity to power our steel industry. That's what our commitment. We have already in the process to implement 1 gigawatt of renewable energy. In fact, 225 megawatt solar energy is already feeding to our Vijayanagar plant from last 1 year. So energy efficiency is a given, it is financially viable, and it reduces emissions. We are looking at how we can make the RTC available. The next transition, which is very important transition, is the technology transitions. There we know certain technology are feasible, but they're not commercially viable. Let us take the case of green hydrogen. We understand, all we realize that the hydrogen is the only candidate to replace carbon in our iron making process. Question is whether we can convert all the carbon base to hydrogen. That is a different question. I don't think so. In India, I don't think we can, at best, towards 2050, we can make possibly 1/3 or 1/4 of steel making through green hydrogen. But that's a different debate. I'll not go to that. But we all understand that green hydrogen or hydrogen is the only candidate we can replace carbon in iron making. So then, right now, it is not commercially viable because the green hydrogen production cost is too high, and availability of green hydrogen to take care is also a challenge. The second challenge is that how do we manage the high quality of iron ore for the green hydrogen DRI? So those are the challenges. But should we do nothing? No, that is where what we have done in JSW, we have taken a conscious call. We are putting right now a 25 megawatt of electrolyzer, which will produce and supply around 3,700 to 3,800 ton per year of green hydrogen that will be used in our existing vertical shaft DRI process to replace some of the fossil fuels. And that will help us in 2 ways. One, reducing our carbon footprint at our operation. But second, that will give us significant insight that how the hydrogen will behave actually. Do we really need to change the steel making technology or iron making technology, or we need to take, or there is a significant impacts on the safety of hydrogen productions, use and transmission. So all this, to get a fast and feel that we have taken a conscious decision, and the construction of the project has, I can tell that construction has already started. So we should be up, by next 14 to 18 months, we should be able to run that project. We also have a very ambitious plan to put a 4 billion ton green steel plant very close to our, in the western coast of India. That is also our, that is about the technology transitions. The other technology transition, I'll come to that later. The third lever, which is available to everybody, is circularity. When we call circularity, I consider there are 2 kinds of circularity. One is material circularity. That means steel is a wonderful material when it comes to circularity. We can use it infinite number of times and the property will not get lost. This is known. So question here for India is the availability and when sufficient quantity will be available for use in the steel industry. But then should we not do anything? I think at the moment, all of us are using whatever is available. I believe This is going to significantly increase as our consumption in India start increasing, and therefore the availability of steel will increase. We know the thumb rule is that it takes almost 30 to 40 years for the steel which is produced today to become scrap after 30 to 40 years. So by 2045 or 47, we should get appreciable quantity of scrap to use the material recircularity. But the other circularity which we are possibly not exploring is the carbon circularity itself. Because anyway, we are producing CO2 and CO in our processes. Can we not reuse? And that is another project where JSW is working to use the gas circularity. So therefore, use the carbon again and again instead of adding more new carbon. In no way I'm telling that you can replace the role of coke in the blast furnaces. The question is how much we can reduce. What is the minimum extent of fresh carbon addition we can make into the system? So that's the point we need to all work on. And we are seriously in JSW, we are working. The fourth lever, which all we have, is the carbon avoidance. That how can we avoid? That means we need to find alternative materials besides hydrogen. See, for example, plastic has carbon content, and that is a source which can be used. We are already using a project where you are injecting plastic into our electric arc furnace, and we have made a trial that it can be used in the blast furnace as well. So we are looking at that aspect, that use the plastics as a replacement of carbon and therefore avoid the carbon additions. The other candidate could be biomass. We have recently made some MOU and done already those trials, and we are very confident some of the PCI injection can be replaced with appropriate biomass once we convert it to the required quality. So that's about avoidance. That's the fourth lever. The fifth lever, because whatever you do after all these four levers, I'm not talking about the disruptive technology at the moment. You might all have heard about Boston Metal's advancement with the smelting technology. The other, 2-3 technology are being talked about where we are exploring those feasibility, but we all know those are in experimental lab stage. It is going to take time. So I'm not talking about that. Obviously, that will play a significant role, maybe 30, 40 years after, not right now. So therefore, the fifth is removal, because whatever we do at the end, we will be left with some carbon. So what we do with that? So we have to remove them. Come to the net zero status. And that is where we have two options. Either the removal can be based on nature-based solutions or the technology-based solution. Nature-based solution has its limitations with respect to the land constraint in India. So therefore, technology-based solutions, which is carbon capture and storage, is going to become an important lever for Indian steel industry going ahead. The question is not the technology. Question again is the financial feasibility and viability. And of course, permanency is another question, but I really believe that will be sorted out. The thing is that when it will be financially viable to do CCS rather than letting it out, I believe that is the only time when the carbon cost exceeds or equals to the cost of capture and storage. And that point, carbon capture and storage will be one of the very important lever to decarbonize steel sector. But interim, we must also explore the carbon capture and utilization, because utilization provides a financial or revenue stream. There in JSW, we are already operating a 100 ton per day carbon capture utilization project since long, and we are finding they are financially viable. Right now, we are trying to evaluate and try those options in the blast furnace, and what are the alternative route for the carbon capture and utilization. Right now, what we are doing, we are capturing and sending it for beverage applications. But there is a limitation. We are emitting more than 300 million ton in India from the steel sector. Even if I assume that 1/3 of those emissions will be captured, that's a significant quantity of carbon to be used. So in the meantime, if I assume around 40 to 50 million ton need to be used, then where are the applications areas? And that is where we are working right now to do the trials and find out other alternative opportunities for the usage case to convert to other molecules and replace some of those emissions in other sectors. So in a nutshell, these are the 5 levers I could see. available for Indian steel industry, and all those levers we in JSW are exploring. Our commitment is to reduce our emissions by 42% by 2030. That's our short-term goal, and we are progressing and leading it very aggressively. And by 2050, we want to achieve a no net carbon emissions in all our operational sites. With that commitment, we are working, and I'll stop here, and possibly if you have any questions, anybody has any further follow-up, I'll be happy to answer those. Thank you very much, Nirmala ji. Over to you.
Thank you, Prabhuji. Thank you so much. Prabhuji is someone who's very close to me personally, and I've always regarded him as a person who has led the decarbonization drive. And you know how important decarbonization is. When you speak to Sajanji, you come to know. When you speak to Sajan Jindal, he will tell you how important Green Steel Initiative is within the JSW group. So thank you, Prabhuji. Once again, you brought upon very important issues, including CCUS, carbon capture, bringing down the cost of green hydrogen. So all these are very important initiatives which JSW has understood right at the beginning and led from the front. Now, Poshali, I think we did not proceed as per the program because we were supposed to have the national anthem and the lighting of the lamp, but instead we chose to have the theme address from the Chief Sustainability Officer of JSW Steel to begin the context setting for the day. Right on my extreme right, Mr. S.K. Sachan, who represents the smaller players, which is Shakambari. Of course, Shakambari is also not very small now. You have got Elegant in your brand, you've got Gagan Steel in your brand, quite a few. And Deepakji is someone very close to me. Both of us, both Deepakji and myself, we were on the Steel Standing Committee of MCC Chamber of Commerce. So he was my chairman of my committee in the Steel Standing Committee. So your MD is very close to me. And, you know, moving forward, I see the smaller players, we cannot call them secondary players. As you know, Ministry of Steel has issued a circular mentioning that you cannot call anyone secondary anymore. They are not secondary, they are smaller players. So quote unquote, smaller players have a major role to play, not just the integrated players like say JSW, JFPL, but almost 50% of production comes from our smaller players today. So they play a very important role in the sustainability and growth of this country. And, you know, I have a very good friend, his name is Mr. Kamal Mandani, Mr. Jogesh Mandani. Mr. Mandani is the president of All India Induction Furnace Association. Now, they are changing the name of the association to Green Sustainability Association because they feel that sustainability will be a key factor in the growth of the secondary steel sector as well, I mean the smaller players. So with that, Atanuda, I keep you waiting for 2 more minutes. Dr. Atanuranjan Pal, Chief Technology Officer, CTO process, Tata Steel is waiting. Tata Steel is again a very important player in the sustainability drive, we all know that. Greening India perhaps owes its allegiance to the Tata Steel Group. Tata Steel was one of the pioneers in driving the decarbonization initiative right from the beginning. So Dr. Atanuranjan Pal, Chief Technology Officer process at Tata Steel will be addressing us. But before that, I request Poshali to finish your part of the national anthem and the lighting of the lamp. Then we'll move on.
Thank you so much, sir. So requesting all of you to please stand up for the national anthem, after which we will proceed for the lighting of the lamp.
तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
वो क्या कहते हैं कि हम अपनी जान की दुश्मन को जान कहते हैं और मोहब्बत की इस मिट्टी को हिंदुस्तान कहते हैं. Thank you so much. We'll proceed with the lighting of the lamp. So requesting all the dignitaries and Imanu sir to please join for the lighting of the lamp. To start this beautiful, already just started in a beautiful way of conversation and enriching each other. But still, yes, the purity of fire will definitely give a pure vibes and warmth to our heart and soul.
Yeah, request everyone on the dais, please come and join Rajesh, please come. Please bring Brijendra ji and Kamlaka ji abhi aa jaiye. So if you please join in lighting of the lamp. Praveen ji aap aa jaiye. Sir, please join. Please join in the lighting of the lamp. Who's carrying the candle?
Can we have a big round of applause and all of you who are sitting with us and let us all come together and join the vibe of lightning of the lamp as Tagore rightly said, আগুনের পরশমণি ছোঁয়াও প্রাণে এ জীবন পূর্ণ করো দহনতার.
Varun ji. Rajendra.
Indeed, a very beautiful moment when all respected dignitaries are joining and one by one the lamp has been lit in its own glow and glory.
As I said, Mr. Kamlakar was the one who was the predecessor of Mr. Brijendra Pratap Singh, and I had the opportunity of interviewing both of them. Both the present DIC and the then CEO of DSP and Kanpur Steel Plant. So Sachin ji, may I request you to
Thank you so much. Big round of applause.
Thank you so much. The light of wisdom may enlighten our lives in our journey forward. So with that, may I request our dignitaries to go back to the dance
Take back your seats.
and Poshani, over to you before you hand it over to me.
Yes, sir. We'll proceed as the first session has already started. The inaugural, the first panel session have already started. I think a few more delegates will be joining us online. Few more speakers will be joining us online.
Okay, Anuradha, we'll start with you. But before that, Rajesh, if you could complete the formality of proposing a welcome address to all of us, and then Dr. Atanu Ranjan Pal, Chief Technology Officer, Process Tata Steel, will address us. Rajesh is Managing Director of Kalfrisa India. I keep saying he's a brother and a family member. You know, both our families are very close to each other. His wife, his children are very close to my spouse as well. We have a very good, excellent relation with each other. That's why he's more than a brother to me, a family member. And I've always taken him along whenever I've taken any decision. In fact, he was earlier, as you know, with Fifth with Fifth Group. And then he took over the managing director of Calfreezer India. And he has taken me to his headquarters in Spain, in a place called Zaragoza, where I was treated to the best of seafood. And thanks to Rajesh for the wonderful seafood treat he gave me. And he keeps telling me that please come back to Zaragoza. And I would love to go back again this year to his headquarters. And Calfreezer, as you know, is a well-known name, not just in the recuperators business. They do a lot of waste recovery plants, waste recovery for the municipal waste as well. So Rajesh, over to you to propose the welcome address.
To all our esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome. I feel extremely glad to welcome everyone to this much awaited conference at Durgapur. I know Durgapur since my birth. In last 25 years, industrial growth happened in Durgapur were beyond imagination. And we feel that it will grow at much faster rates. And it gives me immense pleasure to be standing with the most esteemed personalities who have won accolades in their respective fields. This conference is very important, especially for city like Durgapur, which is going to be a steel city, major steel city in the future. Many plants are coming here in Jamuria. Now SAIL has also announced plants for Barnapur, 4.08 MTPA. So area is growing. People are growing. I have worked for some time in Siam Steel also during the early phase of my career. And if I remember that Siam Steel and now Siam Steel after 25 years, it's completely different. So before I start this conference, I would like to express my gratitude towards you all who sincerely contributed to this event in order to make it a success. It is really my great pleasure to welcome Mr. Brijendra Pratap Singh, Director in Charge, SAIL, Durgapur and Barnapur. Since Mr. Brijendra Pratap Singh has joined as a director in SAIL for Durgapur and Barnapur, you can see the difference. The plant is improving, the production is improved. Also, I would like to welcome EDMM Durgapur Steel Plant, Mr. Kingsuk Bhattacharya. I would like to welcome Varunji from Yogiji Digi and other distinguished dignitaries on the dais. I welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rajesh. I know our keynote speaker, a special guest for this morning, Mr. Brijendra Pratap Singh, is a busy person. He has to run 2 plants, 2.5, let's say, because alloy steel plant also comes under him. So in spite of that, I will keep him waiting for a while because I want the gentlemen who are virtually there with us online, they should be able to address Joachim. Guten Morgen. Guten Morgen. How are you?
Hi, very good morning. Thank you so much for having me here, then. Great pleasure to join you all this great event. Thank you so much.
Joachim, you are a person who spent a good time in Kolkata. And
Yes.
Before you moved to China, and then I remember when you were in China during the pandemic, you addressed quite a few of our decarbonization webinars during that time when you were in China, and then you went back to Germany. So Ankit, I want you to welcome Joachim in Deutsch. So, my son will welcome you in German. Okay?
Hi,
Welcome.
Joachim. Herzlich willkommen noch einmal zu unserer heutigen Konferenz.
Vielen Dank, Ankit. Vielen Dank.
Und ich hoffe, Sie haben eine wunderbare Zeit bei unserer Konferenz heute.
Okay. Danke sehr.
So,
Danke auch.
Joachim, as you know, you are also in Munich, Joachim, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Correct.
So my son is also in your city, and he stays in that area called Giesing. You know Giesing?
Sorry.
Giesing.
Giesing. He stays in Giesing area. You know, in Munich, Giesing near. Can you explain, Ankit, where exactly you are located in Munich?
No,
Yeah.
I'm in Schleißheim, Oberschleißheim. I'm neighbor with the castle.
Okay. Okay, so I'm close to the southeast part of Munich.
Yeah.
And yeah, the area is called Giesing.
Yeah. Good. Great to be with you. I was earlier this week with the World Steel Open Forum in Brussels discussing about the climate change issues. And I can tell you that we had many very interesting discussions. And what was fascinating to me was the number of NGOs that were there and putting tough questions to the steel fraternity as well. So, and I think we need this type of very dynamic discussions with the whole society and all type of stakeholders. And I think together we can really make a great transition into a greener steel and a better world. Thank you.
So after Dr. Atanu Ranjan Pal, I request Joachim to take over. In fact, Joachim, you see him in any decarbonization conference that happens around the world. He was mentioning about the World Steel Meet, but you name, I follow him on social media, so I know Joachim is always there in any decarbonization conference which happens anywhere in the world. And as you know, he was earlier in Linde, Kolkata. So Linde is known throughout the world, which is a part, which, you know, BOC, of course, is a company which has been there in India for a very long time. So Joachim needs no introduction. And in fact, Dr. Atanu Ranjan Pal also needs no introduction. In fact, he is someone who is always active. And, you know, refractory industry, Surandada has a very special, you know, sort of relationship with not just Tata Steel, because, you know, it was earlier known as Tata Refractories. So TRL Kosaki, again, has a very close connection with that of Tata Steel. And Dr. Atanu Ranjan Pal earlier used to, you know, interact more closely with the refractory industry. Now he has a broader role to play. He is CTO, Process Technology at Tata Steel. So over to you, Dr. Atanu Ranjan Pal, CTO, Tata Steel. Atanu, the floor is yours.
Morning, can you hear me?
Yes.
And let me try to share my presentation. I don't know I'll be able to do it or not.
Yes, it should be possible.
Okay. Yeah. Is my screen visible?
Not yet.
What to do? I have shared it. Otherwise, from your end, can you do it? I have already shared it. You cannot see it, na?
Yes, now we can see it.
Now you have to just make it full screen, please.
Yeah, I'm doing that. Is that okay?
Yes, perfect.
Okay. I think Dr. Achaji has spoken before me, and both are part of the steel industry, same knowledge, almost the similar things to mitigate CO2. So some of my slides I skip, and I'll talk more what I think can happen in future, which is not happening today. So The same things already Dr. Acharya has spoken. So we have few levers to decarbonize our steel industry. One is process improvement. Another is that we adopt some process or reduction of iron ore where no CO2 is being generated, or if it is generated, it is limited number. And if you cannot do that, CO2 is inevitable to there. So what we can do in carbon capture and utilization. So I think that story is known to all. So what we have seen that whatever we do to reduce CO2 in our process improvement, there are a lot of initiatives we are doing. I'm not going into all of those, most of the things in forward. So we have seen it is only 10% of our CO2 can be reduced by all the steps of process optimization. So that's the reason we started looking what exactly is happening across the globe. What's the new things happening which we can adopt so that we at least future ready. So if you see this chart carefully, there are certain things is already happening in scale. So that is the top base circle of this. Certain things is happening in a demo scale. Certain things are happening in the large scale. So these are the way we depict the things, try to understand the scenario. Where do we stand today? And if we take some of this action, how much really the problem we solve? So first quarter of this is that only 25% problem can be solved if we adopt any of these technologies. The last part is where if you do. So scrap addition is one already been discussed. Biochar is another thing we are looking into. So you just see that if you do all those things, it is mature things. Availability of the biochar is the issue. Availability of scrap is the issue. But we solve a limited amount of the problem. So to solve this problem, either we have to go for a H2 DRI or we have to go for a easy melt solution. But none of this have been proven economically right. So now if we see two options we have, either we go for direct reduction of iron ore, put DRI or HDI, put it into electric arc furnace, and there also you need an intermediate submerged arc furnace to take out your slag, or we ultimately use blast furnace, make it efficient. And can we really make blast furnace process and 100% CO2 is recycled back? So there are many technologies people are talking. Last slide I've shown something which is called easy melt, which our pollute friends are talking of. The other things which Japanese are trying is that taking out the top gas, separating CO2 from it, doing some treatment with hydrogen, making it CH4 gases and putting it back to the blast furnaces. So methanization is another technology people are talking of. Easy melt, which Tata Steel is very much interested to adopt, but till we are looking that economic viability and many other things we debate on. So there, it's a very interesting thoughts we are talking of, that we will take out blast furnace gas, separate the CO2 out of it, and will with hydrogen will also dissociate CO2 and put back CO and H2 into the system. So there is 100% CO2 can be recycled in the system. There is 20% maybe ultimately you have to sequester. So there are a lot of promises are there. The problem is here. That today with BOF route, if my cost is $382, if I go for DRI, the furnace, submerged arc furnace and BOF route, then cost goes for $32. If I take other source, you can see what the price is changing. And what people are saying that, yes, steel industry shall be totally decarbonization by hydrogen DRI, is today's optimistic hydrogen cost, it will go $600 plus. So there are big challenges that who pays that? Even if we take that there will be a carbon tax of $100, if I take a assumptions that there will be some good Samaritan auto or line pipe manufacturer, someone which will be ready to pay another $100 extra money for the green steel, then maybe up to $500, $540, something is sellable. So we have to see that technologically something is possible, but where that economical viability lies. The other big problem is that many people are hopeful that only with electric arc furnace also it can be mitigated. But a country like India, it's a big challenge where from the scrap will come. Already this point has been discussed. So there are many things is possible today. Something is already as a technology, the DRI with DOF process is possible to run, but there is a cost. And the cost is much more affecting the party like India, what we are, because of our raw material availability. If I have a raw material which is 67, 68% purity, then I will be very comfortable to run a DRI plant and the BOF with that solution. But if I have a raw material of 61% purity, 62% purity, will I be able to survive in the world with the DRI things? Those are the numbers we are working out. So when we are making a plan for our European plant survival, then we see the numbers are coming out because the raw material they will be importing. In that some number, $100 extra cost of production will be surviving. But if I think in India, will I survive? Our biggest advantage is our own raw material. And if I import, and most of our plants are not sea-based, will we survive as a maker, or the steel plant from this region will put maybe the most likelihood it will go to the site like Middle East, where the gas is available in plenty, hydrogen also tomorrow will, green hydrogen also will available in plenty. So that's the bigger challenge we are pondering on. So which solution may be very good for the European nations may not be good for us, especially the Tata Steel and others, those who are at the eastern region of the country. So we have to carefully think the solution may not be a universal solution. So all our thoughts, all our efforts, which we ourselves try to develop, be it our Hisarna or our discussion with pollutes on the easy melt, use our low-grade raw material, our advantage of iron ore here, so that we survive into the future. Otherwise, steel industry may be survive, but the eastern region plant may not survive. So that is the first part I'll be talking on the things is that what is the green steel scenario at the iron making part of it. So what is happening today is that most of the steel industries investment is going for thinking or research and development on the green steel part. The other part is that electrical steel and many other things which are supposed to develop equally well. Are we doing enough research, enough things on that, or we are just adopting something which is so the bigger challenge which you're talking in the automobile is that there is a lot of shift is happening. So one shift is that the CO2 pressure will create as a problem to run our plant the way we have. What? Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible, Dada.
Okay.
Yes, Dada, you're
So
audible.
the point is that the other thing is happening is that aluminum with the gigacasting and things like that is creating lots of challenge for the high-end high-end steel which you are used to sell. Still, they could not totally replace, but they are showing a challenge. So one end we have to fight the challenge of CO2 challenge, because that's the global challenge. We have to adopt a technology which can mitigate the CO2 problem. Also at the same time, we have to look into the product development part of it. So if the casting in aluminum becomes the challenge, will our product survive in the automobile sector? Because if you see the steel, the biggest problem is that this is a 20 years old Japanese slide I've copied. Still, we are not talking beyond any grade which is beyond this. So this is another thing. There's a lot of discussion is happening on the subject of CO2 mitigation, what's to be done, what we like to do for Indian raw material, what we should think for the Eastern region plant and things like that. But in the basic product research, the development, the movement is very, very minimal. Because when the other product will challenge you, we must need to think. More dangerous thing into the river part of it. India is one of the big river hub. If you see that there is no change happened from 1950 or 60, where this 550 SD and all things like that, we are still selling those, and that's the bigger segment we are looking into. The challenge is that any point of time, there will be some other material which is just create a disruption and will be caught unaware of. So if you are talking of the future of the steel long and flat, CO2 is a challenge, but we also need to think, are the steel companies doing enough to change their product basket? So FRP, rebar is one is creating that. And another one of my favorite slide is that the wood can any point of time be a challenge for the flat products and construction materials. Because today that high-rise building through wood is not a challenge. It's only a cost-wise we are fighting. But if we pay so much of money making green steel with hydrogen and other things, what can happen is the steel will be more costlier than these houses. Because these houses normally would we say is a problem of fire and others. These buildings are much more fire resistant than the steel building. So we have to look into totality. We have to mitigate CO2 because it's a global problem. But the problem is that the global solution to the DRI and BOF or EAF, what people are talking of, may not be solution for us. We also need to carefully think, can we survive with our blast furnace technology by injecting back blast furnace top gas, taking out CO2, reducing it back again, and putting. There's a lot of other thought processes happening. At this moment, we are only fighting to make our process efficient, but it will solve only 20% of the problem. So when we talk 2030 or 2045, if you ask me, I am not saying that it is happening in a cost-effective way. The challenge is big, lot of money, lot of effort. Thank you.
Thank you, Athanuda. And I've always seen, Athanuda, your presentations are forward-looking. In fact, last time I remember when we had our Indian Institute of Metals conference, you were a speaker there, and you primarily spoke of the challenges ahead in terms of carbon fiber, composite materials, which are going to perhaps take over. I'm sure Sridharji has something to add on that. Mr. R.V. Sridhar, who has joined us, is a CEO downstream for JSPL, Jindal Steel and Power, downstream for the color-coded complex, and for the flat complex. Sridharji is the CEO who is heading that brownfield project, and right now, connecting with you from Angul, from where he is located. Sridharji, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I hope I'm being, you're able to hear me.
Excellent, Sridharji. We can all hear you loud and clear.
Okay,
My
fine.
relation with Sridharji goes back to more than 2 decades. At the beginning, when he was just, when the Ajmeras sold the Pune facility to SR Group. So SR acquired that company from the Ajmera Group, which was the facility in Pune for color coating. And if I'm not mistaken, those days it was known as Sri pre-coated steels, which later became SR Steel. And then, as you know, SR Steel was acquired by ArcelorMittal Nippon Steel. So he became the CEO of that complex, and now he is with JSPL as the CEO downstream. Sridharji, I'll take a quick, thought from you on our decarbonization journey, and then our keynote speaker, Mr. Vijendra Pratap Singh, will address us, and then we'll move on to Joachim for the online views from him. So, Sridharji, a quick thought process which takes the decarbonization drive at JSPL forward. Over to you, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO, JSPL Downstream Project. Sridharji, please go ahead.
Yeah, good morning to all of you. As the earlier speaker was mentioning, the issue is about how do we decarbonize, in the sense that carbon dioxide, which is a byproduct of steel making, how do we sort of eliminate it in some ways or the other? For every 1 ton of steel, we emit about 1.7 tons of carbon dioxide. So what do we do about it? There is one interesting sort of way forward, which has come recently by Birmingham University, which uses what is called as a perovskite crystals. Now, what happens is, coke, if you put into the blast furnace, and it removes the oxygen and becomes carbon dioxide. But instead of coke, can we use carbon monoxide? Okay, now what happens is, whatever carbon dioxide is in the atmosphere, if you can capture it, this perovskite crystal splits it into carbon monoxide and oxygen. And this it absorbs the oxygen and releases the carbon monoxide. Now, this carbon monoxide will react with the iron ores and then reduce it to a hot metal, and then carbon dioxide will be emitted. And whatever carbon dioxide is emitted, once again, it is captured, and split into carbon monoxide and oxygen. And in the process, we can eliminate coke. So that is one part. And the carbon dioxide which is generated is captured back and split and then reused. This is one way. And whatever this oxygen which has been absorbed by this crystal, it has to be released. And it will be released in an inert environment, let's say a nitrogen environment or something. And then it will give up oxygen, which is used in the steel making. So this is one way in which we can eliminate, carbon dioxide. I mean, it's gaining ground in various places. Now, the second way is what is being done in Angul here. We have what's called the coal gasification. And once you do the gasification, you generate syngas and carbon dioxide. And this carbon dioxide has to be absorbed. The physical adsorption takes place through what is called as a rectisol, which is basically minus 50 degrees methanol and all that. And this carbon dioxide is separated. Then this whatever syngas which is generated, which is removal of, after the coal gasification, removal of carbon dioxide, goes into DRI, and then whatever happens. And from the DRI, once again, you get carbon dioxide. Now, this carbon dioxide is again removed. This is now a chemical absorption through a amine wash, basically MDE, methyl diethyl amine. So both the ways carbon dioxide is captured, and whatever the carbon dioxide which is captured, I'll come to it. What do you do with it? Meanwhile, we also use what is called as the methane from the coke ovens. Coke oven gas contains methane and hydrogen. And this passes through a PSA, what is called as a pressure swing absorption, which separates hydrogen. This hydrogen which is separated and oxygen, this carbon dioxide which is generated earlier. So both of these can be combined through bioreactors to produce ethanol. And in the process of producing ethanol, the cost of the price of ethanol is much higher than the cost of producing it. And what happens is, out of 1.7 kg which has been generated, you can absorb back 1 kg of carbon dioxide. So what comes, it's 0.7 only. So to that extent, you reduce the carbon dioxide. So one way is carbon dioxide which is captured, and the hydrogen which comes out goes through bioreactors and becomes what is called as ethanol. Another way is this carbon dioxide which is captured, and the methane which comes through the pressure swing absorption goes into what is called as a reformer, And in this reformer, once again, CO plus H2 syngas is produced, so it goes on again and again. So this is another way in which we can look at reduction of carbon dioxide. And what is more important is in India, we do not have these subsidies for production of green steel is about $115. I mean, this is a rough estimate per ton, costlier than normal steel. And it also uses 15 times more electricity. And the iron ore which is required for making green steel has to be much purer. So there are a lot of limitations. So what we have is European Union is giving 130 billion euros as a subsidy. I mean, there are two companies, ThyssenKrupp and the other one is Salzgitter, which gets 1 billion euros each, okay, for this process. And there are many others. ArcelorMittal is also there, etc. Now, this is one way. And the US also gives $3 per kg. So these are the incentives or subsidies which come where we in India need to have this, else the production of green steel, may not be very profitable. So apart from this, we also have the various green energies which are happening. You know, I'm sure you must be knowing Volkswagen's, one of the brands is Porsche. What they do is they do e-fuels in Chile. Chile is a lot of wind power that country has. So through the wind power, you electrolyze the water and generate hydrogen. And that hydrogen is kept, and carbon dioxide is captured from the environment, split into carbon and oxygen. And this carbon and hydrogen combine to what we call as the various e-fuels. So these are some of the ways in which carbon dioxide can be limited. We also have another big area which, North Sea. You must have heard of in Denmark, there's a place called Esbjerg. It is the capital of North Sea wind. So, I mean, the European Union has given a target of increasing from 100 gigawatts to 300 gigawatts for all the offshore wind power and all that. And 9 countries are participating in it. And mainly this Nordex, Siemens Gamesa, Vestas, GE Renewable Energy, they are at the forefront. So this is what is happening at the international level. Now, what do we have in India, which is, using batteries, electrical technologies and all that? World over, we have 10 million e-vehicles which are coming at this point of time. 6.1 million vehicles in China alone. China is the leading. Okay, earlier Tesla was the largest producer of, e-cars and passenger vehicles and all that. But now BYD, Build Your Dreams, the Chinese company has taken over. So China poses a big challenge for electric vehicles and all that. However, this, what we call a HDK belt, Hospet, Dharmapuri and Krishnanagar, that area in near Coimbatore, 70% of the India's e-vehicles, e-scooters are produced in this belt. Coimbatore is the capital of e-scooters and all that. Ola factory has 10 million, that's the capacity. And it's all run by girls only. It's all run by the so-called gender diversity. So here we have many Indian companies which are coming at the forefront to look at, e-vehicles, batteries. And so they have what is called a 1 gigawatt battery factory also. Even Reliance has put up a 1 gigawatt factory, which is using what is called as LFP, lithium ferrous phosphate, instead of the normal lithium, nickel, manganese, and cobalt. As you know, cobalt comes from Africa, and it is also going through a lot of, what we call as blood diamonds, blood lithium. This all prison labor. Then what you have, you have genocides there in Congo. So normally cobalt has to be avoided. So, but I mean, we are looking at various things. I don't know how much I can speak. I can go on and on, but I think this should be enough. We are moving towards green vehicles, green steel, and so on and so forth. And India should be India is the forefront. We have a 500 gigawatt target to have renewable energy by 2030, and our government is going on full speed on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I've been listening to you for the last 20 years, and I always found that you have that habit of doing your homework quite well. And I must thank you for always highlighting what is our roadmap or the path ahead in terms of referring to examples which are happening elsewhere around the world. We all know China is posing a serious threat in the EV market as well. It's well ahead of Tesla now. Elon Musk is a unhappy man because he always thought he would always be at the top. But we must never be complacent with what the lesson teaches us. So we must stay ahead of competition. And I'm sure JSPL is also doing that in your complex for flat products. I'm sure Varunji is also, Varunji, you're involved in that flat product complex, if I'm not mistaken. So I'm sure all of us look forward, and I know Navinji's son, Venkatesh. Venki is always in favor of decarbonization drive. And as such, the family philosophy at Jindals has been to take that initiative forward. So thank you, Sridharji, once again. And I know you could not make it. You had all plans of coming here. Last minute you could make it, but I know what your pressures are. I fully appreciate. And thank you once again for taking the trouble of joining virtually. Right
Thank
there.
you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank
So
you.
now the time what we were waiting for since morning to hear our keynote speaker, our special guest, Mr. Brijendra Pratap Singh, who is a wonderful person. I happened to meet him in Italy last month. We were together, and thereafter, Mr. Singh and Mrs. Singh had a wonderful time in Paris as well. So they were found to be there near the Eiffel Tower after the visit to Italy. So thank you, Mr. Singh, for being here. And the floor is entirely yours because the fact that we are here is because of you. There are two gentlemen I must thank who have helped me along with our DIC. One is Rakesh. Rakesh, are you here? Yeah. So Mr. Rakesh Prasad, he is again a person who has helped me a lot. And Mr. Bibi Roy, who is the COC. Mr. Bibi Roy, are you here? Okay. So the COC of the Chief of Communications of Durgapur Steel Plant and TS2 DIC, Rakesh, both of them have given me an immense amount of help. And I must thank DIC for his special support in doing it. We wouldn't have been able to do it. I also thank Chairman Sen. Mr. Amarindu Prakash, I just sent a WhatsApp message to him. Amarindu ji, I want a sponsorship. He immediately just wrote yes. And then I got a call from EDCAD that Chairman has sanctioned a sponsorship for you. So I'm really grateful to Mr. Amarindu Prakash, also Chairman Sen, who has always been kind to me. At times he complains that you put too much of pressure on me, but that's my job to put pressure on him. So thank you, Amarindu ji, and thank you, Singh. May I request DIC Sir Brijendra Pratap Singh to deliver his keynote address for the day. Singh, floor is yours.
Thank you, Baji sir, for the wonderful introduction which you have given for me and for the same. First of all the dignitaries on the dais, all the dignitaries of the dais, and all the participants present here. Special appreciation to Nirmalya Mukherjee sir, Editor-in-Chief, Steel and Metal. Very good morning to you all. Appreciation to Nirmalya Mukherjee sir for organizing these events throughout the year. Throughout the year, every second or third month, we hear from him that he is organizing some kind of events in the field of development of iron and steel making, rolling technology, and now it has come to green steel making. This is a wonderful effort. Huge round of appreciation, huge round of applause for Mukherjee sir for the initiative he is taking for the development in iron and steel industry. Now, thank you once again for doing this in Durgapur. Now, the participants from Durgapur will be here. As far as green steel making, as he told, on 28th and 29th, I was there in MP and Guthrio, and presentation done by Daniel Lee. The 2 days presentation, the first day totally was dedicated on the green steel. Everyone was talking how to go in for decarbonization, wherever the expansions are coming, especially in Europe, the expansions are coming in DRI route, where the carbon emission is low, or maybe wherever the blast furnace route is there, they are thinking of going in alternate by replacing blast furnaces by DRI, then putting in melt and using the arc furnaces for the downstream technologies. So all the efforts are there. India also is going ahead with this green steel making technologies wherever they are, or wherever we are going in for our expansions. In this presentation, the slides I will be covering, we'll be covering on the topics. That is, first is Vision 2047, that is Viksit Bharat mission of the government. After that, global and Indian steel scenario, CO2 emissions, net zero, and what are the actions and steps we are taking to mitigate CO2 emissions, sustainable green steel making, and lastly, efforts which we are taking in the SAIL to going for the green steel making and in our greenfield and brownfield expansions. Talking about Develop India Viksit Bharat 2047. The plan for government, we all know there is a huge plan to make India a developed nation by 2047. And it is the responsibility of each and every citizen to participate in that plan. Currently, India being the 5th largest economy, we all know. And the growth rate, which is forecasted, is 6.8% in the year 2024. And our target is by 27, we have to be the 3rd largest economy. GDP will be somewhere around 5 trillion US dollars. And by 2047, we have to be a fully developed nation. That is the target of Viksit Bharat India, taken by Government of India and thus all citizens of India. The key enablers for this are, first is geographically, we are very well poised to go in for any kind of exports or imports. If we say the geographical location of the country is very good. The market in the country, untapped markets are there. If we talk about steel, the steel consumption is on the lower side. The economy is growing, the investments are coming. So this is also one of the good enabler. Digital progress, digitally we are growing. Lot of digital initiatives are coming in. So that will again be a good thing, enabler for our Viksit Bharat aim. Young workforce, of course, the young workforce present in the India again will be a big enabler for our Viksit Bharat technology. Talking about more about Viksit Bharat 2047, to be a developed nation, the major thrust which the government is putting on, the actions which government is thinking that we should take to become a developed nation by 2047. First is the development has to be sustainable. Whatever development we are doing, it has to be in a sustainable manner. And by 2070, we have to achieve net zero emission. Lot of investment in infrastructure, may it be rail, road, seaports, smart cities are coming up. And these infrastructures investment are going to boost the economy of the country and make India a self-reliant country. Inclusive growth, if we talk about Nari Shakti, Beti Padhao, Beti Bachao, farmers' welfare, this is again an aim of the government to overall development of the country. If we talk about food security and agricultural development, that is again a thrust area for the government where they are going for a food security where the masses will be benefited out of it. Healthcare development is another area where a lot of things are being thought of and a lot of projects are under considerations. Digitalization is a major focus area in the coming days. If we see the growth of the core industries in the past 1 decade, we see crude oil, natural gas, refinery products, and fertilizers. The growth almost is stagnant. But if we see the major industries, if you see coal, steel, cement, and power. The growth is exponential. All the sectors are just doubling their growth. If you see coal, almost doubling the growth, steel is also doubling the growth. The target is to go to around 300 million tons by 2030, which is around 150 million tons now as on date. Cement and power is growing. So again, this growth is only due to the government's infrastructures development, government's thrust on the infrastructure development and investments in the infrastructure developments. If we see a global scenario, in the global scenario, the growth rate, world almost stagnant. China is not growing, is almost stagnant. It is a global steel scenario which I am talking about. India is the only country which is growing at the rate of 10%. The comparison between 22 and 23, our steel production has grown around 10% growth in the steel production. Rest of the countries, it is maybe 1 or 2%, and Russia has grown at the rate of around 5.6%. And the growth in the steel sector is directly linked with our growth in domestic product, that is GDP, which we call. And if we see the gross domestic product growth of the world is poised to grow at the rate of 2.9%. China will be growing at the rate of 4.2%. But India, again, the GDP growth, which is projected, will be the highest at the rate of around 6.6%. Other countries will be around 1 or 1.5%. And the growth in the GDP is directly linked with the growth of the steel production in the country. Around 2.2% of the steel production is directly linked with the growth of the GDP of the country. National steel policy, we know that national steel policy, which was rolled out in states that by 2030, our steel consumption, which is presently 87 kgs per capita, steel consumption has to grow to 160 kg. And the entire demand of high quality steel, entire demand of steel has to be there from our in-house production within the country to attain the global standards in industrial health and safety and reduce the carbon emission, that is to go below 2 tons per ton crude steel production by 2030. For this, the country's production has to reach to the level of 300 million ton by 2030 and around 500 million ton by 2047. The advantages which we are having in India as far as the steel production is concerned, low cost manpower is one of the major advantages which we are having here. And high reserves of iron ore, already spoken of by the earlier speakers also. The iron ore reserves, which are having good quality iron ore reserves in the country, we are having good quality iron ore reserves. So that is a huge advantage for us as far as production, steel production in country is concerned, and adequate availability of water and power. Demand side, if we see, per capita consumption is on the lower side, that is poised to increase. Then as far as the world average consumption is concerned, it is around 220 kg and our consumption is around 67. So demand will be there. Increasing investments from the government, as already spoken of, that Indian economy is growing. The investment in the terms of infrastructure development and other developments will boost the iron and steel production. Robust government policies, the government policies which are again leading for, and government have made around 11 committees for circular economy and 13 committees for green steel mill. As far as we see in SAIL, our aspirations to again go for 2017 steel policy, we will be expanding our production. Presently, our crude steel capacity is around 20 million ton. Aspiration is to grow to around 35 million ton by 2030, taking care the carbon emissions. The carbon emissions, which was from 2005 level to 2022 level, we have reduced our carbon emissions by 19%. And further from 22 to 2030, in 22 we were around 2.55, 2.56 tons of per ton crude steel. By 2030, we are aiming to reach to maybe around 2.1 ton per ton crude steel level, further reducing by 20% and by 2070 to achieve 100% neutrality as far as carbon emission is concerned. For this reduction in carbon emission, the major initiatives which we are taking is maybe twofold initiative. First is reducing the carbon emission, and second is carbon capture and carbon utilization. As far as reducing the carbon emissions, utilizing best available technologies, energy efficiencies, alternate fuels. These are the initiatives which we are taking. Already best available technologies. If we see usages of dry quenching in coke ovens in all our expansion projects, TRTs, heat recovery systems, regenerative furnaces, and all other whatever best available technologies are there. That has we are going in for changing in the technologies. Use of alternate fuels like use of biochars in central plant, use of renewable energies as far as wind energy and solar power is concerned. We have also gone in for floating solar plant in ISP. So all these initiatives we are taking. As far as carbon capture is concerned, initiatives are again we are taking for going in for carbon capture. We have signed up on MOU with IIT Mumbai, wherein we'll be going in for installing a pilot project of 50 ton per day carbon capture, putting it into a CBM well. Again, carbon capture we have done an MOU with one other organization. We are going for 5 ton capture and utilization, converting it into ethanol, where we'll be generating revenues also. So these efforts we are taking for making our carbon neutrality, going in for the path and reaching to the level of 2.1 ton per ton crude steel carbon emission by 2030. If we see the carbon CO2 emission trend, around industry-wise, steel industry emitting around 12 to 15% of carbon emission, of which if we see in the BF route, average is around 2.33 and DRI route is around 1.37. And if DRI we are using scrap, it is around 0.68. So lot of technology suppliers, lot of initiatives is coming, lot of expansions which are coming is happening in DRI routes, where the carbon emission will be around maybe 1.3 and maybe lesser than that if you are going to capture the whatever carbon is coming out of that. Impact of Indian steel industry on the environment, if you see, in Indian steel industries, around 46% of the carbon emission is coming out of power sector, around 12% is iron and steel, and around 18% from other industries. Around 75% of the total CO2 emissions we see from energy sector, from power generation, from steel sector and other industries are contributing towards the 75% of the total carbon emission. In India, if we see in steel sector, the average carbon emission which is around 2.45 to 2.5 tons per CO2 per ton crude steel CO2 emission. The target is to go to 3. Government has constituted 13 task forces, where these task forces will be taking a decision what will be the future of the steel industry and what will be the maybe carbon taxes applicable to the steel industry in the coming days, so that the cost of the production of the steel will get affected on the basis of whatever carbon we are emitting in our steel plants. As far as the mission net zero by the government is concerned, the major commitment which the government is seeing for going in for the net zero is going in for the wind energy. Wind energy is going to come in a big way, and lot of steel consumptions will be happening in creating these windmills and all that. So that is also boost the demand of the steel. As far as coal gasification is concerned, already talked about. Coal gasification will be coming. Government is giving a lot of boost and lot of incentives as far as setting up the coal gasification plant is there. Blending of CNGs and PNGs, biomass aggregation, use of biomass as alternate fuels. That is the thrust area taken up by the government. Rooftop solar powers and increasing solar powers, floating solar powers, and installing solar powers in the vacant land. That is the thrust area. E-vehicles and biomass. These are the areas where government is putting thrust so as to achieve net zero by 2070. If we see the carbon emission by country wise, China volume wise is the highest emitting country, US, then European Union and India. But per capita, if we see, per capita, US is the maximum emitting because the population is on the lower side, and per capita, if we see, India, it is around 1.9. Global efforts for decarbonization, lot of efforts already talked about is being taken as far as decarbonization is concerned. For carbon capture in Emirates, Steel, UAE, they are storing around 800 kilotons of carbon per year, CO2 per year. ArcelorMittal is going in for making, converting gases to ethanol. In Sweden, already we know that S2 green steel through hydrogen making DRI and going in for full green steel making, the initiatives which are being taken. As far as steel making is concerned, we are going in for expansions, and as far as government target is there, we'll be going in for maybe 300 million ton of steel production by 2030, and by 2047, 500 million ton. It's so important that whatever expansions are coming, with this expansion, the CO2 emission again will increase. So it's so important that the expansions has to be in a sustainable manner. So if we are expanding, we have to expand in a sustainable manner, for which three things again are very important, that is carbon neutrality, environment sustainability, and logistic and infrastructure. If we talk about carbon neutrality, again, using renewable power is one of the major things. Carbon capture, it has to come up with all the technologies and use of best available technologies in all the expansions. As far as environmental sustainability is concerned, zero liquid discharge. Wherever the liquid discharges are there, we have to aim for zero liquid discharge, controlling PM emissions. The PM emission target, which was around 50 milligrams per normal meter cube, that has been revised and going to revise to around 30 milligrams per normal meter cube. And in the coming days, maybe it will be going to 10 milligrams per normal meter cube. So all our emission systems, all our dust suppression systems has to be designed accordingly, so that we emit not more than 10 milligrams per normal meter cube in our PM emissions. As far as logistic and infrastructure is concerned, that is again a concern area, because whenever we are going for an expansion, lot of logistic and infrastructure support will be required, in which government again is going in for dedicated freight corridor, GPWS wagons, and other support systems to increase the logistic and government supports. As far as hydrogen fuel is concerned, already things have been talked about. We know, all of us know that the types of hydrogen, that is green hydrogen, blue hydrogen, brown hydrogen, and gray hydrogen. I will not be talking much on this technology. That is theoretical sort of thing. As far as the best available technologies in the steel sector is concerned, in the steel sector, if we see, one of the most important thing is the quality of the iron. Because the iron ore quality, which is coming to the steel plants, if the gangue is on the higher side in the iron quality, again, it is going to increase the coke rate in the blast furnaces and increase the overall CO2 emissions from the blast furnaces. So, huge thrust on iron ore beneficiation, increasing the quality of the iron ore, reducing the gangue at the source, so that whatever raw materials are fed into the blast furnaces, there the gangue is on the lower side. Even in the DRI route, whenever we are going in the DRI route, the quality of the iron ore required for the DRI route, which was talked about by the earlier speakers also, that is a concern area for India, because here in India, we are having the fines of around 62% Fe, and for DRI making, we require around 64% Fe fines. So that has to be again upgraded. Technologies are there. Already pellet manufacturers are there who are making 65% pellet by using 62% fines. So for that, we have to see how with the 62% fines, we can make 65% grade DRI grade pellets, and that will go in a long way in reducing the cost of DRI through DRI route steel making. Because whenever this DRI is pushed into the arc furnaces, this arc furnaces, if the gangue is on the higher side, the power consumption goes up and the efficiency of the arc furnace goes down. So for the arc furnace, it's very important that the DRI of around 65% grade DRI is required. Coke production, dry quenching, again is a technology which is coming up, and all the future expansions are coming up in dry quenching. Sinter production, again, waste heat recovery from the center plant, whatever waste heats are going out, to capture that and reutilize that, in which in our Banpur steel plant, center plant, already they have taken a project, very nice project, where whatever waste is going out from the center coolers, that is being captured, utilized to reheat the water which is pumped into the normalizing drum. So this has reduced the coke consumption of the center coke base consumption in center making by 10 kgs per ton of center making. So this technology again has to be populated, used by other center makers of the country. Hot metal production, we all know, to reduce the coke rate, again waste heat recovery and usage of TRT in the blast furnaces and other best available technologies in the blast furnaces, increasing the CDI injection. Maybe going up to the 200 kg per ton of hot metal, so that the overall coke blast furnace coke. As far as liquid steel production is concerned, again in the liquid steel production, maybe usages of doghouses and other technologies where the energy efficiency is there and the high usage of energy in the LFs, that can be further reduced by consuming the energy and by controlling the energy which is generated by the liquid steel produced from the converters. Finished steel production again is an area where usage of regenerative furnaces and other technologies where we can reduce our power consumption. As far as the steel industry is concerned, we know that it's going a long way. So if we talk about decarbonization, digitalization again has to come in a long way. We have to have a process of capturing the whatever carbon emissions are there. So digitalization has to come up in a long way. So all the plants in SAIL itself, we are taking the digitalization processes where we will be mapping whatever carbon emissions are going out of each of the processes. And once we are able to map the carbon emissions from each of the processes, then we will be knowing that, of course, we know that from the blast furnace 50% of the carbon is emitted. But apart from that, there are other processes where carbon emissions are going on. So once we are able to know what are the areas of concern, then only the things will be there under our control and projects will be taking for controlling the carbon emissions. Yes, which I was talking earlier also, the project taken in Banpur for carbon capture, already under process, and maybe within next 6 months we'll be taking up this project, wherein carbon from CO2 will be captured from power plant emissions gases, blue gases which is coming out of the power plant chimneys, and that will be captured and pumped into the CBM wells where that will be stored. And further, the project will be taking for converting this carbon for proper usage and for revenue generations. As far as the sustainability practices, which we have already taken in ISP and DSP, which already I have talked about, we are not able to deliberating much on this. As far as our strategies are concerned for the expansion, already Mr. Nirmalya Mukherjee has told that Banpur expansion already has been sanctioned, where we will be going in for installation of 4 million ton crude steel production capacity plant, hot rolling plant, where we are blast furnace around 5,600 meter cube blast furnace will be there, single blast furnace will be there. And in this blast furnace, what we are doing is making this blast furnace ready for hydrogen injection. Whenever hydrogen will be ready for the blast furnaces, because we know as on date, the cost of the hydrogen is around maybe $7 per kg of hydrogen. And to make it visible for usage in our steel production, unless it comes down to maybe $1 or $1.5, it's not possible. But we have to make our technologies future ready. Whatever technologies we are adopting there, maybe in blast furnace, maybe steel making, pellet making, coke ovens, all the best available technologies are being adopted there, so that the overall carbon emission from the plant will be around maybe 2.0 tons per ton of crude steel at our new plant we are designing with our consultant. As far as Durgapur steel plant is concerned, we are also in our expansion, we are going in for brownfield expansion, where we'll be adding 1 million ton with a new blast furnace with the latest technology. And for our greenfield expansion, we are thinking, already Mecon is our consultant, where Mecon has already made one pre-feasibility report, where we are going in for 2.5 to 3, 3 million ton crude steel production through DRI route. What advantage we are having here is we are having natural gas. Natural gas line is going through here. For making DRI, the two routes, which is is through making through natural gas or through coal gasification. So coal gasification also we are making a study through along with Coal India, where Coal India is willing to set up a coal gasification plant in joint venture with us. So we are making a study which will be a cheaper route, which will be a more viable route, maybe to natural gas or coal gasification route, in which we'll be making a 2.5 million ton DRI plant. And with that, one arc furnace, 3 million ton arc furnace, thin slab casting and direct rolling. That will be a greenfield project. And making this DRI plant, if we see the earlier speakers were also telling the cost of making green steel through DRI route or maybe through natural gas route or something. So whenever we have studied a lot in this, our consultant has also done Mecon and thus too. What we are saying at the end of thin slab casting and rolling, the cost which is affecting the DRI route is the cost of natural gas and the cost of power. These are the two variables. So to reduce the cost of natural gas, already we are in discussion with GAIL, where GAIL is willing to have a long-term partnership with us, where they will be supplying a natural gas. The requirement of natural gas will be at the rate of around 80,000 normal meter cube per hour. So long-term agreement with GAIL is there, where GAIL is also going in for making green hydrogen. Where once their green hydrogen project is successful, they will be pushing this green hydrogen in this natural gas, and again it will be reducing this overall carbon emission. To reduce the power consumption, the aim is to have around 65 grade pellets, which will overall reduce the GAN content in our arc furnaces and reduce the efficiencies of the arc furnaces and reduce the overall power consumption and overall cost of the steel production. These are the two things, that is the cost of natural gas, the cost of power, which affects the overall cost of steel in DRI route. That we are trying to improve as far as possible. But as far as the government is concerned and as far as the European Union is concerned, we all know that the carbon tax is coming up. By 2030, the carbon taxes will be there. So if we put in the carbon tax on the steel produced through BF route, where the carbon emission is not going to be less than 2 tons per ton crude steel. And in DRI route, it will be around 1. And if you load carbon tax on that, we see the cost of the steel at the end of our steel making route will be cheaper in DRI route. So that's why we are going in DRI route here in Durgapur for our overall decarbonization efforts. These are the few MOUs which we have done, and some of the awards and accolades which have been received by Durgapur and State Club. So thank you for the patience here, and thank you for all your thank you, Nirmala Mukherjee, for allowing us for speaking here and showing our efforts which we are taking in SAIL for decarbonization. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Singh Saab. Without you, this would never have been possible. Mr. Brajendra Singh was there for my last conference in Kolkata, which was the Asian Steel Summit, where our previous Minister of State for Steel, Sri Fargan Singh Kulasiji, was there. And I had specially requested Singh Saab to be there because I wanted SAIL to be represented on the platform where the minister is there for the relevant position. So Singh Saab was kind then and he has been kind now. The moment I told him I'm planning my next conference in Durgapur, he said, whatever help you want is there. And the proof of the fact is the fact, Rakesh Ji, Bibi Roy, his entire team extended a wholehearted support to make this conference a success. So, sir, tahe dil se aapka shukriya. Thank you so much for all that you have done. I'm really grateful for the support that I have got from Singh Saab. And I would like to propose one more thing here on this platform. Now that, Durgapur and Burnpur are likely to be the most happening destination with the 4.08 million ton flat steel capacity being added at Burnpur. I would request Rajesh also to support me that we should make the Durgapur conference an annual event. Every year, everyone should be here. And Singh Saab, I'm sure, will extend support to make this an annual event every year here in Durgapur. I just hope that, the new civil aviation minister takes more interest in adding more flights to Durgapur. so that you have daily flights from, to fly from Delhi to Durgapur and other destinations. Because once you have more flights in Durgapur, you will have better connections. So that's the only hope that we have. And I think our chief guest, Mr. Taposh Banerjee, is already on the way, and I've been told he'll be arriving in 5 minutes. But till such time, I would request Mr. Sunando Banerjee, Sunando Sengupta, I'm sorry, Mr. Sunando Sengupta, Vice President of TRL Krosaki, to give his presentation, because refractory industry is one industry whom I have related very closely with. So, as I keep saying, oh, Sharma, Sunando, the Sharma Sahib is here. Sharma Sahib, namaskar. Yeah, Sharma Sahib.
Namaskar.
You know, people in this industry say I have only one godfather. Mera godfather ka naam hai Vidya Ratan Sharma. That's what the industry says. So I have only one and only godfather who is here right now. So a big round of applause for my godfather, Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for this honor, Nirmala. Thank you
Whatever
very
I
much. And
am, whoever I am, the fact that you are listening to me is because what my godfather has given me. I have, you know, whatever I have learned is from this great personality called Mr. Vidya Ratan Sharma. Look at the name what his parents had given him, Vidya and Ratan together. So, and I'm especially grateful for Sharma Sahib because today he is in UK. In spite of being in UK, Dimple was, the executive assistant was trying to locate where he was in UK. Finally, we got him. So, special thanks to Sharma Sahib, my godfather, for once again being present to address us. Sir, the decarbonization drive cannot move without what you had recommended. Using coal gasification as the move way forward, which is turning out to be true in every producer that you look at today who has chosen the DRI route. Over to you, Sharma Sahib, and then we'll go to Sunando. Sharma Sahib, the floor is yours. Mr. V.R. Sharma,
thank you, Nirmala.
Chairman, JFPL, will address us now.
Thank you so much, Nirmala. Thank you for your kind words.
Sharma Sahib, you are muted, I think.
No, can you hear me now?
No. Yeah, I can hear you.
Ankit, can you check Mr. Sharma's audio?
He's not muted. I think there is a problem at the venue.
No. We can hear him now.
Can you hear him? Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Good. Yeah, namaskar, Nirmala ji, for your kind words. I'm honored. And namaskar and good morning or good afternoon to all of the listeners here on this conference. And thank you very much for giving me so much of respect and asking me to speak few words. I was listening.
Sharma sir, again there is an audio issue. Can you just
let me switch off the video. Yeah.
Probably
can
there
you
is
hear
an
me now?
audio issue. At
Yeah,
the
Ankit, I
venue
can't
because
hear you as well.
I can hear
Can you
him
hear me
clearly.
now?
I can't hear you, Ankit.
I can hear
Yeah,
him
can you hear me now?
clearly. I think there's an audio issue at the venue.
I can't hear you.
Please. No, please see, there is some audio issue.
Yeah,
at venue, I
Shushanto,
think.
can you check the audio connectivity? Because I can't hear Ankit also.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I think as you rightly told that there is some audio.
Ankit, I can't hear you at all.
Yes, I think it's
Can you
Sharma
check?
uncle, you can turn on the camera, I think, because that won't be an issue. It's probably
No, Ankit, I can't hear anything. What is wrong?
Hello.
Yeah, please.
No, I'm sorry. I'm trying to communicate with.
Ankit, can you check? He is saying everything is okay here.
No, everything is
What is
from our.
wrong?
Everything is fine.
Everything is fine. What is wrong?
Can you hear? Can you hear us now?
No, for Ankit saying everything is fine, he says. Just disconnect and connect again.
Hello.
What is
Yeah, can you
wrong?
hear me now? Nirmala ji, can you hear me now?
Just disconnect and connect again. Sushanto, listen to me. Disconnect and connect again. Disconnect, connect again for a second. Then that should be fine. Okay, your default speaker has changed.
Can you hear us now? Hello?
Okay, can we hear? Ankit, can you
Yes,
just
can
check?
you hear us now?
Yes. Sharma sir?
Yeah,
Sharma?
yes, please. Can you hear? Yeah, yes, but can you hear me now?
Perfect, sir. Please go ahead.
Perfect. Okay, good. Thank you. So thank you, Nirmala ji. Thank you for your kind words. And
Yeah, Sharma sir on
yeah,
the screen.
yeah. Now, am I audible now?
Yes, sir. Absolutely. Please go ahead.
So, namaskar, Nirmala ji. Namaskar, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Those who are participating and listening this webinar. So, I was listening couple of my colleagues, those who spoke on steel industry as well as on decarbonization in past half an hour. So, I think the conference is going very well. It is a physical come webinar. So, this is the beauty of Nirmala ji. He always keep people connected, and this is what we need in the country. I'll not take much of your time, but I'll come to the subject straight. That what is the fate of steel industry in the country, and where are we heading to decarbonize steel in terms of CO2 reduction, or in terms of overall efficiency or the low emission steel making. So I'm in Europe, and in last 1 week time, I have visited a couple of companies. I met a couple of people in the industry, basically only the steel industry. Everybody is concerned about this as to how to reach to a level of green energy, and then green energy into a green hydrogen, and then finally green hydrogen to DRI. So the point here is there are a couple of challenges. One is RTC, round the clock energy. So where from the people will get the round the clock energy. The another issue is even if somebody says that, okay, we can get round the clock energy through few of the companies are blessed with hydroelectric dams, hydroelectricity, and few of the countries are blessed with nuclear power plants, especially in France. So they can afford getting clean energy or green energy on RTC basis, round the clock basis. But the other industry people or the other countries, they are not. So these RTC sort of facility is available only to 3 or 4 countries in the world. So we have bigger challenges in our country, how to get hydrogen on RTC basis, because unless we have a right amount of green energy available in the country, we cannot reach to those levels. The demand in the country in industry as well as for the domestic and commercial installations is huge. So we have to see how steel industry can be benefited out of the government's policies. Of course, Government of India had been trying to pump in more than 400 gigawatt of green energy in times to come. The Indian industry or the Government of India has done a lot to produce more and more or generate more and more green energy. The point here is, even if you get green energy, then where are we heading to? That means we are heading to a route of DRI, and then finally the electric arc furnaces. So round the clock, getting electricity for electric arc furnaces and getting electricity to produce hydrogen round the clock is also a bigger challenge. But the easy and faster solution is, in most of the countries in Europe and most of the customers now, they are not stressing too much on green steel, but now they are asking with a compromise that how can you supply us a low emission steel? Thanks to a couple of companies in the Europe, steel makers, those who have published this particular sentence, and they have made people to think that green energy or green steel is maybe day after tomorrow, but today and tomorrow we can supply you the low emission steel. When we speak about low emission steel means, let us start from the blast furnaces, because the blast furnaces are much more in use in India. So I think we produce more than 80% of the steel and the integrated sector through the blast furnace route, or maybe more. And in the secondary sector, or say small scale sector, we produce most of the steel through the induction furnaces. So now the question is, what we can get in blast furnaces. So blast furnaces, traditionally, the blast furnace route, BF route, has been delivering steel at the cost of 2.5 to 2.6 ton of CO2 per ton of steel making. So now how to reduce this? People are working. I have visited a couple of blast furnaces in last 1 week, and I found that most of the European blast furnaces, though they are very old, they are at a level about 450 to 480 kg of total carbon. That means including PCI, including coke rate and everything. Whereas we in India, we are still struggling at a level about 520, 530, 540, 550 level. So this is one way. I met some people in some of the countries, and they are now targeting that we'll bring it down to 440 or maybe 430 kg. Though it looks very difficult as an Indian, but they are working on this, that how to produce low emission steel. The other area is most of the people now, they increase their scrap consumption and the BF shops. Earlier, they used to be about 15, 16, 18%, 20%, but now the aim is about 30%. So again, to how to not decarbonize fully, but how to reduce the overall emission, and how can they bring it down to a level about 1.6 ton of CO2 per ton of steel making. So sooner or later, we all as Indians, we have to adopt the most efficient practices so that we can also reduce our CO2 emission. Much more is to be done by the people at the shop floor, of course, by the management, researchers, the institutes like IIT or any other institute, or the professionals, those who are retired, and they are looking to guide, teach, preach people in this particular field. So there is a great amount of business opportunity in the interest of overall growth of the country and overall growth of the steel industry. The other point is, nowadays we all know that steel industry in India, of course, it is growing at a rate of around 7.5 to 8% in physical terms. And there may be, as per the new steel minister, Honorable Steel Minister has told, India has to grow up to 12%. Yes, that is a very positive statement. With more than 3 crores new housing coming from the government of India for the poor people, at least some steel will be used, if not in the concrete walls, but at least for the roofing, as well as for windows, doors, and many other locations, water pipelines, drinking water pipelines, directly or indirectly, a lot of steel will be used. So we are thankful to the Honorable Prime Minister for declaring this 3 crores of housing. Overall, the building construction industry in India is doing well. But again, the challenge is, what should we do? My suggestion to the industry is that we should preserve, reserve, and conserve our valuable and priceless iron ore, as well as the other minerals, because the ecological balance is a must in a developing economy like India. In my view, I may be wrong. In my view, the steel industry has to become regionalized. There are 4 major regions and 1 medium-scale region in the world. The total world population today is about 8 billion people. So China, Southeast Asia, they are already at a level of 2 or 2.1 billion. If we see the Indian subcontinent, it is also around 2 billion, including India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, Sri Lanka, and Maldives. And if we take part of Iran and Afghanistan, then surely we are more than 2 billion. So this is 2 zones of 2 billion each. The Europe is already at 1.15 billion. And if we include Africa with Europe, especially the North Africa, that zone also becomes close to 2 billion. And if you add Middle East, then it is more than 2.2 billion. Similarly, if you take the Latin America and North America and the rest of the world, they are at a level about 1.4 to 1.5 billion. So these 4-5 zones in the world, or 4 major zones, close to 2 billion population, they will be consuming steel, and the steel industry has to become regionalized. So the steel industry will be in these 4 zones only, or 5 zones maximum. I don't see that there'll be a seaborne trade of steel in times to come. I think in 2 decades from now, the steel neither will be imported nor will be exported anywhere in the world, and the steel industry will become highly regionalized. So the basis of this theory is basically most of the people, they are re-engineering, they are working as to how to develop the steel industry in their area, and that is correct also. European steel mills, they were primarily, they were installed after the Second World War. And if you see the life of most of the European steel industries, they were done, or you can say they started somewhere in 1955 to 1965. Most of the mills in Europe, they are having the age of 60 years, 50 to 60 years, and some of the mills are having even 70 years of age. So they are at the end of their life cycle. Of course, European steel industry, they had been upgrading themselves in terms of automation, in terms of how to reduce manpower, in terms of the efficiencies enhancement, in terms of implementing the best of the best IT solutions and the best of the best automation. But it was difficult for them to convert the old blast furnaces or old steel mills, hot strip mills, cold rolling mills, galvanizing lines to the most modern lines what we have today in India. So Indian steel industry is quite young, and most of the technology in India which is coming or homegrown is, I would say, is at par with the best in the world, and people can afford also. So now when we discuss on Europe, now the European Union, they have worked a very solid program as to how to re-engineer the steel industry. And this is where they are working, and they are supporting their industry by paying $1 billion or 1.5 billion. Somebody is getting 2 billion. There are news that some company in Europe have got 3.2 billion also. It is sometimes we name it dollar or sometimes we name it euro, but it is almost same today. So the point here is with more than $20 billion of declaration by EU to revamp the steel industry, they are going to revamp it maybe in next 3 to 5 years time. So this means today the steel consumption in Europe is about 140 million ton put together. So this 140 million ton is the consumption, and the production, if you stop the blast furnaces there, that will come down to close to 100 million. So this 140 million versus 100 million reduction, that means there'll be delta of about 40 million. In next 5 to 7 years time, they will bridge this delta, and Europe will also be at a level about 140 million ton of steel, making in maybe by 2032 or 2035. Perhaps this is the reason they are working how to promote this decarbonization or low emission steel in the rest of the world, those who are exporting to Europe. And that's why the CBAM or the carbon tax or asking for complete decarbonization of steel is on annual. So we have to gear up ourselves. If we want to be an exporter, then we have to gear up ourselves, that we have to reach to those levels of efficiencies where we can reduce, even through the blast furnace route, we can reduce the overall carbon footprint from existing more than 2.4 ton of CO2 per ton of steel to a level of about 1.6 ton per ton of steel. The issue, another major challenge is how to sequester the CO2. We can capture the CO2, but we don't have adequate facilities to sequester it. I think the time has come now. People traditionally, we were thinking that the sequestration can be done only in either in the sea or on the oil fields. So I think we have to find out how can we do the sequestration, inland sequestration. So people, the researchers, the scientists, they are working worldwide. God has blessed us more than 7,200 kilometers of the coastal line. And if the government support is there, then we can capture the CO2 and we can also sequester in the coastal lines of the country without harming the ecological balance. So those technologies are required to be implemented, or required to be developed and implemented. And in-house technology is always better than importing the technology, except the concept. So I'm sure the Indian scientists, Indian engineers, Indian physicians, they are capable enough to do it. If a hint is given to them or a little support is given to them, they can do wonders. So here we would request the complete steel fraternity to speak to government at your own level. And of course, to the platform like Steel and Metallurgy and many other institutes, those who are working in the interest of overall interest of the country, so that the steel industry can flourish. I am not a good advocate that we should go for 300 million ton tomorrow and 400 million ton and then thereafter 500 million ton. There has to be a good balance in between demand and supply. So we don't have to fight with some of the countries, those who can afford or who can dump the steel at any price anywhere in the world. I think the steel industry should be very balanced. We should not get into a rat race. This is my view. I may be wrong. I'm not asking anyone to stop their expansion plans, but we have to be very, very pragmatic. What we can sell and what a customer can buy at what price. I'm not saying that the prices should be high, but on the side by side, we have to see the depositors' money should be safe. If we are taking loans from banks, then it is our responsibility to pay the interest on time, and we return the term loans on time to the banks, so that the poor people or the rich people, those who have done the fixed deposits in the banks, they get their due interest on time and their money is safe. Fortunately, Government of India has struggled and they have brought it down to a level about 3% NPA now, which used to be in double digit earlier. So we are thankful to the financial policies, Government of India and Ministry of Finance. We are also thankful to Reserve Bank of India and the other banking system, who has been tightening the wall so that the NPAs are not too much. So 3% or less than 3% NPA is normal. And when we say that 3% after recovery, this may be less than 1%, which is not too much in a growing country like India. So we have to borrow money from the bank very selectively. We means the steel industry. We should not make our balance sheets very fatty in terms of taking the loans. The loans should not be treated as the dividend, and the loan should be paid back on time with interest. And when we do so, then there has to be a little control on the investments, on the capex. Of course, the capex is required by any country in the world, but not at the cost of making your banks bleeding or banks getting into a trouble. Because our social responsibility is that whatever money we take, we must pay back so that a common person is not affected. No bank is closed, no bank becomes NPA, and no bank becomes a non-performing bank in times to come. So now the point here is how to do it, and what is on the table for the whole world. China, you know that they are at a level of about 950 to 1 billion ton, 950 million to 1 billion ton production. And unless they bring it down to a level of about 700 million, the world will not improve. If they don't bring it, then the world will bring them to a level of about 700 million. And finally, maybe about 500 million. The other people in the rest of the world, since the industry is going to be regionalized, as per my view, maybe wrong, but the moment this becomes the regionalized industry, then things will change. America used to be at 150 million about 30 years back. They will reach to more than 100 million or 110 million soon. Europe will be at a level about 140 million. The rest of the world, India we are aiming, we are hopeful that about 200 to 220 million. But the Indian steel mills should not invest today that they will be exporter to the world. China has already seen to become a world's workshop. I think that's the best example for us. My suggestion and my humble request to the steel fraternity that we should not become China and we should not compare ourselves with China. China, they worked in last 40 years to become the world's workshop, the world's steel industry. We don't have to be. We have 140 crore people, that is 1.4 or maybe 1.5 billion people. So we have to see that how to uplift the living standard of this 1.5 billion people. Government of India has taken a target to make India a developed country by 2047. This is a very challenging target. We all, those who are working today in the steel industry, we have to play a very vital role. There are three types of people working in the industry today. One, those in the age group of 55 to 60 or more. They have to be a preacher and tutor. The people, those in the age group of maybe 30 to 45 or 50, they have to be real hero of today's task. And the new generation, those who are just born or maybe 5 years old or 7, 10 years old, they have to take over the baton from the people, those who are in the second category of 35 to 45 years of age. So whatever we draft today openly, we should debate, discuss, and delegate so that we make our industry as healthier as possible. So to summarize, few takeaways. One, the green steel is little far distant dream, but decarbonization through efficiencies and by making a low emission steel can be done immediately. The blast furnaces in India, they should be disgraced, but before discouraging them or asking them to close or the new blast furnaces, stopping the new blast furnaces to close, we have to find out alternate steel making route, and that is only today is DRI. Jindal Steel has shown, JSPL has shown a path to the world that the steel can also be produced through coal gasification route. So this was the decision taken by Honorable Naveen ji in 2010, and we commissioned this plant in 2013. And since then, this plant was working on and off because there was no coal available. From December 2019 onwards, and especially during COVID time, the coal in abundance was available, and we restarted, or you can say recommissioned the DRI plant, and since then it has been working very well. We produce close to 2 million ton of DRI, and now we are adding 2 more coal gasification based DRI plant in Angul and 2 plants in Raigad. So total will be 5 plants in our company in Jindal, and based on syngas through the coal gasification. We are also now working with some of the mines in the vicinity of our plants, whether the underground coal gasification can be done. So the moment the underground coal gasification is possible, then even a gram of fly ash or the slag will not be generated. The fines will not be generated, the coal fines will not be generated. There are a couple of companies in the world, those who are working on the shallow mines. Shallow mines means not the very deep mines. Deep mines always more than 300 meters depth, and that goes as deeper as 1 kilometer. In India, there are few mines only where we can go to that level. But now people are working, the burden is quite, overburden is quite good. Then they can do the underground coal gasification even at a level about 200 meters, which is a good size for a country like ours. CBM was done in India, coal bed methane, couple of companies they have done. But after that, the drive go at a slow pace. I think Government of India, Ministry of Coal, and Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Energy, they should work on this particular CBM process, that where we can do the coal bed methane, we can take out, convert coal bed methane into syngas, the CH4 into H2 and CO. If we do that, then I think at least 60 to 70% of H2 we can use in our DRI plants. We in Jindal, we have also started using coke oven gas to produce DRI, and we are quite successful in that. I would request the scientists, the engineers, the professionals, those whosoever maybe wants to visit our plant in Angul, we always welcome them. We show them what the plant is. They can see by their own eyes what is coal gasification. Naveenji has given us a clear mandate that in the interest of nation, if anybody wants to see the plant, we must show them so that they are encouraged to implement in the country. Because we are blessed with more than 300 billion ton of coal, and by 2070, we have to make it zero consumption. So that means we only have a very little time to consume this entire coal. If not entire, then at least that which does not convert into a burning earth or burning fire, at least that much of coal we should reduce. Otherwise, if the coal is burning in the mines, that is also generating CO2. The point number 2 is the industry is going to be regionalized, so we should do our capex based on the Indian consumption and do not focus that we are going to export. That's why we want to put up more and more steel making facility. The point number 3 is for the small scale industries, medium scale industries. I'll not use the word secondary steel, but the people, those who are in the induction furnaces business, either from their own budget, or we should request Government of India to upgrade their induction furnaces to a level of electric arc furnaces like 50 ton, 70 ton, 100 ton, so that they can produce the alloy steels, and which is going to be in a great demand in the country. And they can produce high strength steel structures, whether it is for the transmission towers or it is for the steel buildings. The third point, Government of India already working how to beneficiate the iron ore. This is a great point. We have to make a complete balance, ecological balance. We in the age group of 30 to 60 years, or even 65, 70 years, we should not be that greedy that we want to consume the world's resources or the India's resources within our lifespan. We must leave some iron ore for the next generation, because another 200 or 300 years, the steel will still remain a solid commodity to serve the mankind. So thank you very much. In case of any question, you can post it. I'll be happy to reply. My speech, my suggestion is entirely based on my own experience. I don't vouch that I'm correct or 100% correct. Few of you may not agree with my thoughts, and few of you may agree with my thoughts. I respect everybody. Thank you very much. Namaskar. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, Thomas sir. You are not just my godfather, you are a leader of the industry. I always keep saying that, whatever you have predicted comes true tomorrow. We have our chief guest with us, the chairman of Asansol Durgapur Development Authority, and also the MLA of Raniganj, Mr. Taposh Banerjee. Now, Mr. Banerjee comes from the coal belt of Raniganj, which is the heartland of coal. So, some of us who talk of decarbonization and say, "Na, amader koila darkar nahi." I think Mr. Taposh Banerjee will say, "Na, koila darkar, kintu we have to use it judiciously." We should know how to use our resources. Sharma sir just mentioned that we use our resources judicially, and we have so much of coal resources, we should know how to use it. Amra koila ke dosh diye apni je pollute korche bolo. We should know how to use our koila. Ki kore koila ta ব্যবহার করব, to ensure that we reduce our carbon footprint by using the same resource. That is the greatness about India. We are a large producer of coal. Let us use our resources responsibly. কেউ যদি বেশি ভাত খায় তাহলেও মরে যেতে পারে। So we have to use everything responsibly. With that, let me welcome, may I request Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Managing Director, Kalfreezer, to escort our chief guest, Mr. Taposh Banerjee, Chairman of Asansol Durgapur Development Authority and MLA of Raniganj, to the dais. And Poshali, please do.
Big round of applause. We are absolutely honored to have with us our chief guest, Mr. Taposh Banerjee, sir, Chairman, Asansol Durgapur Development Authority and member of Legislative Assembly, Raniganj, West Bengal. We welcome you, sir. Can we have a big round of applause? Also on this note, I request Mr. Rajesh Kumar, sir, MD, Kalfreezer India, to please hand over the bouquet of honor and respect to our honorable chief guest, as well as all the other honorable speakers who are on the dais for the inaugural session. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a big round of applause for such a prestigious moment on the dais here? Indeed, a beautiful moment here at the Long and Flat Products Mission Green Steel and Energy Efficiency in Steel Industry by Steel and Metallurgy. Everybody, big round of applause and honor, a bouquet of respect to our honorable chief guests, as well as all the other speakers who are on the dais. We are absolutely honored by all of your presence. Thank you so much, sir.
I would like to address our chief guest. Taposh বাবু, আমার ছোট ভাই রাজেশকে ইন্ট্রোডিউস করে দিও। কালফ্রিজা বলে একটা কোম্পানি চালায় দুর্গাপুর থেকেই, কোম্পানির হেডকোয়ার্টার হচ্ছে স্পেন। ওরা ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্ট নিয়ে প্রচুর কাজকর্ম করছে। আপনাদের আসানসোল দুর্গাপুরে ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টের তো অনেক সমস্যা আছে, ওরা কিছু সলিউশন আছে ইনসিনারেটর, এবং দে ক্যান প্রডিউস provide a lot of solutions to both আসানসোল and দুর্গাপুর এই অঞ্চলের মিউনিসিপ্যালিটি গুলোর ওয়েস্ট ম্যানেজমেন্টে প্রচুর কাজকর্ম ওরা করে থাকে। আমার ছোট ভাই রাজেশ কুমার ও দুর্গাপুরেই থাকে। ও প্লিজ কিপ ইন টাচ উইথ ADDA so that you can work with ADDA to do some work on waste management as well. Generally আমরা রাজনৈতিক ব্যক্তিত্বদের আনতে ভয় পাই কনফারেন্সে, জানেন তো, কারণ অনেক আমাদের টপিক থেকে ডিভিয়েট করে নিয়ে চলে যায়। কিন্তু একটা বিষয়, আপনার বিষয়ে সবাই একমত, অত্যন্ত ভালো মানুষ। কালকে আমার এক অর্ঘদা আছে ওখানে, সো অর্ঘ মজুমদার আমার এক বন্ধু, কালকে আলোচনা হচ্ছিল, তাপস বাবুকে আমি চিফ গেস্ট করেছি, বলে অত্যন্ত ভালো কাজ করেছে, ওনার মতো ভালো মানুষ এই অঞ্চলে কেউ নেই। That is the reputation. Let us put our hands together for Taposh Banerjee, who is known as a good human being, an excellent human being. ভালো মানুষ, আমাদের রাজনৈতিক জগতে ভালো মানুষের খুব দরকার, এবং আপনি একটা খুব বড় উদাহরণ ভালো মানুষ হলে কি করা যায়। You have developed Asansol Durgapur in a big way. So hats off to the effort you have done. আর আপনি যে অঞ্চলের বিধায়ক, সেই অঞ্চলটা তো প্রাইমারিলি পলিউশন কন্ট্রোল করার প্রচুর স্কোপ আছে, প্রচুর কাজকর্ম করার জায়গা আছে, এবং আপনি আপনার সত্যি এই অবদানটা আমরা ডেফিনেটলি মনে রাখবো, কারণ আপনি আমি যেখানে শুনেছি আপনি ভালো মানুষ বলে আপনার একটা পরিচিতি আছে। তো উইদাউট ফার্দার অ্যাডিউ আমি জানি আপনার আজকে অত্যন্ত ব্যস্ত কার্যক্রম সারাদিনে আছে, তাই আমি সময় নষ্ট না করে আপনাকে অনুরোধ করব আজকে যদি আমাদের দু চার কথা আপনি কি তাপস বাবু, আপনি কি বসে বলতে চান না দাঁড়িয়ে? So our chief guest Mr. Taposh Banerjee, Chairman, Asansol Durgapur Development Authority, and MLA Raniganj will address us.
মানে মুখার্জি সাহেব যেটা বললেন সেটা অনেকটা বাড়িয়ে বললেন আর কি, যেভাবে বাড়িয়ে। তো আমি প্রথমে ভাবলাম যে এই অনুষ্ঠানে আমাকে চিফ গেস্ট করার কি দরকার, কারণ আমার সঙ্গে ব্যবসার সম্পর্ক বোধহয় 10,000 কিলোমিটার দূরে, আর কোনোরকম কোনো ব্যবসার সঙ্গে আমি জড়িত নই। কিন্তু আমি এটাও জানি যে ব্যবসা যদি না থাকে তাহলে কর্মসংস্থান হতে পারে না, দেশের উন্নতি হতে পারে না। তো ব্যবসায়ী যারা করে, ইন্ডাস্ট্রিয়াল যারা আছে, তারা আমি মনে করি যারা দেশের একজন বড় কার্যকর্তা বা দেশের যে সমৃদ্ধ করার পথে দেশ যে যাচ্ছে তারা একটা পিলার। তো যাই হোক, আজকে আমাদের ডিআইসি সাহেব আছেন আর অন্যান্য বিভিন্ন কোম্পানি থেকে যারা আসছেন তারা জানাকারী আছে, সামগ্রী আপনারা আছেন যারা উদ্যোগপতি, যারা বিভিন্ন রকম ব্যবসার সঙ্গে জড়িত, বিশেষ করে স্টিল ব্যবসার সঙ্গে। স্টিল তো ভারতবর্ষে 4,000 বছর আগে থেকে এসছে। আমরা প্রস্তর যুগ, লৌহ যুগ পেরিয়ে অনেকগুলো যুগ আমরা পেরিয়ে এসেছি, কিন্তু স্টিলের ব্যবহার ভারতবর্ষে প্রথম থেকে আছে। সেই মতো আমরা যত আধুনিক ভাবে স্টিল উৎপাদন করা যায় সেটা বিভিন্ন রকম সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে পরীক্ষা নিরীক্ষা চলছে। আরেকটা দেখবেন যে আজকে একটা ভীষণ ব্যাপার সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে একটা কথা হচ্ছে, যেটা বাস্তব সত্য, গ্লোবাল ওয়ার্মিং, যেটা আমাদের জীব বৈচিত্র্য, প্রাকৃতিক ভারসাম্য, যেটা প্রতি পদে পদে নষ্ট করছে। উন্নয়ন আর পরিবেশ, এর দুটোকে মিল খাইয়ে উন্নয়নটাকে কিভাবে অগ্রাধিকার দেওয়া যায়, সেটা কিন্তু আজকের দিনে সব থেকে চ্যালেঞ্জের ব্যাপার। যে কোনো ইন্ডাস্ট্রি, সেখানে যদি পরিবেশের সঙ্গে তারা যদি পরিবেশকে উপেক্ষা করে, তাহলে কিন্তু আমাদের যে মানব সমাজ যে উন্নয়ন, সেই উন্নয়ন কিন্তু একদিন এই প্রকৃতির মানে রোষেই কিন্তু অবরুদ্ধ হয়ে যাবে। এই যে আমরা দেখছি যে আজকে যে তাপমাত্রা বৃদ্ধি পাচ্ছে, এটা কিন্তু অতীতে কখনো হয়নি, মানে 120 বছরের মতো হয়নি যে তাপমাত্রা আমাদের বৃদ্ধি পেয়েছে। এটা প্রকৃতির সঙ্গে আমরা ভারসাম্য রাখতে পারছি না। তো কি গ্রিন স্টিল নাকি আপনারা বলছেন একটা, সেটা আমি জানি না, আমার কোনো আইডিয়া নেই। আমি শুধু এটুকু বলতে পারি যে যে কোনো ইন্ডাস্ট্রি করার জন্য বা যে কোনো উদ্যোগ করানোর জন্য সরকারের একটা নিয়ম আছে, কিন্তু সেই সরকারি নিয়মটা মেনে কোথায় কতটা হয় সে আপনারাও জানেন না, আমরাও জানি না। আমরা জানি একটা ইন্ডাস্ট্রি করতে গেলে 30% তার সবুজায়ন করতে হয়, কিন্তু আমরা অনেক সময় দেখি 30% সবুজায়ন হলে 5% সবুজায়ন থাকে। এটা কিন্তু আপনি খালি ব্যক্তিগতভাবে আপনার ক্ষতি করছেন না, এটা কিন্তু সমগ্র মানব সমাজকে আমরা ক্ষতি করছি। তো যাই হোক, আজকে আলোচনা হচ্ছে, আমি শুনলাম যিনি বক্তব্য রাখছিলেন তিনি পরিবেশের উপর কিছু কথা বললেন। এটা কিন্তু আমাদের সবারই পক্ষে আজকে দেখার বিষয় হচ্ছে যে কিভাবে পরিবেশের সঙ্গে সাহায্য রেখে আমরা আমাদের উদ্যোগকে বাড়িয়ে নিয়ে যেতে পারি, কিভাবে জীববৈচিত্র্যকে অবহেলা না করে আমরা আমাদের উদ্যোগকে বাড়িয়ে দেশকে সমৃদ্ধ করতে পারি। এইটা কিন্তু আজকের দিনে আমাদের খুব চ্যালেঞ্জের বিষয়। তো এগুলো আপনারাই পারেন, আপনারা যারা প্রতিনিয়ত এই ব্যবস্থার মধ্যে আছেন, প্রতিনিয়ত এই সিস্টেমটাকে নিয়ে এগিয়ে চলেছেন, আপনারাই পারবেন এটাকে কিভাবে আগামী দিনে এর সলিউশন করা যায়। যাই হোক, আরেকবার আমি মিস্টার মুখার্জিকে আমার অনেক কৃতজ্ঞতা ধন্যবাদ জানাই যে এরকম একটি মহতী অনুষ্ঠান আমাকে প্রধানমন্ত্রী করে আনার জন্য, যার সঙ্গে আমার কোনোভাবেই সম্পর্ক নেই। আমি কালকে বলছিলাম যে আমি কি জন্য বলে আপনি আসবেন। তো যাই হোক, এই জন্য আমাকে ডেকেছেন। আমি সকলকে শুভেচ্ছা কামনা করি। আপনাদের যে আলোচনা এটা সার্থক হোক এবং এর মাধ্যমে আগামী দিনে আপনারা কিছু একটা জেনে এর মাধ্যমে যেন আগামী দিনে আমরা ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করতে পারি, এই কামনা করে আরেকবার সবাইকে শুভেচ্ছা নমস্কার জানিয়ে আমার কথা শেষ করছি। জয় হিন্দ।
আমি অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ ও কৃতজ্ঞতা জ্ঞাপন করতে চাই তাপসবাবু আপনার প্রতি। আপনি বললেন আপনার হয়তো ব্যবসার সাথে যোগাযোগ নেই বা সেই অর্থে ইস্পাত উদ্যোগের সঙ্গে যোগাযোগ নেই, কিন্তু এই আসানসোল দুর্গাপুর অঞ্চলটা এটা এখন গড়ে উঠতে চলেছে একটা ইস্পাত শিল্পের বিশাল একটা। আপনি জানেন পরশুদিন আমরা আজকে সকালে যেটা নিয়ে শুরু করেছি, পরশুদিন সেলের বোর্ড সিং সাহেব ওনাদের যে সেলের বোর্ড অফ ডাইরেক্টরস, তাতে যে প্রপোজালটা পেশ করা হয়েছে তাতে ধরুন আমরা বলি মিলিয়ন ফর বিলিয়ন, মানে 1 মিলিয়ন টন স্টিল করতে $1 বিলিয়ন ইনভেস্টমেন্ট লাগে, মানে ধরুন প্রায় 9,000 কোটি টাকার মতো $1 মিলিয়নে লাগে। এই 9,000 ইন্টু 4 মানে 36,000 কোটি টাকা আমাদের বিনিয়োগ হতে চলেছে এই বার্নপুরে। বার্নপুরে যেটা আগে ইসকো প্ল্যান্ট ছিল, যেটা বার্নপুর প্ল্যান্ট, তার ঠিক পাশে একটা নতুন ইস্পাত কারখানা তৈরি হতে চলেছে, যেটা 4 মিলিয়ন টন, 40 লক্ষ টন ফ্ল্যাট প্রোডাক্ট। মানে আমাদের তো স্টিলের দুটো ভাগ হয়, একটা লং, একটা ফ্ল্যাট। এই 4 মিলিয়ন এই টাকাটা বিনিয়োগ হতে চলেছে, এবং যা পরিকল্পনা আছে তাতে 2029-এর মধ্যে এটা শেষ হবে। মানে আগামী 5-6 বছর আমরা বিশাল একটা বিনিয়োগ দেখতে চলেছি। মানে এত বড় একটা বিনিয়োগ পশ্চিমবঙ্গের সরকার এবং কেন্দ্রীয় সরকার দুজনের একসঙ্গে মেলবন্ধন ছাড়া সম্ভব নয়। যদিও জমি সেলের কাছে আছে, জমি কিন্তু বাকি যা যা আপনি জানেন, ফরেস্ট ক্লিয়ারেন্স, বাকি ক্লিয়ারেন্স গুলো সব রাজ্য সরকার আর কেন্দ্র সরকার মিলে করতে হবে। সেই জন্য আশা রাখবো আপনার সহযোগিতা ইস্পাত শিল্প পাবে, কারণ প্রচুর এতে বিনিয়োগ হলে বুঝতেই পারছেন কর্মসংস্থান প্রচুর হবে, প্রচুর মানুষ চাকরি পাবে। অ্যানসিয়ারি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি আমরা যেটা বলি, একটা বড় শিল্প হলে বিভিন্ন ছোট ছোট শিল্প গড়ে ওঠে, সেই জন্য অ্যানসিলিয়ারি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি বিশাল একটা গ্রোথ আমরা এবং দেখতে পাবো, চোখে দেখতে পাবো। প্রচুর মানুষের কর্মসংস্থান, দোকানপাট ইত্যাদি ইত্যাদি প্রচুর গড়ে উঠবে। এবার আমি সুনন্দ দাকে অনুরোধ করব, সুনন্দ সেনগুপ্ত, ভাইস প্রেসিডেন্ট TRL প্রসাকি। ওনাদের উড়িষ্যায় মেইন রিফ্র্যাক্টরি প্লান্ট আছে, কিন্তু কলকাতা শহরে উনি ওনার TRL প্রসাকির হেডকোয়ার্টার কলকাতা শহরে অবস্থিত। সুনন্দ দা, দ্য ফ্লোর ইজ ইয়ার্স। রিফ্র্যাক্টরি তাপস বাবু, আমাদের ফার্নেসে কিছু ইট লাগে, মানে কিছু সাপোর্ট যেগুলো ফার্নেসের চারদিকে ফার্নেসকে প্রোটেক্ট করে, তাকে রিফ্র্যাক্টরি বলি আমরা। বাকি রিফ্র্যাক্টরি কি সুনন্দ দা 2-4 কথায় যদি একটু তাপস বাবুকে বুঝিয়ে করেন। সুনন্দ দা, রিফ্র্যাক্টরি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি কি এবং TRL প্রসাকি কি করে? ওভার টু ইউ মিস্টার সুনন্দ সেনগুপ্ত, সিনিয়র ভাইস প্রেসিডেন্ট TRL প্রসাকি।
Thank you, Montana. Respected Singh sir, fellow panelists and ladies and gentlemen. Durgapur is actually special to me because I am actually born and brought up in Durgapur. And my mother used to work in Durgapur steel plant for almost more than 30 years. She retired from here. So my schooling, my initial education has all been in Durgapur, so it has always been a nostalgic feeling to come in a conference where we are talking about creating a green belt, because that's ultimately the objective which all of us have. The distinguished panelists before me have already outlined the challenges which the steel industry is facing. So obviously, I'm not going to again talk about that, because there are many other eminent panelists who can speak hour and hour and even better than me on this subject. But as Nirmala said, and just to clarify a little bit to our honorable chief guest today, the refractory is a component which is used in the steel industry, and without this component, none of the furnaces which are on high temperature can run. So therefore, it's a very integral to the process efficiency of any steel operations, whether it's a integrated mill or a mini mill. And it's basically a chemical material, but it comes in a shaped form as well as in an unshaped form. Eta brief hisebo ashe othoba eta castable powder form e ashe. So it's basically a subject of material science, and because it's not a homogeneous product, it's a heterogeneous product. So therefore, its behavior is intricately related with how the operations of a steel plant takes place. But anyway, that's a different subject altogether. What I would like to dwell upon today quickly in the next 5 minutes, because I have there are also a lot of other speakers after me. I will not touch upon these figures, but only one thing which I thought of sharing, which is over and above what our predecessor speakers have already told, is that if you look at the growth in the steel production, primarily if you are saying, talking a figure of 2050, then what we are interestingly seeing is that China is actually gearing up more and more on EAF production because they are going to occupy a bigger portion of the plant. Followed by DRI, followed by the scrap. And interestingly, today India already is producing almost 54% of their entire steel production through this scrap and the EAF route. So potentially what is being looked at, and again, this is not my data, it is a data which is applicable on several public forums, like Inform, like Wall Street Forum. So they are saying that primarily this drive of moving over from the blast furnace route to the electric arc furnace route will actually happen in European Union, UK, and the 3 countries, which is China, Taiwan, and Japan. And Japan is actually doing a lot of experimentations on that. But anyway, again, that's a subject of deliberation. There are lots of ifs and buts which we have to see as we go into the future. But let me talk essentially about refractories, because as we had heard that roughly between every ton of steel almost contributes to a generation of roughly about 1.7 to 2.1, depending upon the kind of process which the steel mill has. If we talk of refractories, then there are 2 parts at which we look at the carbon dioxide emission. One part is the raw material. Why? Because when we are producing the raw material from the natural available sources, some amount of calcination needs to be done to drive out the impurities which are embedded in that natural raw material to make it fit for usage in producing the finished good. So there is an emission of carbon dioxide which happens from the raw material itself. And if you have to go as per the scope 3 emission definitions, then this very raw material ultimately actually adds up to the carbon dioxide emission which is contributed by the finished product. And as I said, that there are basically 2 clear-cut divisions of refractories. One is the monolithic and another is the brick. And if you look at in terms of carbon dioxide emission, a monolithic actually emits lesser carbon dioxide because of the fundamental reason that to produce a brick, an additional thermal energy needs to be invested upon. So if we look at what is exactly going to happen as per the estimate which has been made in the year 2020, so it's a little bit of old data, but then subsequently this data is continuously getting revised. But what we are saying is that almost 140 million tons of carbon dioxide emission is going to happen or is getting emitted through the production of refractories as well as the calcination of the raw materials. And these are some of the data which each of the important raw materials which are available as natural resources contribute to when they are processed into usable material for manufacturing the finished product. So then there are basic challenges as we look at it. And I am not only talking of Dheeraj Kosaki, representing the refractory industry. These are the key 4 challenges that we look at. One is that because we have a import dependency of raw material, because in our country today, the natural reserves of raw materials still remains a challenge in terms of manufacturing refractories which fulfill the ever-changing needs of technology. So therefore, the long supply chain, which means we are actually importing. And when you are importing, so ultimately it is adding to the carbon footprint. The second is that when we go into the manufacturing process, the carbon dioxide emission automatically takes place because a lot of thermal units are involved in producing that material. The third challenge which we have is with respect to that how we can reduce the carbon content in our finished products, because some of the finished products actually have carbon content which is required because the operational process in steel demands that, because it protects the steel from creating a corrosive effect on the equipment. And last but not the least, which the speakers previously also talked about, is the challenges with respect to the carbon storage. So if we now synchronize with each of these challenges, then what we can clearly see is that lot of activities actually happening on the reuse and recycle of raw material. So today what the industry is doing is that taking the used material from the customer premises and doing some value addition on that, making it usable for manufacturing the finished product. Of course, there are certain limitations on that. There's a different science and technology altogether, but I can tell that on an average in the industry, roughly between 7 to 10% of recycling on an average. Somebody is doing more, somebody is doing less, depending upon their product profile. But on an average, 7 to 10% of recycling has already started. And the overall global target is that, and it's not only about the Indian manufacturers, the global refractory manufacturers are also talking about it. And they're saying that a target of 25% of usage of recycled product in the finished good would be a reasonable target to contribute towards the reduction of the carbon dioxide emission. So that's one activity. The second activity is that how we can replace fuels like petcoke, how we can replace or make more process efficient processes for utilization of coal, as well as furnace oil and liquid petroleum oil, and make the firing units much more energy efficient. And to that effect, I'm happy to announce that the industry has already started progressing quite aggressively on the usage of natural gas. In fact, the organization which I represent has already got the connection, the lines from Gas Authority of India Limited, and we have converted almost 60% of our thermal units from usage of petcoke, combination of petcoke and furnace oil, to usage of natural gas. And our target is that by the end of this financial year, the usage of petcoke in our plant will be absolutely zero. So in similar manner, there are many other organizations in the refractory industry who have already taken a step on that front. The third activity is on the green refractories, which means that how new technologies can be imbibed to reduce the presence of carbon in the finished product and produce more and more of greener clay. In the greener product cycle, there are some challenges which are currently there, but with organizations like Steel Authority of India, I remember in Durgapur Steel Plant itself, which uses magnesia carbon bricks for its steel ladle, which has a huge consumption, was one of the first steel plants within the country, along with Tata Steel, who have actually thought about migrating from a carbonaceous based refractory material to a non-carbonaceous based refractory material usage in their ladle, not now, but way back in 2018. So these are the different, I can give like several examples of that, but these are some of the steps which the refractory industry is taking in terms of product innovation along with the steel industry. But I must admit that work with respect to carbon dioxide storage has not yet started in this industry. We are in a learning phase. A lot of research work is done, but in terms of execution, in all the three areas which I spoke of, the execution has already started. But this is an area where we are still left with a lot of work to be done, and R&Ds are already in progress. Anyway, so this was all I had to talk about. So in conclusion, I can only say that today refractories, which contribute to almost 9 to 10 kg of specific consumption per ton of crude steel production, will definitely come a long way in terms of contributing to the overall carbon footprint reduction of the steel industry. But still, a lot of challenges are there, a lot of research is happening, and I'm sure that in the next 10, 15 years horizon, we will have a very strong charter of execution, which will enable us to be successful. Thank you so much.
ধন্যবাদ তাপস বাবু। আমি শুধু 2 সেকেন্ড আপনাকে একটু আটকে রাখবো, কারণ একটা বিশেষ কারণ আমাদের মুখ্যমন্ত্রী একটা বিশাল কাজ করে গেছেন, সেটা হচ্ছে বঙ্গভূমি। এক্ষুনি রিফ্র্যাক্টরি আপনি একটা প্রেজেন্টেশন দেখলেন, আমাদের একটা বঙ্গভূমি ক্লাস্টার তৈরি করেছেন আমাদের স্টেট গভর্নমেন্ট, আমাদের রাজ্য সরকার। অশোক চক্রবর্তী বাবু আপনি আছেন? অশোক বাবু একবার আসুন। অশোক বাবু জাস্ট এক মিনিট, আমাদের তাপস বাবু থাকাকালীন আপনাকে একটাই অনুরোধ করব, আপনি একটু বঙ্গভূমি ক্লাস্টারটা আমাদের রাজ্য সরকার এবং এবং সরকারের হ্যাঁ, তো এটা একটা বিশাল আমার মনে হয় বড় কাজ, যদি আমরা এই বঙ্গভূমি ক্লাস্টারটাকে গড়ে তুলতে পারি ভালোভাবে। এবং আপনাদের জাস্ট আচ্ছা, অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ। শুধু একটা কাজ, একটা মেমেন্টো আপনাকে তো আমাকে দিতে হবে, এটা না, এইটুকু আপনাকে শুধু এক মিনিট। হ্যাঁ, বাবু আবার অনেক অনেক ধন্যবাদ। অনেক আপনি সময় দিয়েছেন আমাদের আজকে এত ব্যস্ত অনুষ্ঠানের মধ্যেও, আপনার সারাদিনের কার্যক্রম ছিল তা সত্ত্বেও। উইথ দ্যাট অশোকবাবু, আপনি দুটো জাস্ট বঙ্গভূমি ক্লাস্টার রিফ্র্যাক্টরি ইন্ডাস্ট্রি সম্বন্ধে দুটো কথা শুধু। হ্যাঁ, আপনাকে উঠতে হবে না। হ্যাঁ অশোকবাবু, এখানে দাঁড়িয়ে আপনি বসে বলুন, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। আপনি আপনি বসে বলুন, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই।
বঙ্গভূমি ক্লাস্টার বাংলা বলবো?
হ্যাঁ বলুন।
বঙ্গভূমি ক্লাস্টার এই অঞ্চলে আপনারা সবাই জানেন, তবুও জানেন এই অঞ্চলে রিফ্র্যাক্টরি ইউনিট পুরুলিয়া, দুর্গাপুর, পাটলি, আস্তল, এই অঞ্চলটাতে প্রচুর ছোট ছোট রিফ্র্যাক্টরি আছে। আমরা রিপ্রেজেন্ট করি সমস্ত এসএসআই বা টাইনি যেসব মাইক্রো লেভেলের রিফ্র্যাক্টরি তাদের। এবার সুন্দরবন আছেন অনেক বড় বড় রিফ্র্যাক্টরি ম্যানুফ্যাকচারার। তো উই আর অলসো কানেক্টেড উইথ দেম। নির্মাণের সঙ্গে আমরা জড়িয়ে আছি। এখন কথা হচ্ছে যে আমাদের এই অঞ্চলে ক্লাস্টার একটা আমরা তৈরি করেছি উইথ দ্য হেল্প অফ স্টেক হোল্ডার্স। আমাদের এখানে অনেকে আছে, 10% স্টেক হোল্ডার্স, 10% কন্ট্রিবিউশন করেছে, 10% দিয়েছে স্টেট গভর্নমেন্ট আর 80% দিয়েছে সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্ট। প্রায় আমাদের 12 কোটি টাকার প্রজেক্ট করেছিলাম আমরা ডিপিআর করে, তাতে আমরা চালু করতে পেরেছি। অনেকে লেগেছে 7-8 বছর, যাই হোক ওই গড়টা বানিয়ে এবং চালু করেছি। এবং সেখানে আমরা ক্যালসিলেশন প্ল্যান বসিয়েছি এবং এই ক্যালসিলেশন প্ল্যানটা এখন চলছে। এখানকার যে লোকাল রিফ্র্যাক্টরি ম্যাটেরিয়াল কিছু আছে, এগুলোকে আমরা সিউলিক ইত্যাদি বক্সাইড এগুলো ক্যালসাইন করি এবং আমাদের যে ছোট ছোট ইন্ডাস্ট্রি গুলো যাতে কম পয়সায় পেতে পারে সেটা করি। এবং এই টাকাটা পুরোটাই আমরা পেয়েছি উইদাউট এনি ইন্টারেস্ট। তো এবং ইন দ্য লং রান হয়তো এটা আমাদের পুরোপুরি গ্র্যান্ডটা হয়ে যাবে। তো এটা খুব ভালো জিনিস এবং এটা নতুন জিনিস। পশ্চিমবঙ্গে আজ অব্দি এত বড় ক্লাস্টার হয় ফার্স্ট আছে, ছোট ছোট ক্লাস্টার আছে। তো এটা আমরা মনে করি রিফ্র্যাক্টরির জন্য খুব ভালো। এবং ভবিষ্যতে আমরা এরমাকেও রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি অলরেডি, এখান থেকে অ্যানাউন্স করি যে আমাদের একটা খুব বড় একটা মেশিন আছে, এক্সট্রা মেশিন, সেটার জন্য আমরা একটু হেল্প পেয়েছি। কিছু টাকা আছে, যেহেতু এটা 7-8 বছরের পুরোনো প্ল্যান ডিপিআর, তাতে ওই এক্সট্রা মেশিনের দামটা অনেকটাই 50 লক্ষ টাকার উপরে। তো আমরা যেটা ফান্ডে আছে সে কম আছে। আমরা এরমাকে রিকোয়েস্ট করেছি, চিঠিও দিয়েছি যে যদি কিছু ওরা কন্ট্রিবিউট করেন আমাদের সঙ্গে, তাহলে এক্সট্রা মেশিনটা আমরা নিতে পারি, যেহেতু 7-8 বছর পুরোনো হলে দামটা বেড়ে গেছে। ইম্পর্টেন্ট মেটেরিয়াল। তো এইটা আমি বলি এবং আশা করি ভবিষ্যতে স্টিল এবং রিফ্র্যাক্টরি তো পারস্পরিক জড়িত, আশা করি ভবিষ্যতে আমরা স্টিল ইন্ডাস্ট্রির সঙ্গে জড়িয়ে একটা ভালো কাজ করতে পারবো। নমস্কার।
অসংখ্য ধন্যবাদ। আমাদের সবার প্রচেষ্টা থাকে পশ্চিমবঙ্গের যে জিওগ্রাফিক্যাল অ্যাডভান্টেজ, we are blessed to be located very close to the entire Southeast Asian market. আমাদের এখান থেকে ব্যাংকক 2 ঘন্টার ফ্লাইট, আমাদের এখান থেকে Singapore is 3 hours away. We are strategically located to cater to the entire Southeast Asian market. On the other hand, we have a big hinterland in Nepal, Bhutan, which is very close to our state. So we should capitalize on the geographical advantages. We are blessed with abundant resources of iron ore, coal in our neighboring states in Jharkhand, in Odisha. So when Mr. Buddhadev Bhattacharya was Chief Minister, I had personally requested to him to form a regional council with the states in the eastern region where we could help each other out in terms of promoting industries like steel, which needs raw materials, and dependence on raw materials so high that if we were to bring raw materials from other states, unless you have good logistics, you cannot do it. Logistics plays a very important role because we say to produce 1 ton of steel, you need to move 4 tons of raw materials. You need 1.6 tons of iron ore, you need coke, you need fluxes. So logistics plays a very important role in steel industry. With that, without wasting much of time, because we are running much beyond schedule. So back to back, Praveen, Mr. Vishwadeep Bhattacharya and Fernando, 3 of you back to back, because I cannot keep DIC waiting because his plant is running and he has to keep a track of what is happening in the plant. So back to back, quick, and then we'll have to start winding up. So quick, Praveen, you are very close to me. I'm sure you have a flight to catch, so you will rush through your presentation. Same goes for Mr. Vishwadeep Bhattacharya from Primetals and also Fernando from PSI Metals. So back to back. Amanda, 3 back to back without any break. The floor is yours. Praveen first, followed by Vishwadeep Bhattacharya and then Fernando. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Nirmala. Thank you, sir, for this giving us the opportunity. And we are very much thankful to DIC for being present in this occasion and enlightening us with the new developments and challenges. Yeah, the topic which I'm going to cover is basically the iGlue, alternate route of making the pig iron, which we have discussed in the morning session also. I will very quickly touch upon. Of course, I will skip these things, sustainability and all. Basically, how to make DRI. As Mr. Singh, you are aware that you have seen that there is a DRI which are coming up, energy iron. This is jointly developed with Penary and Tenova. This belongs to Tenova HYL, our technology, which can use, we can start with the coal gasification to begin with. And then, as you rightly said, we can switch over to natural gas or coal bed methane, which is also available in this region. But of course, economics and availability is the criteria which we have to address. And it should be hydrogen ready. How this happens that if we are having good quality of DR plant, then it is good that we can use electric arc furnace. But on the other hand, if we are targeting the low grade iron, because that is the only thing which is going to be in reality, considering the cost, economics and availability. So, of course, I am skipping this electric arc furnaces because you all know that there are a lot of references across the globe, including in Algeria. There are 2 big plants of 300 ton each, 250 ton each, which are commissioned. And then even Ternium, they are going for 3 million ton same electric arc furnace with hot DRI, and also the Tata Steel Netherlands. So that is one aspect. But what is more important right now at the moment is to address how to go ahead with this BF grade iron, means having the high GaN and high silica or alumina, whatever is there, how we can make steel from it. So the other route is making the DRI, high carbon DRI, and go for the open slag bath furnace. You can see on the right side, there are the open slag bath furnace. Typically, if you see, it is a reducing and submerged arc furnace type of thing, but it works in a brush arc mode. We call it IBU. And if you see, the DRI is on the top and OSBF is in the downside. And I'll just show you how this works not in a submerged arc mode, but by look and appearance, it is like submerged arc furnace for ferroalloys making. But yes, for ferrochrome and all, but it works in a brush arc mode. So what happens that it is not immersed into the bath, but it is just touching the bath surface. Basically, the aim is to melt it. And this is the plant already in ferronickel. They are using this type of concept. And you can see we are putting the for 2.5 million ton. Here we are suggesting 2 OSBF, means open slag bath furnaces. Each can produce around up to 1.3 million ton per annum. This is a circular one, and the main important thing is that yes, we are able to capture the carbon monoxide, and which can be used. Unlike in electric arc furnace, here we can use just like in LD gas, we can capture the CO. It can be used for various purposes. And the other features, these are the other features which I'm just skipping at the moment. And yes, there you might have heard that there is one more technology available which Tata Steel in Netherlands they initially tried, but of course they are not going ahead with that. That is called rectangular type of open slag bath furnace. Basically, we can provide both circular as well as rectangular. But that there are challenges with the rectangular that basically it requires 6 electrodes, and it's quite complicated to operate from the maintenance and operation point of view. So we feel that since all the submerged arc furnace people, they are more conversant with the circular one. So the circular design is better for melting the high carbon DRI. And the first phase and the second, once it is fully implemented, then we can go for the other aspect. This is the real plant you can see in that is in Quebec in Canada, already in operation. And so this is what we are telling is not something new. It is already in practices for the mineral wool and all. They work in a submerged arc mode. You can see some of the references. Basically, they are in the brush arc mode. Sorry, brush arc mode. So the same concept we will be using for the melting the DRI into pig iron, and the pig iron and as a byproduct we get the slag, just like in blast furnace, which can be used for the cement industries. And in the downstream facility, we can retain the BOF LD converters, or else we can install this zero power furnace, which is installed in GSP Raigarh. They call it NOF, in which there is no electrical energy, only with 80%, 85%, 90% hot metal, just like in converter mode, the same furnace can work. So these are the 2 routes which we have shown how we can reduce the carbon footprint. To begin with, we can utilize it with the coke oven gas, means the DRI plant, just like in China, there are many DRI plants which are in operation with the coke oven gas, or in India, we can consider the syngas to begin with. And then we can switch over to natural gas, which is already the pipeline is laid in this region, or coal bed methane. I think you are the better judge how we can utilize the coal bed methane, which is available in this, which we are blessed to have coal bed methane in this region, if we can utilize it. And then of course it is hydrogen ready. So these are the routes which we have tried to show. And yes, this is about our sustainability approach. Thank you. Hello.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me? Auntie back? Yes, thank you. So, I use the mic because it's more convenient than so, I think after we stand, we knew and the lunch. We have finished our slides quite fast, so I'll try best also. My name is Vishnu Bhattacharya. I am Vice President of Primetals, which is a group company of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries. And I will be talking about transition pathways and the emergence of green steel. First of all, thanks to the organization for having Primetals here. Thanks to the panelists of the stage here in the city. I remember I last met you on the Biocar conference in RDCI. So nice meeting you again. And yeah, let's start on with the topic. Just a short introduction. Primetals is a group company of MHI, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, probably the only company in the world which has got technological solutions in land, air, water, but also space. The entire space organization in Japan is driven by MHI. So I did not go for the figures, 81,000 employees and experience of more than 150 years. And we are part of this group company and bringing the synergies within the MHI world. So what I mean to say is, when we are talking about decarbonization, for us, it's not only to look in isolation at a particular perspective. We are not only looking at the decarbonization, but also looking at setting up an ecosystem which takes care of the decarbonization. Also, when hydrogen comes in, to develop an ecosystem for hydrogen. I think it is important to look at the demand and the supply perspective of both decarbonization and hydrogenation. And that's what we bring as a value to our customers. So what I need to say is, if you look at some of the figures of steel production worldwide, and this has been intensively been discussed, so I will just grossly go through it, that our specific CO2 consumption is pretty high. We have a net zero target. Each company has a net zero target. Interestingly, the last couple of months, I believe all of them, JSW, AMNS, SAIL, have come up with their decarbonization targets, which is interesting. Yeah, 3.1 gigaton of CO2. So steel after power is the most carbon intensive, as we know. What is important is to know is that demand will still grow at about 0.5%. It was mentioned that China will kind of come down, India will grow. So it will still grow, but at a very slower rate, driven by the blast furnace route for the India and Asia market. So India and Asia, we still feel that about 60 to 70% of the production will still go through the BFA route. And we have to look at the decarbonization technologies on mainly on iron making and then steel making, of course. What is interesting is electrification will come in. So we will see by 2050 about 70% electrification in the process. What is also important is as we produce green steel, we also have to think about the price of green steel to the market. So there has to be also a network developed for taking care of the supply of green steel. So consumers need to be interested on green steel. We see already interest in the European market, but this has to be also applicable for the Indian market, as was also discussed intensively in the morning. A no-brainer side, we all already know that the path to decarbonization has many solutions. There is no single silver bullet. So you can, at the extreme end, go to a fully scrap-based solution, which will really drive down your carbon emissions. And in between, you will have the DRI, vertical or horizontal approach, which we shall talk about. And this can give you different types of specific CO2 consumptions. Also a slide that was discussed intensively that it will be a transient pathway as we go ahead in the next few years, starting with the short-term approach, which is the low-hanging fruit, was explained many times. That process optimization, asset optimization is the easiest way to reduce about 25 to 30% of the CO2 footprint. That would also give you the time to develop already the alternative technologies. So this is the transition phase. And in the long term, we have to look at carbon direct avoidance, carbon capture, full-scale carbon capture, renewable energy driven arc furnaces. So as we know, the renewable energy and the arc furnace needs to be connected, and there has to be a proper power feeding into the system. So these are all research and development topics that we are also part of. The power feeding is going to be very key as we go ahead. This is interesting because the optimization phase, if you look across the different parts of iron and steel making, you already have a lot of best available technologies that we can already use. So, I am part of 3 Green Steel Task Force that was set up by Ministry of Steel. I think my team members here also have been part. So I've been part of the energy efficiency, green hydrogen and carbon capture. And for the energy efficiency task force, we have already developed a set of DATs that is applicable for India. So, we didn't have a set of DATs for India. They were adapted, also customized. We also did benchmark on costing. And all the technology suppliers, the steel producers used a joint effort to make the DAT. You can see some of these DATs which can effectively reduce your carbon footprint, not only in agglomeration, but in blast furnace and also the arc furnace state. What is interesting is the chief place where we can play decarbonization is the blast furnace, as has also been stressed. And, from an experience perspective, in India, we did the second time in the world we injected hydrogen in the blast furnace. So we partnered with Tata Steel, their blast furnace heat. We injected up to 5 kg per ton. So this was a major, I would say, a learning. I would say it's an R&D. It's a way to find out how to work with hydrogen. Hydrogen is a gas, and it has to be remembered with low ignition point. It doesn't have any flame, doesn't have any color. So the experience of this project has taught us how to kind of work with hydrogen. So hydrogen bearing gas injection, and this has now become a common technology for decarbonization if you look at the strategy of many steel producers in India. But what we must remember is hydrogen bearing gas injection is as a limitation. You can only inject up to a certain level. And I will show in a following slide the cost benefit analysis of the different feeds into the hydrogen. So from a parameters perspective, we are really focusing on the injection systems on the blast furnace. We are not so much focused on top gas recycling, which was also discussed. We believe that the conversion of CO2 to CO using plasma or any other means also adds the carbon footprint. So a life cycle assessment of the carbon has to be done. So this is what I was talking about. This shows you in one graph. This was a study we did for a Vietnamese steel maker, changing the raw materials or the burden of the blast furnace from a base version, which we normally use for let's say 150 to 175 PCI, then mixing it with COG, hydrogen, methane, and HBI. What this graph shows is that you may reduce the carbon footprint by hydrogen injection, but your cost, the effective cost of production, goes high. And each one of these feedstocks will have different values of the cost and the benefits on the CO2 emission. So what the essence of the slide is, we have to be very careful on how much we can inject and how much we can scale up. This one, I initially thought of going intensively on one or two topics of this best available technology. But let me just highlight that this is something that is very interesting for the Indian steel producers. We will probably announce a project on this very soon. This is sequence impulse process. Essentially, what happens is that the blast furnace, as it is operating, it's actually, I'll go to this slide. So there is a formation of a bird nest over time. So the carbon deposits on the blast furnace reduces the overall productivity of the furnace. So what we are doing in this technology is pulsing about 20 bar pressure oxygen. So the quantity of oxygen is very less, only that we are having very high kinetic energy to pulse it. So you can see that some of the pulsing will then decongest the bird's nest and allowing that the overall flow of the gas inside the blast furnace, instead of going to the walls, going to the racetrack. So what happens is, I will not go into these details. Initially, I had thought we will have time, but let's say the operational benefits. The beta CO increases by 1.5%. The coke reduces, the coal rate increases, so you will have an overall fuel rate indication in decrease of 9 kg per ton. This has been proven in a blast furnace in Schwelgert by ThyssenKrupp Steel. And while we are reducing the fuel rate, you can obviously estimate that the CO2 emitted then automatically gets reduced. So this is one of the, I would say, the innovative and the most easily applicable technologies in a current blast furnace that you can immediately deploy for decarbonization. What will happen in the transition phase? Now moving from the short term to the transition, I think this one slide will paint the picture of the entire pathways. So we will still have carbon-based technologies as we discussed. There will be people who will still go through the same route. Probably we will have a carbon capture, utilization and storage of such blast furnaces. What will happen also, the lumpy iron ore in India, I think it was spoken about 62% Fe. So the iron content is expected to also go down in the future. And now I'm talking about a horizon of 10 to 15 years. The lumpy size of the iron ore will also come down. So we will more and more have more sinter feed and pellet feed in the system. We have to be very careful, and this is also what we discussed in the Green Hydrogen Task Force, how to take care of such changes in the raw material. And that is where we have our solution on HYFOR, which is a fine iron ore reduction by hydrogen. So it can then scale up from a natural gas and move to hydrogen using a fluidized bed technology, which is horizontal. So it's not a vertical shaft, it's a horizontal shaft technology. We are also partnering with POSCO for HyREX, which is also hydrogen-based fine ore reduction. This is basically the experience of HyREX, maybe a technology you may know, extending that for hydrogen. And on the right-hand side, we will still have scrap-based technologies, the best possible, but as we know, India is still a net importer of steel, and 20-25 years ahead, we will see how this scrap market evolves. What will be interesting is now to link the power of MHI and Pravatans together, how we serve the customer. As I was saying, the production of hydrogen and linking it to the application. This is where we will bring our group companies on power, Mitsubishi Power, who makes the turbines. And these turbines can be gas-fired, so you can have very high productivity compared to the steam turbine and the TRT approach, which is between 40 to 45% productive. We can also bring in our compressors. So as hydrogen becomes readily available, you will need very strong compressors. So Mitsubishi shall be able to then combine all these technologies and present a very good solution to our steel producers. At the end, we will also need to take care of the usage. And here we are partnering with LanzaTech. LanzaTech, I believe, had a session today, but is not able to join in, but they would have then explained their solution. Okay, this is just to show you, not going into the details, the first hydrogen park in the world in Takasoga, where we are in Japan producing the hydrogen and also using and storing it. This is a facility which is available. Our customers are already making reference with this. I will not go into this slide, but just want to highlight that about 70% of the industrial emissions go through Mitsubishi Heavy Industries KM-CDR process, Kawasaki Mitsubishi carbon capture process. And we are also poised to be the main technological driver whenever India comes into the carbon capture and utilization space. We have started, so what you say here is a reference across the world, but none of these references are for iron and steel industry. As we have discussed, carbon capture in iron and steel is on the infancy stage. We have started our, I'll come back to this, we have started our journey with the first carbon capture, looking at all the suction points in the iron and steel in ArcelorMittal Ghent. So this project is already live, it has been announced, and you can see also videos on LinkedIn and other social media. What we are doing here is, the scale is small, but we are testing with multiple types of iron and steel gases, starting with the heating furnace, going to the blast furnace. Then we will look at DRI and then come back to the BOS gas. So this will, and one important thing I would like to mention here is carbon capture is going to influence or be influenced by the type of the flue gas. So make no mistake, you cannot have a single solution for all types of gases. So you need to fine tune the solution. Also, this is the world's largest carbon capture plant by MHI. It's in Petronova in Texas. It's a power plant. And what we are doing here, the scale is 5,000, about 5,000 tons per day. So it's pretty big. What we are doing is we are capturing the CO2 and pushing it through a pipeline to an oil well, which is about 20 miles away, for enhanced oil recovery. So one of the use of the CO2 is to pump into the oil fields and enhance the production. Jumping quickly to where it can be applied. Now this joint technology of MHI with LanzaTech for utilization. If you are able to take the CO2 from all these suction points, blast furnace, our captive power plant and the stoves, we can be easily able to scale up and capture 80% of the CO2 emissions. Now our pilot at ArcelorMittal is very standardized. So you can see these two containers has got a carbon capture, and we are then also doing the digitalization, the blower chiller inside. So what this message gives you is we have a very structured and standardized solution which can scale up from very small to very high. You also at the bottom of this screen, you have a plant which is about 625 tons per day CO2 capture for power plants. So when steel plants then scale up, we shall be able to move very fast. Next slide on the utilization, what do we do with the CO2 was also very much discussed in the morning. This is our example from ArcelorMittal Kent, where we are capturing 100,000 normal meter cube of blast furnace gas. So the orange duct is the input from the BFG, and then you have the compressor, the gas cleaning, and the bioreactor. The bioreactor was also mentioned, where you have the bacteria which feeds into this CO2 and converts into ethanol. The option is you can go for ethanol, you can go for butanediol. Butanediol is the basic building block of plastics. So more of a permanent storage or of CO2, because that is a concern. If it is ethanol, you are burning it and then again take the CO2 back. And now our partner is also able to make ethylene glycol, which is a basic building block of textiles. So these are the permanent sequestration possible for the utilized CO2. Just to show the scale, 100,000 normal meter cube can produce 80 million liters of ethanol. You know, the current price of ethanol in India is roughly between 71 to 72. It's decided mainly by the government and is produced from the farmers and molasses. And this is the utilization from the flue gas. So it's a no-brainer that you can possibly take what we are polluting the environment into the fuels stream. And right now we are talking about E30, so 30% of the fuel being blended by ethanol. So this really makes a business case. However, I must also add that while constructing this business case, and I have worked with the steel producers on it, you will definitely need a set of subsidies. And this is very important to mention here that we will need, as a part of this overall ecosystem, to have subsidies for carbon capture and for utilization, similar to the IRA Act. So IRA Act in US calls about $40 per ton of CO2, 36 for utilization. I think we will also need very similar type of subsidies to make it very appealing for the steel producers. I will skip this. This is basically the height for the hydrogen reduced fine reduction. This is at a pilot scale. We will go to the commercialization by 2026. So I will skip this in the interest of time. I just wanted to highlight that these breakthrough innovations I wanted to present to you so that we are able to find out some pathways. One, which is the immediate one, our SIP, which is already being very much appreciated in the market, and one which will automatically be a requirement from the market once we will have the iron ore lumps coming down to sintered feed and pellet feed format. One important thing to also additionally mention is with hyper, you will not need agglomeration. There will be no need of pelletization sintering for this process. Right. Thank you for your patience.
Go.
Okay, so we have Fernando taking over now because DIC is already delayed and I don't want to. So quick rush and then I move on directly to my very good friend Varun J. Rana because I promised to give him the maximum time. So right after this, just after Varunji, we'll go to Mr. Sajdev and then perhaps we'll wind up with Mr. Kurachaka. In the meantime, I would request DIC to join us only for DIC. I have made arrangement for lunch separately. So because rest can join lunch a little later, but for DIC, I would request you to join us for that. So over to you, Fernando. So we'll have the presentation of the memento first to DIC because we'll have to take Rakeshji, if you are here. Rakeshji?
Hello?
Rakeshji, if you are here. Any presentation of the memento. Rakeshji. We'll have the presentation of the memento. Yeah. So big round of applause for our keynote speaker and special guest today, who has made this day so wonderful. And thank you from the bottom of my heart. And thank you for all your support. Takeshi.
Singh sir. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. Mr. Singh. We didn't have a chance to talk, but I invite you next time you are in Europe to visit PSI Metals in Germany. Yeah, and I hope next time I'm here in Durgapur, I can come and. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. See you later. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm looking at the panel. It was a great honor to be the only foreigner sitting in this table. And I have to start saying that I have to pay my respects to India. As a country and Indians as a people. I started coming here 5 years ago, and this is officially my visit number 40 in 5 years. I stopped a little bit during COVID, but as soon as the flights reopened, I was on the first flights from Germany here. And I'm very impressed with what is happening here. So on these 5 years, when I did my first visit, India was producing 100 million tons of steel per year in 2019. And this year, I think the expected number is 145 million. The largest producer of steel in Europe is Germany. And Germany today produces only 36 million tons. So in 5 years, India grew more than one Germany. This is absolutely impressive. And India is growing, in my understanding, my humble understanding, on the right way. It's growing based on its domestic growth, not like it happened in China that it grew to a lot focus on export and too fast. So India had a repressed demand, and I remember my first visit here. I went to the Jamshedpur city, and from airport to the Jamshedpur city, it took me 4 hours. My first visit post-COVID, it took me 1 hour and a half. Because of new roads that were put in place, that were being built. Everywhere I go in India, I see the growth of the infrastructure. I see the growth of the steel plant. And it's also impressive when I bring my bosses from Germany. I took my boss to the JSW Vijayanagar plant once. And when he saw the plant, he saw the green areas, he saw the size, the scale of the plant. It's basically the size of a German city. And in one place, he could not believe it. It's hard to explain to Europeans that have not stepped foot in these lands what you are doing as a country. Yeah. And I think it's also impressive that you are doing it the right way, not only in terms of strategy, but also in terms of green, in terms of efficiency and ecology. Yeah? So when I see groups like JSW and Tata, not only investing on growing their steel production, but also their energy, the green energy that is going to be supplied. Yeah, we had the Chief Sustainability Officer of JSW talking about this, and they expect that in 6 years from now, all of the energy they consume, all the electricity they consume will come from renewables. That is remarkable. We are not even close to that in Europe. And when we talk about steel production, people like the ecologists, the green people, they like to point out that the steel accounts for 8% of greenhouse gas emissions. Yeah? But they forget to say that without steel, there is no renewable energy. Without steel, there is no modern society. Yeah, and as was pointed out by our master of ceremony in the beginning, steel is one of the most renewable and sustainable materials that we have. To go green, our green bullet is for sure hydrogen reduction, direct hydrogen reduction. Yeah? And we saw a lot of the panelists here talking about this, and we saw some other technologies that are also very significant. But that is not the only thing that we can do. And it's strange sometimes. I joined the first panel that I participated 4 years ago on green steel production. I come from a software producer, so what do we have to aggregate in green steel? But actually, we have a lot. Yeah. So to address that very rapidly, when we talk about optimization in smart production, everybody thinks, oh, there is a dichotomy. If I optimize, where is the pointer? There is no pointer. If we optimize, if we think about our regular KPIs, throughputs, production optimization, due date, quality, there is a dichotomy. We cannot focus on the green KPIs, yeah, like energy usage and price, energy volatility and emissions. But that's not right. And this is what we have found out in our studies in PSI, and this is what we are working on with our customers. Yeah? When you increase operational efficiency, you reduce emissions. Just to give one example, load optimization. I worked on a project with a Mexican producer. They produce 4 million tons. They ship 2 million tons per year by road, yeah, by truck. We optimized their loading of the trucks, and we increased we reduced the dead freight by 8%, which means that we increased by 8% the mass that we are putting on each truck. That reduced 100,000 road trips of trucks. 100,000 road trips less of trucks. That is the equivalent, and that is something that will go on. That optimization will go on with the years. So that's the equivalent of taking 1,000 trucks out of the streets. On one producer, small compared to the producers that we have in India, in Mexico. When we improve, when we do improvements for quality, we get first time right ratio and reduction of rework. There is a potential for reduction of emissions by 2%. Just on this area, just improving quality. If you track it properly with the right software, if you control quality and the recipes of production. And when we talk about material utilizations, so when you optimize the usage of material on heavy plates, for example, when you reduce the scrap that you're generating, or on coils, when you have slitting operations and you can reduce the scrap that you are generating from slitting coils, you can reduce another 1.5 to 2% of emissions on that area alone. And as people invest on going green, the transition to this hydrogen-based production will take decades, not years. Yeah? And what is going to happen on the next few years is that you're going to go for hybrid plants. You start having hybrid plants. And in PSI, we joined the PSI Metals expertise in the industry, our company Fuzzy Logic, which is our artificial intelligence arm, and our PSI Energy Markets company. And we created some solutions for first, tracking carbon footprint, which is a mandatory step for steel producers. Yeah, so by 2045, every producer, every industry that wants to supply materials or goods to Europe and to the United States will have to know how much carbon they have on each single piece of product that they are sending there. So you will need to know exactly how much carbon was emitted, how much CO2 was emitted in each coil, each plate, each heavy plate, each pipe that you produce. And that is considering what we call scope 1, 2, and 3. So it's your direct emissions plus your indirect emissions plus the emissions from the suppliers that work for you. Raw materials, transportation, everything has to be accounted for. So we worked on a solution integrated with our production management for steel that is able, and we are implementing this together in Europe, but in a steel plant that is owned by an Indian corporation. So cooperating with an Indian company in there to track the step by step. What is the contribution of each step of the process in terms of CO2 and each raw material to the end footprint of each individual piece of steel that you are producing. Tracking is the first step for optimizing. If you don't know how much you are producing per piece, per unit of production, you cannot optimize. Yeah. First, you need the data, then you can optimize. And because we created a solution that we call online scheduling in hybrid melt shops. This was created as a prototype 2 years ago, and it's now going through the first steps of implementation. What it does is it looks at your traditional schedule for the melt shop, but it considers in a hybrid environment where you have EAF and BOF, when it's best to use BOF, to go the BOF route, when it's best to go the EAF route, based on the energy that you have available. And how does that work? Well, first, if you consider, you cannot, the EAF route is only green if the electricity that you are using is green. Yeah, you cannot consider EAF green if you're burning coal to supply electricity. Then the difference is not so big in terms of efficiency. What we are doing is we track the schedule and we use AI and forecast models to see what is the trend of renewable production. So what will be the offer of renewable energy for the electric routes for the EAF on the next few hours or the next day. And then we adjust the schedule. So when you have more electricity available, you give privilege to the electric arc furnace. So you give you focus on that route. And basically, I don't know if you can see the bottom, but you have the energy usage and the hot metal available. And we try to balance these two things in a way that's what is going to result is a production from the steel making with a minimal CO2 footprint without raising the cost of production.
And this is done by looking at the energy available from green sources, from renewable energies, and then balancing this against production. In conclusion, optimization and energy efficiency and the environmentally friendly production go hand in hand. And we can do a lot today. Yeah? While we are talking about millions of crores for a new blast furnace, we are talking about maybe a few thousand crores for optimization, but it pays for itself. So the benefit is less CO2 production, less waste, and more efficiency on your production. We can achieve all of that together today. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching words. I would now like to invite for the next session, Mr. S.K. Sanchan, Joint MD, Shakambari Group. Can we have a big round of applause, sir, for your address?
Namaste, and a warm greeting to all esteemed guests present here today. As a representative of a steel producer, I am honored to speak on the crucial topic of Mission Green Steel. Let's say, why green steel? The goal of green steel is to make the production of steel more environment friendly and reduce its impact on the climate. That is the first point, why this green steel is. The second, the concept of green steel is a part of larger movement towards a more sustainable and eco-friendly industrial production process. The third one is, steel industry in India contributes about 12% of the total India CO2 and greenhouse emissions, and is a major contributor towards climate change after transportation and power sector. You will be shocked to know that approximately 240 million tons of CO2 emission is done by the steel industry per annum. We have worked out the reason for higher CO2 emissions in India. The first one is dominance of BF-BOF route. Basically, India primarily uses the traditional BF-BOF route, which has inherently higher emissions. The second one is the coal dependence. Indian steel production heavily relies on the coal-based power plants, leading to higher electricity-related emission. And the third reason for higher CO2 emission in India is lower quality of raw material. And many speakers have already spoken on this subject. But this is true that in India, we are making steel using lower grade of iron ore, and that requires more energy. And more energy requirement means more emission of CO2. Government of India has already targeted reduction of carbon emission. 20% is targeted by 2030. Another 30% means up to 50% by 2047. And finally, net zero by 2070. Another target of reducing share of coal-based technology, BF-BOF, from 92% to 70% by 2030. These are the mitigations of CO2 emission in Indian crude steel production. The first point is that already spoken by other speakers also, that improving efficiency in existing processes, that is very important, and it can be done easily with the existing systems available in the plants. Like implementing best available technologies for blast furnace operation the persons who are having blast furnaces in their complex, they are well aware of these technologies, but these needs to be implemented in a very proper way. Like we can use more coal injection in the blast furnace, oxygen enrichment, that is a process which can bring down the ample amount of energy required for production of the iron in the blast furnace. High top pressure. Now the blast furnace technology has gone up to such an extent that initially almost 10-15 years ago, it was around 0.3 kg top pressure was maintained in the blast furnace. Now it has gone up to even 2.2 kg top pressure of the blast furnace. With this high top pressure of the blast furnace, this can be used, this can be converted for making the power, that is through top recovery turbine. So it's a free power that can be generated just by utilizing the pressure of the blast furnace. And improving the slag practices. This can significantly reduce the coke consumption and CO2 emission. The second point is waste heat recovery. So most of the plants or most of the person who are sitting over here, who are having DRIs in their plant, mostly they are utilizing this waste heat recovery. But this also needs to be utilized in a better manner, like capturing waste heat from various stages of the steel production. Most of us are very well aware of the waste heat recovery from the sponge iron units, then from the coke oven. But apart from the DRI and coke oven, there are the ways where we can utilize this waste heat recovery, like the persons who are having electric arc furnace, BOF, and even submerged arc furnace. Lot of heat is generated flue gas through the flue gas, and that can be converted, this flue gas, for making low pressure steel. And from this low pressure steel, a good amount of power can also be generated, which will be a kind of green energy, you can say. And this can again be utilized for making the steel. First of all, the CO2 emission in India for making steel is around 2.55 ton of CO2 for making 1 ton of crude steel. That is very high in comparison to the world standard. That is around 1.85 ton of CO2 at the world level is generated for making 1 ton of steel. So you can see that is the huge gap between the Indian CO2 emission for making the same amount of steel in comparison to the Europe. So we have to come a long way with the use of energy efficiency and process control optimization. This is another way where we can utilize our energy in a better way. This is process control and automation. Implementing advanced sensors and real-time monitoring system to precisely control temperature, composition, and slag characteristics. Utilizing artificial intelligence, that is another way, and machine learning algorithm to predict and adjust process parameters dynamically, ensuring consistent quality and reduce waste. Then the third one is material utilization, enhancing the recovery of valuable elements from the slag. Reducing material wastage by optimizing the addition of alloy and deoxidizer. This is particularly in the steel making. Then there are the lean manufacturing techniques. So you may ask, what is this lean manufacturing techniques? These are the process improvement approach that aim to eliminate waste, to reduce cost, improve quality, and increase productivity. So we can also adopt lean manufacturing techniques for overall improvement in the productivity. Streamlining operations, that is the one very important area. And the last one is exploring alternative steel making routes. Of course, electric arc furnace with the scrap is the better way for producing the green steel. But we all know that scrap availability in India is very low. So these technologies can be adopted maybe after say 20-25 years when we have ample amount of scrap. So then definitely this will be a very good technology for making green steel. And this is the chapter which has talked a lot about this. This is CCUS, carbon capture, utilization and storage. But it's a very costly affair. As of now, people have started working on it. Maybe some have started on the pilot project, some have started in a bigger way. But this is a very good technology in future that needs to be adopted by all of us. This is the capture of CO2 emission. In most of the metallurgical process, a lot of CO2 is being generated. But ultimately, we have to capture, we have to store, we have to utilize it. This needs a big infrastructure for capturing it, for getting it, utilize it again. And the last one is the most important topic, that green hydrogen-based steel making. So a lot of activities are going on worldwide for making this green hydrogen. Basically, what I have learned, that green steel, what they call it as a green steel, is the making of the steel with the use of, say, hydrogen, or maybe the use of the power which is being generated by alternative sources, not with the coal, maybe through some other renewable energies. So with the use of that kind of energy which is being generated through renewable sources, maybe solar, maybe wind power, like that, if the power is generated through that and is getting utilized in steel making, so this can be a kind of green steel making. That is one. Second, of course, the technological change. We can replace the fossil fuel that is being used presently in all the metallurgical process for getting the high temperature, or for reducing the iron ore for making steel. So that reductant can be changed from the presently used fossil fuels, that is coal, to hydrogen. But even hydrogen making is again a very costly affair. In the Europe, the production of hydrogen is started, and they are also transporting it through the pipeline to the various locations. But it's a very costly affair, and people in India have started using it. So let us see how it gets advanced for further use of and a viable solution. So initially, one point I have left, initially we can start using this hydrogen, not completely with the replacement of fossil fuel, but at least we can blend it something. Like in the blast furnace, what people have studied, that up to 9% of the hydrogen blend through the tuers of the blast furnace, this will reduce significantly the energy cost. That is, in case of blast furnace, for making 1 ton of pig iron, the approximate cost is coming around, as on date, it is coming around 18,000 rupees a ton. So with the use of, say, 9% of hydrogen, it can bring down substantially. That others have told about this, that Tata Steel has started doing this as a pilot project. Let us hope for the success of this, so it can be utilized in a bigger way. This slide is very important and very interesting for all of us that we have worked out. That is green steel economics and viability with the green hydrogen. So India's production in 2021 was around 118 metric million ton, and now India is targeted around 300 metric million ton by 2030. One calculation I have found on the net that I have shown in the slide, that for making 1 kg of hydrogen, around 55 to 60 unit of power is required. And around, for making 1 ton of steel, around 50 kg of hydrogen is required. So if we calculate as a fuel cost or as a reductant cost, so this will be around 50 kg of hydrogen multiplied by 55 to 60 unit. So we have taken it as a, we have not shown this calculation. So around 57 unit power we have taken, and we have charges at 6 rupees per unit. So approximate this reductant cost is coming around 17,100 rupees a ton. So this is, you can call this reductant as a green hydrogen reductant. This, if we compare it with the conventional DRI, sponge iron route and induction furnace route, then most of the people sitting over here and most of the steel, apart from the sale, is being manufactured with this route. So this is DRI, as you know, for making 1 ton of DRI as per the present coal cost, it is coming around 8,500 rupees is the reducted cost, means the coal cost for making 1 ton of DRI. Then after making this DRI, if this DRI is getting used in the induction furnace, so another 750 to 800 units of power is required for making steel. So if you multiply the 770 unit of power with 6 rupees, so this is coming around 4,300 rupees. Plus the 8,500 is the coal cost in the DRI. If we add these two, so this is coming around 13,000 rupees a ton for making 1 ton of steel. This is our present reducted cost calculation. Whereas for making green hydrogen, as I told you, that it is around 55 to 60 unit of power multiplied by 50 kg of hydrogen required, multiplied by 6 rupees, it is coming around 18,000 rupees, the reducted cost. So if you see the comparison, this is coming around 30% costlier as per the current reducted cost. So ultimately we have to come a long way till now, and further we have to work out on this, because until unless it gets viable, there is no use. There is no way of using it for making the commercial steel. And the sheet, I have shown that in case if India makes around 300 million ton of steel by 2030, so the total amount of hydrogen that would be required multiplied by 50 kg for making 1 ton, it is coming around 15 million ton of hydrogen is required for complete transformation from fossil fuel to the green fuel. So making this 15 metric million ton of hydrogen is a very, very big task. It's not easy, although Government of India has taken a target to utilize this green hydrogen, say up to 30-40% by 2030. But even though this will be a very tough task. And I have also worked out the challenges and consideration in transformation from this fossil fuel energy to the green steel. So first is the cost reduction is very much required, that I explained in the previous slide, that until unless it gets viable, the hydrogen-based fuel in comparison to the currently used fossil fuel, that is coal. So cost reduction is very much required, that is one. Second is renewable energy integration. Renewable energy means like solar power, or you can say wind power. So building a robust renewable energy infrastructure is very crucial for powering green steel making. Third one is policy and regulation. Supportive government policies like carbon pricing and green hydrogen subsidy can incentivize the transition. Because in case the government has started imposing some penalty, in case of we make steel through the coal, or it will start getting some incentive if we make steel through green hydrogen way. So this is also required, such kinds of incentives are also required, incentives and penalties, both by the Government of India. And the last one is industry collaboration. Industrial collaboration between steel producer, renewable energy producer, and research institute is also essential for knowledge sharing and innovation. Now on the next slide, this slide is related to our Shakambri group, that what we are doing now related to this green energy. So here I have given certain data related to Shakambri group, that as of now we are 8,500 crore company, and we have presence in steel, aluminium and agro. As of now, our product line is iron ore pellets, sponge iron, billets, TMT bar, structural steel, wire rod, binding wires, ferroalloys, aluminium, power agro. The current steel production is around 1.2 million ton per annum. That is Shakambri Group is producing as on date, with the manpower sources of around 4,500 on-roll employees and around 6,000 contractual employees. And in the next slide, I am coming with the Shakambri Group contribution toward reducing carbon footprint. These are the Shakambri Group companies. We have 5 steel plants and 1 aluminium company and 1 agro company. This is Shakambri Group's contribution towards reducing carbon footprint. That's what we are doing for this that I have explained in the next slide. Solar power. We have installed a huge quantity of solar power, around 15 megawatt power. We are generating through the solar unit. That we have the photograph is showing that this 15 megawatt of power we are generating by installing the solar panels on the rooftop of different sheds in the steel plants. This is one big way of reducing carbon footprint. Then the electricity mix, like out of the 100 electricity mix, if you say the number, around 63% we are generating through waste heat recovery. So it's a good amount, 63% out of 100 that is being generated through waste heat recovery. Only 36% is being generated through the coal, the power which we are taking from DVC, and approx 1% is the renewable energy that solar panel we have installed of around 50 megawatt. As on date, our total power requirement is around 150 megawatt. So out of that, this is the distribution of power what we are generating. Apart from generating waste heat from DRI that most of the companies are generating, the reason why I have emphasized on this slide that apart from the DRI, there are other ways, as I explained earlier, that through electric arc furnace, through ferroalloys unit, through even induction furnace, if the induction furnace sizes are bigger and the numbers are more. So we can gather the heat generated during the process, and with this heat, we can convert into low pressure steam that can be converted to power. This will be a big, step forward for use of the green energy and reduction in the CO2 emission. So again, in this slide, the other few points are covered. Waste utilization, as you all have seen. Then direct hot rolling. Like others, we are also transferring the hot billet. And in this way, we have eliminated the use of reheating furnaces in the system. And one very important announcement that in our group company, we have replaced all company vehicles to the electric vehicles. That is another big step that we have adopted for making, lowering down the CO2 emission that is being generated through the vehicles. And apart from that, we normally do yearly, we do our energy audit for energy optimization. We have engaged Bureau Veritas in our different unit for carbon border adjustment mechanism, CBAM, for monitoring that where excess energy is being consumed and how we can lower it. So we have engaged a very reputed company, Bureau Veritas, for our energy audit and reducing the carbon footprint. And the burners which we are using, the one burner that in our structural mill, because that is not hot charge, so there reheating furnace is there. But we are using the coal bed methane, another clean or you can say the green fuel. And in that also we are using regenerative burner. Although these burners are costly, but these burners can utilize the waste heat being generated during the burning of the gas. And adoption of VVF drives for more energy efficient in high capacity electric motors. And we are also minimizing energy consumption and improving the energy efficiency of the process. And lot of plantation, the last point, afforestation and plantation. A lot of plantation continuously we are doing to mitigate at least the CO2 footprint, to lower down the CO2 footprint. Even in this monsoon season also we have targeted for 10,000 trees plantation. So this is all Shakambri Group contribution towards the reducing carbon footprint. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your enriching words. I now request Mr. Kunal K. Shorka, sir, Executive Director, Westman Thermal Engineering Process Private Limited, sir, for your address, please. Big round of applause, everybody. Sir will be continuing his presentation on the second half portion. I will request sir to please come and hand over the mementos to our honorable speakers and another round of applause for all of you. Indeed, a very enriching session. Felicitating and honoring Mr. Fernando Goya, Head of New Markets Department, PSI Metal GmbH. Thank you so much, sir. Take the honor of felicitating Mr. Kunal K. Shorkar, sir, Executive Director, Westman Thermal Engineering Process Private Limited. Thank you so much, sir. And also felicitating Mr. S.K. Sachin, Joint MD, Shakapali Group. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, all of you. We will just break for lunch and then we'll be coming back with the next technical session. Thank you so much.
Backup provides a wide range of critical equipment for the diesel and electric locomotives. Also providing track maintenance machines and rail welding services. In the oil and chartered hiring workover rates and renting of advanced transit plans. Drives and transmission, serving several industries with a single focus to ensure customers' production efficiency and smooth running of plant. Our product offerings are particularly linear, pneumatic clutches and brakes, barrel couplings, dog and sharp, gearbox, shock absorbers, and hydraulic buffers. We were first to introduce alien work platforms in India, manufactured by China, USA, to ensure safety and efficiency at workplace across all industries. Today, we have also forayed into renting of these equipment with service team in yards across the country. That and with its EPC company, Sonar Engineering, has successfully executed various turnkey projects across industries in the last decade. Today, along with its 30+ offices, yeah. Along with this journey, NATCO has also entered into joint ventures with 4 foreign companies: Copper, IMS, Sibling, Metalog. In the last 50 years, NATCO has undergone a complete transformation from being a trading company to now being an end-to-end solution provider with over 500 employees and with a footprint in 4 countries based on 4 attributes: integrity, customer satisfaction, building relationship. Our sustained efforts helped us witness an exponential growth in our clientele. This includes some of the world leaders in the industry. It is with these valued customers and this built on work. NATCO has earned many awards and accolades, spreading out the Since its inception, NATCO has always taken initiatives to its corporate social responsibilities. In the bustling heart of Kolkata, a tale of innovation and sustainable growth unfolds the story of Shankarbari Group. Established in 1996, Shankarbari Group has emerged as a shining beacon of excellence in the steel industry. With a turnover exceeding 80,000 crores, the conglomerate stands as a testament to quality and commitment. At the core of their success lies an integrated steel plant, a marvel of engineering and dedication. With 5 strategically located facilities, they produce over 1 billion tons of crude steel annually, a true testament to manufacturing excellence. But their commitment doesn't end there. Their Green Pro certification underscores their determination to build a cleaner future for generations to come. Meet Elegant Steel, the flagship brand that has transformed markets across Eastern, Northeastern, and North India. Renowned for its quality and durability, it's a symbol of group's influence and impact. Guided by the visionary Bhagwan Nadiwal, the group is not only dominated the steel industry, but ventured into ferro alloys and diversified into new territories, including aluminium. Everything change. Any extent of business through various initiatives. Medical skills and sports training, all part of their dedication to holistic community development. The flagship brand, Elegant Steel, has cemented its network in 13 states with a wide network of distributors and dealers. Beyond UK network, the brand is trusted by numerous infrastructure government departments and corporates, contributing to infrastructural development that propels progress across sectors. In a world where sustainability is paramount, Sherman Group shines as a responsible manufacturing powerhouse, where excellence as their foundation, a diversified portfolio, and a holistic approach to community well-being. They strive forward, leaving an enduring mark on both business and society, dedicated to the nation. Sherman Group, pioneering excellence in steel and beyond. India, a name that resonates with growth, progress, and infrastructure will always be a key driver for export story, with steel and its backbone. Jindal Steel and Power is committed to building a self-reliant India. With interests in steel and mining, JSPL is a key driver of the resurgent India. JSPL is testimony to the vision of a pioneering nation builder, Shri Om Prakash Jindal, who showed what small town India can dream and accomplish. JSPL's growth story runs parallel to that of India. From a single unit in Hisar in 1952, JSPL has grown to be a leading Indian conglomerate. India's growth engine runs on the rails made by JSPL. And its Kerala rail manufacturing facility at Raipur, a testimony to the Make in India campaign. India's first and only plant equipped to manufacture single-piece rails of up to 121 meter, which can be further extended up to 484 meter. The Raipur steel plant in Chhattisgarh is one of the largest sponge iron manufacturing facilities in the world. Spread over 3,500 acres, the Angul Steel Plant in Odisha is India's most modern setup that houses India's first and only coal gasification-based DRI plant. The Patlantu plant in Jharkhand manufactures India's favorite Jindal Panther DMT rebounds, equipped to withstand shock loading and cyclic loading conditions, making them an ideal choice for buildings in high seismic zones. The wire rod mill here is equipped with world-class capabilities to produce value-added steel. Located in the hills of Barbil in Odisha, JSPL's 9 MTPA pelletization complex is the largest pellet production facility in the country that was set up in a record time of 23 months. In a journey of setting new benchmarks, JSPL has emerged as one of the most cost-efficient steel producers. JSPL is also a responsible mining player with a focus on backward integration in both iron ore and coking coal. Spreading its wings, GSPL acquired and developed mines and mineral assets across the world. Through GSPL's momentous journey, so far, it has invested $12 billion across the globe, done economic activities worth $53 billion, and paid $5.3 billion in taxes since inception, providing employment to more than 1 lakh families. Under the able leadership of Mr. Naveen Jain, GSPL saw unparalleled growth and expansion. Many iconic megastructures across India bear testimony to GSPL's national commitment. GSPL's be it its employees, communities, and investors. Amongst its various activities, GSPL Foundation also runs a unique initiative called Swayam Shakti to promote, preserve, and propagate tribal arts and crafts of India through its key initiatives like Ishwari Express, Vatsalya Project, Asha, the Home. The foundation has brought a positive change in the lives of communities around its plants. In its endeavor to provide quality and affordable healthcare to the local communities and societies at large, GSPL set up a multi-specialty Fortis OP Jindal Hospital and Research Center in Raigad and Tamil Nadu. In the education sector, the OP Jindal Global University, a non-profit global university promoted by GSPL, has consistently been ranked amongst the world's top and India's best. The OP Jindal University in Raigad, Chhattisgarh, provides industry-aligned academic programs with focus on steel making, manufacturing excellence, steel industry 4.0, steel logistics, and steel global markets. As a building block in the self-reliant India story, GSPL succeeds when India grows. Yes, the third largest automobile market in the world is United States but the industry saw 3 to 4% growth. Gulf Oil outperformed the industry with an exceptional 15% volume growth or double-digit growth in both the B2C and B2B segments on the back of stellar and Indian network and strategic alliances with leading OEMs. In the electric vehicle market, Gulf EV Fluids means friendship, leading partnerships with multiple EV OEMs. Our revenue sales helped us position ourselves as a front runner in the market. Despite rising input costs and a hyper-inflationary environment, our strong business model and effective strategies helped us achieve a remarkable revenue growth of 37% and a stellar 20% growth in EBITDA. For the shareholders at the center of our business, we improved the dividend payout to 53%. Our excellence led us to win a prestigious award from ICAI for financial reporting. Throughout the year, we invested in marketing campaigns to strengthen brand positioning. We wrote the leading Indian women's national competitor, Smriti Mandhana, as our brand ambassador. We launched the Gulf Fan Academy, a groundbreaking campaign during the IPL cricket season. Such as 1,000 hours, Gulf SUVs are fast in every segment. Gulf Formula SUV, an advanced high-performance electric theory for SUVs. There's a lot of Gulf Superfleet selection along with season. We extended health coverage to over 10,000 drivers. Our commitment to our CSR programs has addressed issues like water conservation, skill development, road safety, and healthcare.
Good afternoon, everybody. After lunch, I'm sure all of you had a wonderful lunch. I think others are still continuing, but we'll be starting our technical session 1. To grace the chair as the session chairman, I would like to invite Mr. S.K. Kaur, sir, Executive Director, Research and Development Center for Iron and Steel SAIL, Ranchi. Before sir come and grace the stage as the session chairman, I would like to share a few words about his wonderful career. Joined SAIL, Alloy Steels Plant, Durgapur. Experience in alloy steel and stainless steel making. Stabilized AOD at ASP, SSP for stainless steel making. After that, transferred to Bhilai Steel Plant as in charge at quality and later on quantity and steel melting shops. Stabilized new grades at Rail Steel R260 and head harboring rail on 2023, transferred to the research and development section of SAIL at Ranchi. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. S.K. Kaur, sir, who will be gracing the chair as the session chairman of this technical session 1. We have got 4 speakers in this session. Thank you so much.
After exhaustive brainstorming session in the morning, almost we have acquired all kinds of steel policy of India, how India will go, how India will behave, what will be our pathway for our gain steel making. We have learned a lot. Now, there is a session. Now regarding this, I must thank to Steel and Metallurgy, Sri Nirmal Mukherjee, for his initiative. We have all come here. This is a steel family, I should say steel family. Whatever we used to learn, whatever we used to hear, every time it looks or it gives a sense that it is our voice. It is our voice. At this point, we required it very much. And I will very much thankful to Steel and Metallurgy that they have bring all family members, all steel fraternity under the same roof to discuss their issues, to showcasing their problems, to showcasing their achievements and give a takeaway for future roadmap to India. In this regard, whatever has been discussed, I think all points have been discussed, but I want to bring to your notice one thing that we should follow. We should retrospect ourselves the Chinese pathway in which Chinese has grown. Chinese, if you study the Chinese growing roadmap, Chinese, they have done a lot of research engineering. They have done a lot of collaborations with institutes, researchers, and academias, and they have put a lot of steel research institute in their country. That's why they have bring so much. Now think about that. They have liberty to export so much beyond surplus capacity of their country. And not only that, they are dumping throughout the world in the steel throughout the world. How much they have done beyond the steel or engineering manufacturers. Through reverse engineering, they have done almost all kind of technology they have done themselves. They are using weakest iron ore, lean iron ore, but they are giving very good result. So we must reintrospect ourselves. Once again, I will request steel metallurgy, they are taking good initiative. Apart from that, their steel and metallurgy group should think about to bring academia, research institutes to put that kind of efforts in India also. So that in India, one research institutes, one steel institute should come. Now, if we go to the institutes, we will see that metallurgy is not an attractive paper. Students don't want to read the metallurgy. That kind of scenario should be changed because steel will grow only then when the steel can be showcased. Now we can produce steel, but steel manufacturer cannot design it. We require a lot of designers, a lot of fabricators. Steel steel plants, capital goods are coming, lot of are getting imported. We should make ourselves and make sustainable, make self-reliance in the all sectors, all steel, even in the analytical equipment. In the morning, one was approaching that XRF analytical equipment is very costly. Our research institutes, our academia should come forward to develop that kind of equipment so that in India that can be made and with cheaper substitute can be available. And with in the afternoon session after a heavy lunch, I think it will be very sleepy, but we have a very attractive papers and practical applications to the steel industry. First paper will be Daniel from DER, SDR, JT, green steel and ready to access automotive grades. Automotive grade steel, India is not self-sufficient. They will show the Indian steel industry roadmap how the automotive grades can be improved. And Shantanu Gupta, Senior General Manager, Daniel will present this paper. We are having 4 papers and we are having 1 hour time. I request Mr. Shantanu Rudra to restrict his presentation within 15 minutes along with discussion. If he can able to complete by 12 minutes, then 3 minutes can be spared for discussion. Thank you. Now we are going to listen from Mr. Shantanu Rudra. Our next paper will be unleash those steel productivity with sustainable and green lubrication solution. Taposh Purti, Deputy General Manager, Technical Service, Dark Oil Lubricants. The lubricants also a very great role for our steel rollings, and Mr. Chakraborty will enlighten us what is the role of lubricants and how substitute of lubricants. It can be DNAs in this steel manufacturing. The third paper will be escape magnetic bearings for high efficiency iron and steel machineries. And fourth paper will be discrete techniques on rolling for aluminum, HS, and green steel. Now I invite Mr. Rudra to start
Good afternoon, Mr. Kaur, and good afternoon to all delegates who came from different steel units and also from our OEMs. So today actually paper is related to green steel, but this related to green steel in rolling mill that the portion of the green steel is very less because in rolling mill, what we can do, we can reduce the carbon emission from either reduce the electrical energy or by reducing the you can say the tunnel furnace gas consumption. So my presentation today will focus mainly on that portion and as well as how in now things are casting rolling, we are going to produce exposed automotive gate. That I will focus in my today's presentation. So you can see in my slide that today's in market scenario that hot roll coil generally we produce from the conventional hot strip mill to 2 upper or 1 upper or 7 finishing stand tandem and then down color. Accordingly, we are producing around 5-6 million ton, 5 or 6 million ton in conventional hot strip mill. But now in thin-sub casting rolling also, we are now going to produce more or less 5.56 million ton with 2-stand caster and with single caster we can produce around 4 million. Sorry, 4 million ton. So you can see in my slide that what I have mentioned here that in single stand caster we can produce up to 4 MTPA and in 2-stand caster we can go up to 5.5 MTPA. Then that market demand from ultra thin to API gauge, that is up to 1 inch, that also we can produce from a single mill. Ultra thin means up to 0.7 millimeter. Then environmental cost effective both in capex and opex. And then high quality products, which I am telling that that see the subject, that auto body exports body, that is a high quality product that we are also now. We are given a plan. We are now going to commission a plant in Newcore, West Virginia, where we are going to produce that automotive exposed body gate in first worldwide in a thin-sub casting rolling plant. So you can see that this that high-end product which is required for today's market. One is green power generation means wind turbine, then oil and gas for API grade, then electrical quality silicon grade and automotive exposed body which I just informed you of. Then in that product we niche that thin and thick HRCS hot roll coil. Here also we did API grade line pipe steel which I am telling. Automotive we required advanced high strength steel. And electric mobility, we need mainly electrical steel, that is silicon steel. So Danieli has only the technology in thin-sub casting rolling. The plant can run in both ways. Means when you want thinner gate, you can go for the endless. When you want thicker gate, you can go for the coil to coil. When you look at thermomechanical process, you go for coil to coil. When you go for one dynamic width and thickness change, we have the caster that width change we can do easily in the caster. And also thickness change we can do in the campaign in rolling mill, either in coil to coil or semi-endless, sorry, not coil to coil, semi-endless and endless both. So you can see that high flexibility is there in our mill, low OPEX and zero emissions. Okay, zero emissions, why zero emissions? That I will explain later. So this is the actually plant layout of our technology, which we already sold 4 plants worldwide. In that, one is already running from last 3 years. Another is commissioned just January this year, and 2 are going to commission by 2025. And sorry, one is going to commission in 2025, and another is Russia. You know that due to war, that project has been hold for the time being ever still. So we already sold this technology in 3 areas, 3 countries. So what is this technology for producing this? Why our technology is different from other technology? So we have high throughput caster that nowadays we are going up to 9. You can say that casting speed 6 FPM, even 7 FPM for the structural steel gates, and we have. For quality control, we have 3-point descaling. One is before the pendulum shear, pressure is around 50 bar. Then second descending is before the wrapping mill, pressure will be around 360 bar. Third descending point will be in before the finishing mill, pressure is also 360 bar. And we have, you can see like conventional hot strip mill, we have the split design between wrapping and finishing stand. Then we have laminar cooling. Then we have, you can say that high speed shear for endless. And we have round boiler. So this is the product range. You can see that 0.8 to 25.4 you can produce easily in our technology. So now what is coil to coil? I know in this video is everybody is seeing, I have given a lot of presentation. So one slab is equal to one coil. So this is called coil to coil because when the caster from caster pendulum shape there, it will cut one slab and one slab is going to for one coil. This is the coil to coil mode. Then I will go to the semi-endless mode. Semi-endless mode, that whatever the tunnel furnace length, the slab will be that length, means that is the mother slab. And from mother slab, we will produce coil, daughter coils, 3 coils, 4 coils, 5 coils, depending upon the length of the tunnel furnace. So here also you can produce in semi-endless mode, you can go below 1 millimeter. That is not a big problem for semi-endless mode also. Now the third one and latest one is the endless. In endless, you can see that it is continuous process. That means volume is remain constant from caster to mill, and accordingly, until and unless your laterally empty, that coil will be produced accordingly. Only the high speed shear before the down color, it will cut and the coil will produce accordingly. So these are the 3 technologies for the thin-set casting only. Danieli has only the plant worldwide, which is running for last 3 years, who has 3 technologies in a single plant. So now I want to give, it is a steel related seminar. So I want to show some carbon dioxide emission, because what I told you earlier in my very beginning that that hot rolling means flat. We have only 0.2 to 0.3 ton carbon dioxide emission per ton. If you calculate the total 2.3, whatever the your concept on CO2 emission from one producing 1 ton liters. So regarding hot rolling, we have that 0.2 to 0.3. You can see that in blast furnace, mainly blast furnace, we have the maximum 1.1 to 1.8. So we have to think about that how to minimize that one. But in India, while we are thinking of 300 million ton, in my opinion, in next 5 years or 10 years, we cannot think about scrap DRI. We have to think about BF. So how we can minimize the carbon emission in that area, that we have to think by putting the new technology. But unless and otherwise, I have not seen that BF at present electric arc furnace can replace blast furnace or BF. Then I will show you that conventional, why conventional HSM and this thin-set casting rolling technology, why now in all over the world they are preferring that endless technology, that thin-set casting rolling technology, not hot strip mill technology. First of all, the energy saving. In hot strip mill, you know there are 7 finishing stands, 2 locking stands, then down coiler. There is a huge power requirement, around 130 megawatt is requirement of electricity. But in Danieli universal endless power, it is, if you calculate, I have not calculated that roller mill or other areas, but only for the mill and down coiler, if we can consider, we can reduce around 70% energy in Danieli universal endless. Similarly, if we energy saving is 70%, automatically we can reduce around 90% carbon dioxide emission by saving the energy. So there is a slide. Now we are also thinking how to reduce that also, that carbon dioxide emission also. So in the top diagram, you can see that we are using that gas fired tunnel furnace and also tundish treating. We are using gases. So if you can calculate, that for a view, we are around 6.8 kg per CO2 per ton we are emission nowadays. But Danieli is always innovative. They are always thinking some new ideas. So whatever new ideas we are thinking now, that we are thinking of tunnel furnace with completely electrical. But that does not mean that we are using induction heater. That tunnel furnace will be electrical. So electrical means that how to produce the, how to keep some coils, or we are thinking about using the tunnel furnace in electrical mode, so that carbon dioxide emission will be less. Carbon dioxide emission will be less. Accordingly, tunnel speeding, carbon dioxide emission will be less. So you can save for 3 million ton per year production, you can save around 20,400 tons per year. You can save carbon dioxide, which is equivalent to 4,300 percent. So this is a video that our Shanghai Indian plant. Just see that our Shanghai where you can say, I can say that coil to coil, semi-endless and endless, both mode is working for last 3 years. So this is the sap thickness of around 110 millimeter. We are using here 110 millimeter thickness, and this is the active mill and this is the induction heater before finishing mill. So this is coil to coil mode. This one slab is equal to one coil. Finishing mill, laminar cooling, and this high speed shear is also there when endless production is going on. So I just skipping the video. So I think everybody has seen this video in this all. So I am just now I can show you that our references, the red color references are, you can say that where we have all these 3 technologies, means coil to coil, semi-endless and endless. So we have 3 plants. Okay, the Russian plant we have not mentioned there due to its hold, but other all blue colors are coil to coil mode. Is a casting plant. NMDC also there, which is running now in our India. So now, how to produce the auto body grade in through this things are casting body. So you know, to produce auto body grade you can produce, but auto body exposed body to produce from the inside casting loading, it is a very tough challenge for us how to produce this one. But that we are now we already innovated some idea, and accordingly we sold the plant to Nucor, West Virginia, which will be commissioned next year. I already told. So I am going to my next slide. So for a passenger vehicle, you can see that it is a Audi car. I am just giving an example of Audi car. So 1.44 ton steel is weight of the typical passenger car is 1.44 ton. Among that, 58% is amount of steel, and rest are the long product 20%, and and then if I calculate, then exposed body is around 15%, which is equivalent to 98 kg, and non-exposed is 85%, which is equivalent to 569 kg. So this auto body exposed body panels, where you are using mainly you can, I will show you that in my earlier slide already I showed you where the auto body exposed body is required. So this is requirement is excellent pace quality. Then surface quality will be fine, very good. And main thing is your surface will be homogeneous. And steel grades are mainly you can say the DDQ, extra deep joint, high strength, and then brake hardening and dual phase. So now I am going to slab cluster. In slab cluster nowadays we are using flat mode. So there is, because since that conventional things are casting loading which they are using in early 90s, we have started from 50, 60, 70, then we changed to 90 in NMDC, and now we have already sold 140 to West Virginia and Newton, and now we are thinking about 160 millimeter slab thickness after exit of slab cluster. So for that we are using flat mode. That flat mode will help us that chemistry there is no limitation, calcium free grades because we can exchange chain quickly. Then the main thing is that peridictic crack-sensitive grades also we can produce this flat mode, and main thing ultra low carbon automotive exposed grade which is required this flat mode. So now in all our slab cluster we are using flat mode in thick slab casting loading, because we have learned this from our thick slab casting loading and technology. Also calcium free practice for clean steel, because this is fast for your automotive exposed body, and how we are doing the calcium free, that is also if you can, when I have time, I can show you the details, but I am now skipping since time is very limited. Then you can see that, that chain exchange robotic, how we are doing the chain exchange. That robotic chain exchange. This is also Danieli patented. This is developed by us. So it comes out. Yes. Yeah. So that cluster, that's why I already told that if you want to know, then I can explain you better later. But what I have explained to you that this is our build configuration, and that's your high pressure, because for automotive you need the clean steel, and as well as the main another factor is scarping or grinding. So we have developed slab campus conditioning inside the tunnel furnace, and accordingly, if you see that we have first discarding, then we have surface inspection, then whatever the surface inspection we get, we have inline stamping machine. There is two type of stamping machine that I will show in my next slide. One is inline and one is offline. So this is offline, one is offline stamping and another is online stamping. So this we can do, and accordingly we can produce the automotive exposed body. And this is the conclusion that how that CO2 emission, how we can reduce by using this our technology, Danieli universal technology. And now I take audio.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. You have given a lot of hope to the flat steel makers that in the same cluster you can do a lot of things. Now, one or two questions we can take if anybody has any specific question. One or two questions, please. Your presentation was described, that's why people.
How do you control the quality of the coils? It's chemistry of the coils.
Chemistry of the coils, it will be depend upon the slab cluster. So we control the slab cluster, both speed as well as your thickness. So when for particular grade we need particular thickness, accordingly we control the thickness as well as your chemistry in the chemistry in the ladle. So whatever the quality gets, means advanced high strength steel or EDDP or DP, whatever is there, that will be first modified in the slab cluster, and accordingly when slab is coming, then that is rolled in the your roughing invention.
No, I'm talking about this after the slab clusters. See, the quality is maintained in the steel making shop.
Yes.
Okay. Then the slab cluster is coming, and after that rolling is being done.
Yes.
And there will be a cooling system in the rolling machine.
Yes.
So my point is that there will be a chemistry part of it, and there will be a physical property of the material.
Yes.
With this high speed of rolling mill, how will you control? Let us suppose you want an heat strength of 550 or 600.
Yes.
How do you control?
No, that we have first of all. You have to choose that which mode you are going, because
in all three cases, let us suppose somebody is going for
you see the worst case is high speed. When you go for the endless, because coil to coil we have no problem, because you can take the slab and accordingly control. For the endless, when that first head end of the slab is coming, I am just showing the layout.
Mr. Gupta, I will request you to continue this discussion during tea time. Yes, that's right.
Just okay. I'm telling you that before roughing it, before roughing we have one distiller before after pendulum shear. So that pendulum shear, when the cluster speed is 5 MPa. Suppose cluster speed is 5 MPa. So that in that area, that descaling system, it is equipped with the 5 MPa. Even if, because our cluster cannot go below 4 MPa. In worst case, when any cobbling or anything is there, it will be maybe maximum 3 MPa, minimum 3 MPa you can. But our discarding system, whatever there is there, that is designed as on the basis of considering highest casting speed of 6 mpm or 7 mpm. So whatever the first your discarding system is there, for that it will be a problem because the caster is coming, the slab is coming from the caster at the very first discarding point. So that's why we have maintained there only 50 bar pressure, so that high pressure cannot destroy your slab quality. Because that you know that time upper surface temperature is your low and inner temperature is high. So it can be destroy the slab quality. So that's why we have given only 50 bar pressure in front of the slab caster. Now when it is passing through the tunnel furnace and the temperature humidity is there, then it is going to roughing mill, and then we are using 360 bar pressure. So that time maybe your endless process, we are processing 5 mpm or 5.5 mpm. So our distilling system are you can say that design as per that. So there is no issue for tuning the slab in accident.
Thank you. You can continue. I think a lot of questions is there. I have also some questions. I will also ask you during that interview. Okay, thank you. Now, I invite the next speaker, Mr. Tapas Chakraborty, Deputy General Manager, Carnival Lubrications, for their valuable talk on unleash or steel productivity with sustainable and green lubrication system.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. I know we are running late. We'll try to make this presentation as short as possible. If possible, we can take questions after that, or we can have a discussion during the break also. So I mean, from morning we are talking about steel production, and this topic is very relevant with steel production because lubrication is required everywhere. You know, whenever there is heavy machineries movement or any moving parts are there, so lubricants are always a part. So I'll cover this. These are the topics which try to cover as briefly as possible. So when we are talking about sustainability, the definition given by UN, United Nations definitions as per the sustainability. So we are in a journey or path of heavy growth. It's a fast growth happening, and a lot of resources we are utilizing this growth during this growth. So the sustainable development is the key to success. Really. So I know the last line is not visible from behind. So sustainability is a vital driver for the long-term growth and the health of the overall organizations. So sustainable growth means what? Why we are talking about sustainability so much now, the last few years? Because we have taken a lot of resources from our earth. Yes. Some of the figures you can see that we are growing during that period. In our growth journey, we have tripled our global extraction of materials, the ores basically. And if you see the stress, water stress, everywhere there is a water scarcity, biodiversity losses are happening, and the greenhouse gas emissions. So these are the very important topics to consider during our growth journey. So lubricants, as you know, it's a hydrocarbon-based product. So carbon is always there. From morning, we are listening about how we can reduce the carbon emissions, or we can go for carbon neutralities and all. So lubricant is always a carbon-heavy kind of product item. So our objective in this thing is how we can work in such a way, develop the lubricants in such a way so that we can maximize our handprints. Our handprints means we are talking about the usage. How we can use the lubricants as long as possible or all as safe as possible for the environmental point of view, and so that we can minimize this carbon footprint. So our product stewardship is all about that. So we talk about life cycle approach, that any lubricants when it's been produced,
from its cradle to grave, how we can analyze the fullest possible utilizations of that. And even after the death, how we can recycle some part of it, or so that minimum losses happens. So this is about life cycle approach of lubricants. So that way we can minimize the impact, basically, lubricants impact on the environment. So in this sustainable product stewardship, we are not only talking about the greenhouse gas emissions, we're not only talking about the decarbonizations. So there are a lot of overall aspects are there. And when we are talking about maximizing our footprints, maximizing our handprints, we are talking about extended life. Both the lubricants or basically the hydrocarbons usage, and also the durability of the life. So if you can imagine, if the because we are talking about steel productions, and steels are used in many of the equipment, heavy equipment, heavy machineries, automobile and all. So if lubricants can enhance the life of those equipments, so maybe we will be requiring less steel production, probably. Steel consumption can be optimized. So that way also is a contribution from lubricants to this industry. We are talking about fuel economy, energy efficiency, a lot of our lubricants, because energy efficiency is very important aspects for today's lubricants. So energy efficiency gives a lot of savings as well as good impact on the environment. Because frictional losses are huge losses for the entire industry, and lubricant plays a very important part in friction controlling. So that way it contributes in the energy efficiency part. So it's very difficult to see the bottom part. So basically the four aspects: eliminate the waste, produce responsibly, enable greater usage, and design responsibly. So these are the four concepts of us to develop the products in such a way. I'll give a very quick and small brief about our company. Gulf Oil International is a very old company, it's a legacy company started in 1901 in US. And Gulf is part of Seven Sisters Company, who actually started making lubricants in the world. So it's a legacy company. This brand was then acquired by Hinduja Group. We are part of Hinduja Group now from 1984. And we have a diversified business operations. We have fuel retail stations also in few of the countries. This is our global food map. Okay, we are there in all the continents. Okay, and except US, France, and US, Spain, and Portugal, Gulf brand is not acquired by Hinduja. Gulf is there, but not acquired by Hinduja. And we have 20 blending plants present in more than 100 countries. We have a global technology center based out of Chennai in India. And this, our R&D facility is the first approved by Government of India, Ministry of Science and Technology, amongst the private sectors in India. Here we work with more than 1,500 formulations. We have more than 650 products, and these products are I would say, the core specification formulations. Then beyond that, there are many different types of formulations are also there. This is brief about we are one of the fastest growing lubricant company in India, and the second largest lubricant brand in India, as per the survey done by Nielsen. We are growing very fast in India. We have 2 manufacturing plants. One is in Chennai, another plant is in Silvassa. Silvassa plant started in 1995 and having a large capacity of 90,000 KL production. This is our presence in India. We have regional offices, depots almost in every state, and providing this
lubricants to entire industry. We have all the quality certificates, ISO 9001, 14001, OSAS, and also IATF. This is for automotive OEMs. These are two quality control labs. We have both the labs are accredited by NABL. One lab is in Chennai and another lab is in Silvassa. So when developing a product, we take these steps. Basically, we do the laboratory studies thoroughly with all the new formulating approach. And as I told, always approach is to make a sustainable and less impact of environment or is our concern. We do a lot of performance testing in the laboratories, and then we conduct these field tests at the places where the lubricants are being used, like in steel plants, cement plants, and many manufacturing setups. So with that, we have this profitability, productivity, and sustainability. In our plants also, we as a company, we are very conscious on the sustainability aspects. We are working with 5 pillars of sustainability, reducing the greenhouse gases, improve communities' lives, low carbon mobility. We also are into low carbon mobility field. So some of the things what we have incorporated in our plants are, both the plants are having completely solar rooftop. We moved from the diesel forklifts to battery related forklifts. Recyclable packages we are using, and it's a zero discharge plant. Both the plants are zero discharge plants. Zero liquid discharge, basically. In low carbon mobility, we have this EV charging solutions, and we also have dedicated EV fluids at Lowe's, and most of the products are long drain products. We have biodegradable lubricants. And this year we have been awarded by as a ESG champion of India in the last 2 months back, basically. So some of the product range what we have is all these hydraulic oils, gear oils, turbine oils, specialty greases, engine oils. Some of we have the entire range of lubricants which are used in manufacturing units. In hydraulic segments, our brand is Harmony, where we have entire range of hydraulic fluids which are used in the industry, steel productions. We also have products which is biodegradable. So it's a biodegradable synthetic hydraulic oil. So any sensitive areas where biodegradability is required. So those places, mining areas, machinery is working close to the water bodies. So this product is highly biodegradable hydraulic oil. Then we also have synthetic hydraulic oil for energy efficiency. So this product can give at least 4 to 6% energy efficiency. So we have trials. Yeah. So similarly for gear oils, we have synthetic gear oils which have high performance and energy efficiency. And we have done a lot of field trials where these products have performed very well. We have approvals from major OEMs of gearboxes. So these are some of the field trials where we have done with performance have improved what we have produced in the laboratories and in our plants. So these are the open gear lubricants used in kilns, rotary kilns, ball mills. So similarly for greases, we have, I'm just keeping few slides because these are the field trials basically to demonstrate that we have done. And you can see that in all the field trials, our major objective was to reduce the consumption. So if the normal products are being used so that the lubricant consumption or the usage can be reduced so that the carbon neutrality we can go near to that. This is a highly high performance sulfonate complex grease, calcium sulfonate complex grease used in sinter plants, open in the slide track applications. This torpedo card wheel bearing in the blast furnace is being used. So these are the, if we can go for normal products, the consumption may be 2 to 3 times. So this way the lubricant savings are being
done with this kind of high performance product. This is a polyurea based grease used in pellet plants and sinter plants, strike tracks. And you can see the consumption is reduced by almost 20 to 30% in different cases. So this can be also used in SMS clusters, steel melting clusters. These polyurea greases. These greases are high performance, used in high temperature applications. This is a heavy duty normal EP grease. When we talk about greases, EP2 grease is a very common grease. But if you can go for this kind of high performance greases, there can be 60% overall savings. We found out the heavy duty EP grease used in heavy machineries and high load applications, shock load applications. Some of these applications are being shown here: impact crushers, bucket elevators, or even WRM roughing steel stand mills. So this is our presence as of now in metal segments. We are supplying to Tata Steel, JSW, many of the plants we are supplying, and even SAIL, some plants we have started, ArcelorMittal plants we have started supplying. So some of these customers are shown. And while supplying, it is not just we are just a lubricant supplier. We work closely to prove those performances. So we have a technical service team. They closely with the applicants, closely with the users, collect samples, we test in our laboratories and prove the performances there. So, and in JSW, we are doing the lubrication management program. It's a complete program from bringing the material to usage. So complete work has been done with the JSW team in Bellary, and now we started in Dolvi also. So it's a total cost of ownership we take care. And with that, we have the plant availability at a very high level. So for last 2-3 years, we are using there and we are giving the maximum level of plant availability. JSW. Thank you. And we have the entire team, as you show we have the technical team, service team, marketing team, who offers best products and services to the steel industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chakraborty. Very nice project. And electric, the lubricants also has a great role in the life cycle assessment. If it can reduce the roll life or the bearing life, then definitely overall green scenario would be a higher impact. Whether you were working on the surfactant also?
But we are not producing.
We are not producing because for coke moisture or wet quenching method, there is also a lot of challenge use of surfactants for material flowability and coke moisture control. You are not
no, surfactants we are not producing as such. So it's one of the raw materials, you can say, some of our lubricants.
Thank you. And I think we are already ahead of time. If you have any questions, we can have during tea time. Now I request next escape magnetic bearing for high efficient iron steel machineries, Mr. Abhinandan Majumdar, Senior Application Engineer of Escape India Limited.
Very good afternoon to Honorable Chairman, to the Honorable Editors, organizers, and members of the metal industry fraternity. My name is Abhinandan Majumdar. So, in this paper, what I would like to show is a cutting-edge technology of magnetic mechatronic solutions of SKF, which has and is having a very significant contribution in the decarbonization emergency and the importance of lowering the CO2 footprint. I'll not take much time in this, like we know about this, like how to reduce CO2. There are mainly 3 avenues in which we reduce CO2. And according to we follow the guideline of the International Agency International Energy Association, and this is how we have taken our initiatives, mainly. Yeah. Mainly in the energy efficient utilities, helping hydrogen industry, transportations, electrification of turbo machines, and the CCUS, that is carbon capture applications. Our product or our development, it consists of mainly two categories. One is the active magnetic bearings, and the second one is the permanent magnetic motor. Okay. So this is what it is, and they actually cater to the turbo machinery, mainly the blowers, the chillers, the turbo expanders, etc. So first I will take you through the technology in brief, and after that we will see what are the advantages of that particular technology. So what we see here is a motor shaft, is the rotor shaft of the motor, and here the point H2 that indicates that is the permanent magnet. Yeah, that is the permanent magnet, which is enclosed in a carbon fiber chamber. Apart from that, on both sides, the bearings, which you have the radial bearings as well as the thrust bearings, these bearings are the active magnetic bearings. Right? And these active magnetic bearings, these active magnetic bearings are controlled by a controller unit. And this control unit actually controls the amount of electromagnetic density that is acting on these bearings. And this is in fact controlled again by the sensors which are attached on both sides of the shaft, and which regulates the movement of the entire shaft both in the radial as well as in the axial direction. So this is a case of a turbo expander. So we know what a turbo expander is. It converts gas from a very high density, from a very high pressure to a low pressure. So here we have the stator laminations, and the stator Okay, thank you. Yeah, so this is a turbo expander in which we have both the radial bearings and the axial bearings. You can see the radial as well as the axial bearings. So what these bearings are actually doing, they are controlling the position of the shaft in both the radial and the axial direction, and the sensors which are placed on the stator part, that is actually controlling the position to the level of accuracy of 1 micron. This is how it works. These are the axial bearings. These axial bearings are acting on the rotor part, and they are creating a magnetic field. And this is actually the forces which are acting on the rotor. And this is the radial bearing. So this is the fundamental part of the technology. Here the magnetic field is created in such a way, this north, south poles, and the magnetic flux is controlled in such a way that the shaft remains in position to the accuracy level of 1 micron. So this is how it operates. These are the sensors. This is the sensor in the vertical direction, that is in the y and x axis, and this is the sensor in the z axis, that is in the axial direction. And what if the magnetic bearing fails? Like if there is a power cut or if there is a power blackout, then what happens? This magnetic bearing, it is supported by 2 radial bearings. These are the radial bearings. These are the radial ball bearings. So these 2 ball bearings start coming to play. Yeah. So this is when the shaft is rotating.
Yeah, so this is what happens. The shaft is rotating, when it is rotating on the support of the magnetic bearings, the radial bearings, these bearings are not into action. But as soon as the magnetic flux drops, in the case of a flower blackout or maybe power cut or whatever, so these radial bearings, they come into effect and they start rotating. And these bearings essentially, they do not have any gauge because they need to take the very high acceleration which comes into play when the shaft gets in contact, when the inner rings get in contact with that of the rollers. So these are the various parts. Like here you can see again the radial bearing and the axial bearing. This is how the active magnetic bearing looks like. So this is the active magnetic bearing. And apart from that, like I said, there are two solutions. The other one is the permanent magnet motor. So what are the advantages we are having out of this? First of all, the high speed capability. These bearings can go up to RPM of 35,000. So this is the first thing. The second thing is that they do not require any lubricant, and there is no wear in these bearings. There is no requirement of lubricant in these bearings, and they are absolutely maintenance free. They are oil free. And the third thing is that the energy efficiency of these bearings are very high because there is absolutely only the rear part is there. So there is no metal to metal contact, and there is no friction. And the precision level, like I said, the precision level is up to the level of 1 micron. So these bearings, they can not only be used in turbo machinery, they can be used in machine use spindles as well. And of course, the other part of the thing is that these bearings, the sensors which are collecting the data from these bearings, they allow the imbalances to be measured to a very high precision level using the DBS software. So this is the range in which we make these products. Like for turbo expanders, whereas you can see the RPM versus the power. So these are the various product categories in which we are making them. In the case of chillers and turbo blowers, we are again making them in these categories. So this is the the distribution of the types of the products which we are making, our product ranges. Coming to the applications, the various applications, like I said, mainly they are the compressors, turbo generators for gas liquefaction, etc. So these are actually, we are playing in the utility section of the steel plant. So these are the machineries which are invariably used in the various utility sections where carbon capture is occurring, where we have turbo expander processes, air compression processes, etc. We are also using these in machine tools. So like I'm saying, like these are integral part of the iron and steel industry or any heavy machinery industry. So these are documented values. These are the test values as well as the values which have been obtained as field results. For chillers, we have a saving of around 30%. In the case of turbo blowers, we have an energy efficiency of around 30%. 40%, and of course, in the case of pneumatic sealed machineries, we have a very high methane efficiency. So a little bit about the history of these bearings. These bearings were being made by a subsidiary of SKF, that is S2M, since 1976. Many of the manufacturing units they are in France. Some of the manufacturing units were in other countries as well, like Calgary in Canada. In Dubai, we have a sales and service office. And in 2007, it is a fully SKF owned company. It is no more a subsidiary, it's a fully owned SKF company. And this is the entire operational structure in which we manufacture the bearings. Like we have the active magnetic bearings, the high speed permanent magnet motors. We have the entire electronics in which like the simulation is done and the entire condition monitoring of these systems are done. We have around 320 personnel working all over the world on this, and we invest around 11% of the research and development, like 11% of the entire sales into the research and development initiatives. And of course, these are the various upgradations which we are making in this particular field. So that's in brief about this technology. Any questions?
Thank you. If there is any question, it is paper is little bit different. It is not directly related to the cleaning room steel, but it can make efficiency of the process, energy, so indirectly.
Actually, all these things are the percentages which I showed, they are energy efficiency.
Energy efficiency and process efficiency.
Yeah, one of the parts of
And
reducing.
equipment. Exactly where when efficiency will be improved, then automatically decarbonization will occur. So if anybody has any specific question, one or two questions can be taken. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. for your nice presentation. You have shown a new path of make the steel manufacturing much more efficient. Now coming back to the again steel manufacturing, discrete techniques of rolling ultra thick, high strength steel on green gold rolling mill. Quite limited. Now I invite Mr. Jogi for your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Kar, for the introduction. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Asim Gill from Yogji DZ. I'm here to present a presentation on discrete techniques of rolling ultra thin high strength steel on green gold rolling.
Mr. Mojumdar.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm presenting a presentation on discrete techniques of rolling ultra thin high strength steel on green gold rolling mills, which is a trademark of our group Yogji DZ.
I think you can continue your presentation, they can change the slide from there.
So I'll start by giving brief introduction of our group Yogji DZ. We started operations in 1993 as DT Drives as providers of AC electrical automations for AC drives. And in 2008, we joined hands with Yogji Techno-Equip to produce reliable and strong and robust equipment for the flat steel processing industry. So sorry for the technical glitch, everyone. So I'll start with the agenda for today, which includes a brief introduction about the group, understanding the current market needs, fundamentals of cold rolling, discussion on cold rolling, optimization of roll size, simulation of deflection of work rolls, a patent which has been granted to us, improvement in strip quality and yield, thermal analysis on 6 stand, green cold rolling mill, and finally I'll end with a conclusion. So I'll start with a brief introduction of the UGDG group. We are made in India. We are, indigenously developed technology, competing with the best in the world. We have developed import substitutes such as tension reels, coaters, housings in-house, which is only being done by us and none of our competitors. And this has helped us gain a significant market share. We have been pushing for innovation in the flat steel processing industry, and we have been representing our nation on the global stage. So, as I said before, we started operations in 1993 with a small setup to manufacture DC drives. In 2008, DigiDrives and Yogi Techno joined hands to become a leading flat steel solution providers. Our aim is to provide turnkey solutions to set up world-class, technical superior, highly productive, and energy-efficient cold rolling technology to the world. We have a strong workforce of more than 500 people at the moment who are experienced in mechanical, electrical, hydraulics, erection commissioning, and other fields. This is our footprint. As you can see, we are based not only in India, but we have a footprint all over the world. I'll show you some of the machinery that we have in our plant. We are rapidly expanding and we are adding more and more machines daily. So, as you can see, this is a 70 tons skin pass mill casting housing being machined in-house in our own facility. And I'm proud to say that Yogi DC is the only company in India, the only OEM with the ability to machine such heavy castings in-house. These are tension segments being produced on CNC VMC machines. These are chalks being machined on our state-of-the-art CNC machines. This is a brief reference list of our company. So before talking about ultra thin rolling of cold rolled sheet, first we have to discuss what drives it. As Mr. B.R. Sharma discussed in the previous session, he mentioned the market needs of today and the future. I'd like to highlight some of the points today in front of you. The market needs today include reducing the finished cage, energy conservation, increase in production rates, a push towards Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant India, and challenging economic climate with inflation and other politicals all over the globe. We have intertwined supply chains, increasing input costs, which result in a pressure to reduce the final equipment paid. And why is the demand for ultra thin strip growing? It's because there is thin, high silicon content steel for electric motors is finding application in various industries, which include the EV industry. We have low budget consumers in second and third tier cities and villages, which are, a part of the smart city initiative taken by our PM Modi. Now let's talk about cold rolling and fundamentals of cold rolling. In a cold rolling mill, it is the arc of contact where friction is generated due to because there's a difference in the hardening of the hard work roll and the steel strip, which is softer. So plastic deformation occurs and heat is generated due to the frictional force. Within the roll cap or the arc of contact, the energy is distributed into three main areas. Number one is the deformation in energy of the strip, which results in the thin gauge of the strip. Frictional energy due to sliding between the work roll and the strip. And third is the heat transfer from the rolls to the strip due to the temperature difference. The roll is subjected to thermal and mechanical fatigue during rolling. Thermal fatigue occurs because heat is continuously migrating to cooler zones in the roll from the center of the roll body. And mechanical compression or physical deflection is caused by the rolling force and the torque applied by the motor. So there's a minimum thickness which can be achieved by the work roll, and it is possible to have further reduction. The roll strip will no longer go through plastic deformation, but would lead to elastic deformation of the rolls. Thus, the coefficient of friction between the roll and the strip plays an important role in the rolling process. The coefficient of friction is inversely proportional to the square root of the work roll diameter as shown in the figure. The minimum rollable thickness for a given work roll diameter is determined by the Stone's theory and Ford's theory, which is given below. So I'll talk about one of our mills which is installed at Aarti Strips in Nepal, which follows this theory, and I'll show you a detailed path schedule for the same in the next slide. As you can see, this is the path schedule for rolling 0.08 mm, which is ultra thin, even thinner than a piece of paper, which has been continuously rolled at Aarti Strips at one of our 6i mills. This is the path schedule. The coefficient of friction increases when the roll roughness value is changed from 0.3 to 0.1, and it reduces when the coolant concentration is increased. The roll deflection plays an important role in determining not only the minimum thickness but also the strip shape profile. In 6i mills, with the IMR roll shifting and other solutions like CVC, this can be mitigated but cannot be completely eliminated. It is further required to optimize the cold rolling mill with the increased demand of thinner and thinner gauges of high strength steel with more resistance to deformation. There is a significant trend in demand of high silicon grade electrical steel in the EV market. And we would like to emphasize that the roll diameter is an important factor while deciding the minimum thickness which can be rolled on any given cold rolling mill. What we have done at YD Group is that we have optimized the 6i mill design with smaller work roll diameters. The distance between the housing screws is also reduced, and the work roll balance length has also been reduced, for which we have been granted a patent, and I will show it to you in the upcoming slides. The new optimized design has helped us reduce the bending deflection on the rolls, and which has helped us achieve more achieving more reduction with every pass. These are some of the other theories which can explain what I just said. These are some of the equations which support what we are saying. We can discuss this later because of the duration of time. We have less available time. We can talk about it later if you want to. The roll bending and roll flattening are two key phenomena in the cold rolling process. The rolls act like beams as a separating force causes the roll to bend, and the amount of bending depends on the length and the size of the rolls and also the strip width. So as you can see on the left, we have the old design, which is a popular design, and on the right is a new design, the new optimized design by YD Group. We have reduced the roll centers, the housing centers. For this, we have plotted this graph using Python. We've been granted a patent for for the new optimized design of the workflows. So it is very clear, you can use the graph which I just mentioned to prove it theoretically, and it has also been proven in the field with some of our customers that we can achieve uniform load distribution across the strip by reducing the housing screw centers to the optimized design. We are able to achieve lower thickness with bigger workflow diameter by achieving a lower coefficient of friction on account of uniform distributing load. One of the other important factors which plays a significant role in rolling thin gauges is the automatic gauge control. So,
request you to conclude.
Sorry.
Request you to conclude. To conclude.
Yes, I just. So a thermal analysis was also done by YD Group on 3 different methods provided by the group, which prove, as you can see from the analysis, this proves that more energy goes into the strip and less energy goes into heat evaporation, on the basis of which we could eliminate the heat exchanger. Hence we can say it's an environmental technical technology, as there's no water wasted in a heat exchanger. Also, there's less carbon emission. As you can see, there's 2 to 3% reduction in energy consumption. The total water saved is around 8 lakh US gallons per year. We can cut emissions by up to 350 tons. CO2 emissions are cut every year. And these mills have low capex and low opex. So I can conclude by saying that it has been accepted generally that cluster mills are usually used for rolling ultra thin gauges of steel, for high strength silicon and electrical steels. But we have demonstrated in theory and in practical also that this can be achieved on 6 mills without compromising on the strip shape. The automation, especially the hydraulic screw down movement, plays a significant role in rolling thin gauges. The coolant concentration and roll bite lubrication also plays a significant role in rolling thin gauges. We have eliminated the need of a heat exchanger for the immersion system. There's 2 to 3% more. There's 2 to 3% is the reduction in the rolling power consumption. And we save up to 350 tons on one sink of CO2 on one single wheel each year. Thank you.
Mr. Gill, for your nice presentation, and especially thank
that in particular indigenous technology, that in India itself you have developed this technology and you are capable to supply this mill. And you might be knowing, being a steel manufacturers, majority of the auto grade steel is still being imported. And none of the 1 ton of electrical CRGO steel is being rolled. I want to say that hot strip coiled and rolled in India. ThyssenKrupp has started their plant, but they're bringing the coil from the outside of the India. It's a great initiative you have taken. I will request you, why not you will take some CSL labs and IITs and so that CRGO steels also in India can be developed, because you have come a lot ahead for producing the cold rolling mill. I think with this you are supplying the hydrogen annealing furnace also.
Yes, sir, we are supplying hydrogen and needling furnaces.
And
We are supplying processing lines like galvanizing lines, color coating lines.
So you are having a lot of potential. Rather than I will request you to invite the institute also to be associated with you and to make indigenous the CRGO steel, because worldwide only very few players is having the CRGO technology.
Yes, definitely, sir.
If you can enlighten and if your company will give thoughts, then one day India this technology can be developed.
Yes, sir. That is our goal, to collaborate more and more with steel plants, with institutes, as you mentioned. And we want to achieve this Atmanirbhar target, and we want to develop this technology in India so that, steel producers can achieve what has not been achieved by any steel producer before from any other country.
And I would request Mr. Nirmal Saab also that to think in this process, because whatever the steel European and other manufacturers, they're doing a lot of research outside the India and they're selling their technology to the India. But why they're not India as a development for technology, and very few technology has been developed in India and sell outside. Why not reversing thing can be done? I think he has a lot of connections throughout the world, throughout India. I will request you to take this initiative that in India also this technology engineering providers should come and we can spare our steel plants or blast furnaces for developing different technology, and they can sell, we will allow them to sell the technology throughout the world, because steel plants will grow much faster in India. So in India, a lot of potential is there. Therefore, I request Steel and Metallurgy Group also to think in this line, that why not all the major engineering suppliers, equipment suppliers will do research in India and will sell outside.
So I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy Group because they've been supporting us in this initiative. This has been going on. And I'm proud to say that we are not only making in India, but we are also making, designing, and developing new technology in India right now. And we would like to thank Mr. Nirmal for the support. And we would like all the steel plants for the support they've given us till now. Thank you.
Thank you, Wasim ji. In fact, as we all know, JSW has tied up with JV Steel Corporation. Nippon Steel is also working on it. So there is a lot of work, but as far as the electrical steel demand is concerned, it is still not that huge a demand for all the players to sort of jump into it. That is one of the reasons. And as we keep saying, it is only CRGO which actually needs more attention than non-grain oriented. CRNO, at least we have some capability. Anything that Rudra you'd like to add? Okay. We were referring to primarily growth of technology for the electrical market, electricity market. Primarily CRGO and CRNO, where very little work has been done, so to say. So, Chairman sir, as they say, a post-lunch is the most difficult session to handle. Just after lunch, where everyone is sleeping off, dozing off. So, you did a fantastic job, I must say, in keeping everyone alive. And thank you, Asim ji, also to bring in a topic which talks of Atmanirbhar Bharat in real sense of the term. When we say Atmanirbhar Bharat, we talk of indigenizing our steel making technology. For example, Mr. Kar, who belongs to SAIL, knows that SAIL has been instructed very specifically to work on Atmanirbhar initiative. And it is RDCIS, which has done a tremendous amount of work, right from iron making, steel making to casting rolling. In every sphere, RDCIS has a lot to contribute. I keep saying one thing. Had RDCIS been given the exposure which, let's say, Tata Steel R&D or JSW R&D gets, RDCIS would have done wonders, because you have fantastic people in RDCIS. You know, I have spent years working with RDCIS in Ranchi. We did workshops together. I have very old friends in RDCIS. So one among them is Robin Dotto, who's now in SRTMI. So I feel Mr. Khan needs a special applause for not just conducting the session, but bringing up this Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative issue, particularly with regard to CIQ. Thank you, Mr. Khan. Thank you, Asimji. And it's over to you, Paushali. Take it forward.
Thank you, Nirmal. Thank you for considering the RDCIS. Yes, RDCIS is having a lot of pilot facilities. RDCIS is having rolling mill. RDCIS is the pioneer in the global machine in India, through which a lot of space research steel has been developed. RDCIS is having pilot Cocovan, pilot steel melting software, ESL is there. So I invite all the steel designers, engineers, and to associate with the RDCIS and take India ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'll request our Honorable Chairperson of this wonderful session, Mr. S.K. Kaursar, to hand over the token of memento honor to all our respected speakers who were there in this session. Mr. Shantanu Rudra, sir, Senior General Manager, Daniel India Limited. Big round of applause. Come on. For an amazing session. We are truly honored to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much. I will request Mr. Taposh Chakraborty, Deputy General Manager, Technical Services, Gulf Oil Lubricants, sir, to please come on the stage. A token of honor for amazing session in this technical session. Can we have louder applause, please? I would like to request Mr. Obinandan Mojumdar, Senior Application Engineer Expert, SKF India Limited. So, to please come and receive the token of honor on behalf of Steel and Metallurgy. Round of applause, please. And lastly, I would request Mr. Asim Gill, sir, VP Projects, Yogiji DG Private Limited, for an amazing presentation. And on behalf of Steel and Metallurgy, we are truly honored to have you with us in this wonderful session. Big round of applause.
And it is my duty to present the mementos of the session, Chairman.
Absolutely.
So, Chairman sir, please wait for a minute. To honor you for the excellent session you conducted, please allow me to present a token of our appreciation.
Indeed, a wonderful moment. Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee, sir, giving the token of honor and felicitation to Mr. S.K. Kaursar. Thank you so much. We close the session here and we directly move forward to the next session. As the session chairman, I would like to invite Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, sir, Director, School of Mines, Kazi Nazrul University. But before sir comes on the dais, I would like to share a small brief about him to all of you. Dr. Orgo Mojumdar, Director, School of Mines, Kazi Nazrul University, a state-owned university, Government of West Bengal, formerly Deputy GM, Quality Assurance and Technology Development at Visakhapatnam Steel Plant. He has been instrumental in ensuring the quality of steel through stringent process control over raw materials handling plant, sinter plant, as well as blast furnace for more than 2 decades. I'm sure there are many more things to share about him, but little bit information to all of you. Dr. Orgho Mujumdar, sir, can we have you on the stage, please, as a session chairman? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. I think I have another 2 hours. How much time we have? Okay, so I'll have 2 hours of time, and I have got 9. As per the list, I got 9 presenters. So 90 minutes. Okay, so 10 minutes. For each speaker, I would allow him to speak 8 minutes and 2 minutes for questions. Is that okay for all of us? Okay. At this onset, I would like to thank Mr. Nirmala Mukherjee for giving me this opportunity. In fact, there has been a missing link. There was an industry, there was research institute, but there was no university and the students, those who are coming, those who are going to be the future of India. And my students are here also. They are seeing what industry can do to you. So I would like the students to be participating in this session, and they will get benefited through this, and all of us will be supporting them to bring them into industry so that India can grow. Okay, so the first speaker today, I would like to call upon Dr. Arup Kumar Samanto. Is he there? Okay, BP Monolithics Technology, and his topic is steel ladder with monolithic lining, one step ahead towards carbon neutrality. Sir, you have 8 minutes of time and 2 minutes to speak. Please.
I will try to complete in 8 minutes. Good afternoon, session chairman, distinguished delegates. So from the morning, we are listening a lot about the steel, green steel, how to reduce the carbon footprint, all those things. Now, so here, let them arrange, so just 30 seconds or 1 minute. So now this is related to the refractory. So if you see already in the morning also little bit discussion was there about the refractory. Refractory is such a material so that without this, neither a single kg of steel can be manufactured. So that therefore it is called the backbone of the thermal and chemical industries. It has 2 major properties. One is that it can withstand at a very high temperature. Very high means up to a temperature of 1600-1700 degrees Celsius. And also it is a inert against the chemical matter. So therefore, in everywhere, whether it is a thermal unit or it is any chemical processing unit, refractory is essential. Requirement of the refractory for any steel plant, because the presentation is mainly focused on the steel, that about 8 to 10 kg refractory is required for production of the 1 metric ton of steel. So my topic is the steel ladle with monolithic lining, one step ahead towards carbon neutrality, because everybody is working how to reduce the carbon. So that we can keep our Mother Earth cleaner and greener for the next generation. Since refractory, we are refractory manufacturers, we are also trying to develop a new product where the carbon is less. This is the topic, so we will not discuss. So now, if you go for the steel ladle, at present, This is a brick lining, whether it is slag zone, whether it is metal zone, and also bottom. Now, with the right hand side, you can see there is our concept that particularly the metal zone of the steel ladle that will be replaced by the monolithic lining. And if you consider that, though this is not very much popular in India, even I can say not a single plant, they are using this concept. But in advanced countries, particularly in Japan, around 90% steel ladle line with the monolithic lining, because it is having several advantages. These are some of the advantages of this monolithic steel ladle lining. So one of the things is the carbon emission. The monolithic is such a product, it needs not for firing. And firing is such a process where we use a different fuel like furnace oil, pet coke, and it emits a lot of carbon dioxide to the atmosphere. So therefore, during manufacturing, if we eliminate this firing process, so by this process we can reduce the carbon emission, carbon dioxide emission significantly low in the atmosphere. Apart from that, the lining of the equipment ladle is the manifold. So the specific consumption of the refractory will reduce significantly. So that is another advantage, and it can be repaired very frequently with different method, like by gunning, by shortcutting, by patching. So without taking the down of the steel ladle, you can do the repairing and again start the steel ladle in operation. So this is some of the comparison. So I will not go through about it. So if the brick lining versus castable lining, what is the advantage? What are the disadvantages? Here in Kurosaki, we are working on a regular basis to develop the new product and also to improve the existing refractory product as per customer demand and requirement. So for this, we developed one product which can replace the existing brick, magnesia carbon brick or fired aluminum spinel brick. So in this trial, these are the properties. So who are the refractory, even the steel expert, they know some of the parameters are very much important, and these are the performance control parameters. So we measure all those parameters, and then only we can say yes, this material can give the expected performance. One is the flow. Whenever you apply the material, it should properly flow so that you can get the homogeneous lining without any flaws. And therefore, we measure the flow of the material. Then porosity means how much voids are there, because voids are the weak point through which metal and slag can penetrate inside the body. So therefore, we have to measure that how much open porosity are there, how much closed porosities are there to understand the suitability of the material. Strength is also very important, which is called the CCS cold crushing strength. So we have measured the cold crushing strength of the product at different temperature, after drying, after firing at different temperature. Then what is the strength? Other than strength, there is a volume contraction, volume shrinkage, or volume expansion is there. So which must be within the control. If there is excessive expansion which is not expected, even if there is a contraction, that is also not expected, because if there is a contraction or shrinkage, then it is the source of cracking. So crack initiation may happen. Secondly, is that hot modulus of rupture. So we are measuring the CCS in cold crushing state at room temperature, but all the refractories are used at very high temperature. So what is the strain at that temperature? So that is measure HM or hot modulus of rupture. So here you can see T1, T2, T3 are the castable or developed castable, 3 different trials. Versus SLM, AMC, magnesia carbon, these are the existing lining. So if you compare, far better our trial material. Now come to the spalling resistance. Spalling means if there is a sudden change in the temperature, fluctuation in temperature, due to change in the temperature, there is a cracking may happen. So the ability to the material with the under the fluctuation of the temperature is called spalling. So therefore, we measure the spalling with a severe test, 1300 degrees centigrade to quenching into the water. Then again, raise the temperature to 1300 degrees centigrade and then quenching the water, and we count the cycle. That after how many cycles crack generates in the body. So here, if you plot here in the bar diagram, so our T1 and T3 is giving the best result, 29 cycle. So up to 29 cycle it withstand compared to our existing product, either SLN or MC. So that means this developed product is giving the better properties in terms of thermal spalling resistance. Another property is the slag corrosion resistance, chemical atom. What is the ability against the chemical atom? So that we measure called slag corrosion resistance. So slag chemistry is mentioned here, and we conducted the slag corrosion test in induction furnace at a temperature of 1600 degrees centigrade. And then we measure the percentage of penetration and percentage of the corrosion. That is of corrosion depth. So lower corrosion depth is always better. So here T1, T2, T3, you can say all are more or less in the same category. So that lower than the existing material SLA or AMC or Mg magnesia carbon. So magnesia carbon is giving the best slag corrosion resistance because it is having carbon. But our this castable monolithic is without carbon. XRD we just measure to understand about the mineralogical phases present, whether it is a spinel or mullite or etc. Then also we identify through the scanning electron micrograph whether those phases are present or not. Second part, I will take another 2 to 3 minutes. So secondly is that how to apply this material. This is the questions by the steel manufacturer, because this is not popular in India, because the proper installation methodology, that DT, these are not available. So what are the requirement? Requirement is mixer machine where you have to mix the castable after adding the water, then a casting day, forma, and the heating arrangement. So material will be mixed, then after mixing through the conveyor belt, it will go up, and then it will be poured inside the ladle, and with the proper vibration, it has to be installed. So this is some of the diagrams. So I will not go into the details, one step by step. And this is number of days required to make a ladle trial basis. And then what are the issues? So this is not in India. This is the Japanese customer from where we collected this photo. That what are the issues if I apply the monolithic castable lining in a steel ladle? Basically, there are two issues. One is that cracking, another is the peeling. Cracking means so after certain hits, maybe 50 or 60, there is some cracking, and peeling sometimes happen. Some of the piece materials come out with the pieces. But there is the advantage is that you just repair it, intermediate repairing through gunning. You can see in the right hand side, you can repair it through gunning. Rather in a big lining, this possibility or provision is not there. This is the trial plan for any new ladle. You cannot say that immediately you can go 100% monolithic lining, but step by step you should go to judge the performance, and then 100% you can replace. So to come to the conclusion, already I have discussed. So castable ladle lining enhance the life of the ladle, and also there are several ways to minimize the total refractory requirement. The specific consumption will be reduced, and it is eco-friendly. Less emission of the carbon dioxide and no carbon pickup. That is also one most important is that for manufacturing ultra low carbon steel, the steel manufacturer facing problem, there is a carbon inclusion from the refractory, and therefore if you would replace the brick having carbon with this material monolithic lining, then the carbon inclusion will be eliminated. So the quality of the steel and yield of the steel will improve. And normally in bottom, we will recommend that aluminum magnesia spinel castable, and in wall aluminum magnesia castable, because it is having some volume expansion, etc. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you, sir. Thank you for the nice presentation. So I would like to call upon the next speaker, A.S. Chaudhary, General Manager, Lloyd Insulation India Limited. I would also like to request the next speaker, who is Kunal K. Shankar, will be ready. He should be ready by at the 8th or 9th minute, so that we can save some time.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to share our presentation. The presentation is basically related to thermal insulation product. Most of the thermal insulation product in different industries what we are using so far, it is already tested and proven. But there are a number of upgraded insulation system which has already available in the market, but very few industries as well as consultants are still using this kind of advanced insulation material. So I will just go through a couple of slides quickly to show you that with just simply changing the insulation material, how we can enhance the energy efficiency of any heating or cooling system. I can tell you one thing, that thermal insulation is one of the most easiest and cheapest equipment, I will say, or the product, I will say, which will be useful to enhance the efficiency of any heating cooling arrangement. But unfortunately, even 5-6 years before, thermal insulation is one of the most neglected item that was used in industry. But now the scenario has been changed, because with a very small investment, we can enhance the energy efficiency of any of our heating cooling arrangements. So that's why now industries have been focused for the thermal insulation products, and now industries like oil and refinery, petrochemicals, power plants, they are now drastically changing their insulation specification, particularly for the steam networks. Because in any industry where the steam high temperature networks are there, see energy efficiency improvement, scope of energy efficiency improvements are there. Skipping our company profile, we are almost 65 years old company, started with our business manufacturing rock wool insulation, and then we have diversified in number of other products, ceramic fiber insulation, polyurethane foam insulation for cryogenic applications. We are having 4 manufacturing units all over India. So my first topic of presentation is the energy efficient thermal insulation system. That is one of the most energy efficient insulation product which is now available is silica aerogel insulation. Silica aerogel is basically a product that developed with a technology called sol gel technology. It has been developed in the year 1930, but gradually that has been taken speed. So after 2000 or so, now this aerogel or sol gel technology is having a lot of other applications, but thermal insulation is one of the most crucial application of sol gel technology. And this aerogel insulation is basically a product which is 99% of air content. This is a solid material, but the air content in the solid material is almost 90%. So this material is highly energy efficient in terms of its thermal conductivity value is very, very less as compared to the other insulation products. I'm not going in detail about the manufacturing process and what is there. So I'm just sharing the application and what is the advantage of this product. This product can withstand from minus 200 degrees centigrade to up to 800 degrees centigrade. So application range is very high. See, I am just sharing a comparison of thickness. See, if we are using this material for a 6-inch pipe, are having a 300 degree operating temperature of the pipe. These are the common insulation products which are available in the market. One is perlite, another is foam glass, calcium silicate, rock wool, and you can see the comparative thickness with the aerogel as compared to 150 mm of perlite. With 25 mm thickness, we can get the same result. So we can actually reduce the thickness of a particular operation by almost 40-45%. And what is the advantage of reducing the thickness? if we can reduce the thickness, we can actually reduce the overall surface area of the insulated pipe or equipment. Heat loss is directly proportional to the surface area. That's a very simple theory we know. So if we can reduce the surface area of the entire equipment of the pipeline, we can actually drastically reduce the heat loss from the surface. So in terms of if we compare this heat loss, see if we see this chart, actually there's a two comparison. One is the calcium silicate. We have taken a case study. There are three different pipe sizes for 10-inch pipe, 12-inch pipe, and 14-inch pipe, having 550 degrees temperature. The required thicknesses are there in the second, third column, right? So if we reduce that thickness by using calcium, instead of using calcium silicate, we use 10 mm aerogel insulation and followed by rapid insulation, and the reduced thickness will be around 195 mm thickness as compared to 225 mm thickness. And what will be the advantage? If we can calculate that, around 40.8 watt per meter length of pipe we can save per hour. So that is a huge amount of saving possible by just simply changing the insulation material. We are just reducing the thickness only. And by that we can reduce or we can save energy per meter of length, that is 40.8 watt. So if we calculate the carbon emission and compare to that, we can save for 100 meter of 10-inch pipe, there is a potential of carbon dioxide emission 27.5 tons for 350 days of water fair consumption. So this is the potential of CO2 emission saving if we just simply change the insulation material and reduce the thickness of the insulation. This is the logic of using a better insulation product. Other than that, the advantage is another advantage is corrosion under insulation. We can actually, in existing plant, we can easily reduce the thickness by running condition. Also, we can change the insulation and just wrapping one layer of aerogel insulation, just 10 mm thick aerogel insulation, and then followed by the same Rockwool insulation or ceramic fiber insulation, whatever we are using as of date. So these are some pictures where we are already, see, I'm just sharing this slide, maybe it is not visible at the bottom. Refineries and petrochemicals, they have already started using this product because it is already tested and we have already done a number of projects in India where it has been already taken care that it is reducing the energy consumption very drastically. This is a recent tender specification for Bangalore refinery. NTPC is also using the same specification now. And another just simple application of valves and flanges. In any power plant, wherever they will see the high temperature pipeline, valves and flanges are open. Remain uninsulated. During the project time, those valves and flanges are insulated. But after one maintenance, those valves and flanges remain open for years. But if we consider just a 6-inch pipe valve, you can see the energy loss is almost, I can say, for a 200 degree centigrade temperature, get valve of 6-inch pipe. Carbon emission, I mean the total carbon emission is around 50 to 55 million tons per year. So it's huge. So just we are using this kind of jacket insulation, we call it jacket insulation, so that any maintenance, it can be easily removed, and after maintenance again it can be reinstalled. So this is a tailor-made system. Depending on the valve size and valve nature, you can design this insulated pads or jackets so that during any maintenance, any mechanical contractor can easily open and reuse this. So before I conclude, I would like to go for one more thing, because corrosion of pipelines or equipment below the insulation is also a very critical issue for all the industries. So selecting of insulation material is also very important. When we are talking about aerogel insulation, the moisture of water absorption property is almost zero. So when we are using a first layer of aerogel insulation on the pipe, it is not only reducing the energy consumption, but also it is protecting the pipe because of its water resistant property. So it is now highly recommended for all the industries, particularly in steel industries. The steel network, there are These are very common figures of any insulated pipeline. See the cladding material, that is the protecting material of the outside cladding of the seats. These are very fragile item. Aluminum sheet doesn't have any mechanical strength, and this openings in the cladding system reduces the property of the insulation once water goes inside. So this is very important. When we are using insulation material, if we do not take care of the cladding or the protecting jacket, if water goes inside, energy consumption goes almost 40 to 45%. In case of refineries, there are a number of pipelines at the ground level, and during monsoon, those pipelines goes below the bottom. There, their energy consumption goes around 50% high because of the water loss. So to avoid those type of conditions, I will have to think about insulation material which are water repellent grade. At the same time, you have to think about the cladding material, which will be absolutely watertight. That is 100% watertight sealant system. That is not joint type or seamless cladding system. In case of aluminum cladding system, what we are using nowadays, there are a number of joints, and those joints easily fail. So now what we are promoting, we are giving this kind of GRP cladding system. This is basically a monolithic and jointless, seamless cladding system. Once it's cured, the entire system will be absolutely watertight system. So in case of any pipeline or equipment where water ingress, chances of water ingress are there, instead of going metal cladding system, this kind of water repellent and airtight or watertight cladding system is recommended. So these are some tutorials for that. And another last thing what I would like to mention, that every industry where long, huge area of insulated pipeline or equipment are there, monitoring of the health of the insulation body is also important. Because what is our perception, if we can see the pipeline with a bright aluminum cladding, we feel that the insulation is also inside very well. But it is not actually that. In due course of time, the insulation gets sagged and exposed. I mean, it is not physically or naked eye, you cannot identify, but with the help of thermal imaging or with the help of thermography, you can easily identify the heat losses from the insulated surface. If the health of the insulation is not good, even if the cladding system is very good, in most of the cases, contractors, those who do the insulation job, what they do, there's a maintenance, they just simply change the cladding sheet on the wall. The inside insulation material remains the same. So you will not be sure, what is the temperature or what is the insulation heat loss is taking place when the insulation is not sure. So this is one activity what we used to do in the service to study the entire steam pipeline or what hot end object with the thermography, and we give a report based on that what is the existing heat loss, prevailing heat loss from the existing system, and what are the upgraded possibilities there. If any upgradation possibilities there, what will be the cost involved and the savings in insulation heat loss from that. So that's another service we used to provide for the industry. And as I mentioned earlier, the power sector and oil and refinery, they are very much now concerned about the thermal insulation product because huge amount of energy saving is possible. Thermal insulation products. Right? Thank you very much, sir.
Very nice presentation. Any questions from the audience? No questions. Sir, I have a question. If there is any leakage during the last cladding system, how do you find it out?
Leakage in the insulation or cladding?
In the pipeline itself.
Pipeline itself, and what I mentioned, leakage of the cladding system, that is the protecting cover of the material.
In the pipeline, I'm talking about the pipeline on which the cladding will be done. Okay. Now, if there is a leakage in the pipeline, how do you find out that there is a leakage?
Over the pipeline, there is an insulation level. And above that insulation, there is a cladding.
Okay.
To protect the insulation.
Right. Now, there is a leakage in the pipeline itself, inside. Then how do you find it out?
That is not happening. This is only corrosion happens. In corrosion happens, there will be leakage. In long pipelines, there are options. I am not covered in that. There will be pockets for inspection. That is a regular process for checking the pipe thickness and all. If the pipe thickness is reduced, then there may be chances for leakage. But that monitoring has to be done. We will have a provision for checking different points, particularly at the bend location. The chances of corrosion is high. So every bend there will be a pocket. That pocket, that insulation can be easily removed from there. Then surface monitoring and thickness of the pipe that can be easily monitored. If that is reducing, then there will be chances for pollution and leakage. Other than this, it is a simple system.
See, I would like to tell you that in the steel plants, there will be miles of miles pipelines. Okay, so inspecting those pipelines and then sometimes it is at the top, you know. So inspecting those pipelines will be very, very difficult. Is there any, you know, digital system where, you know, you can see it from the control room itself, like PLC system where if there is any leakage in the pipeline, you will be alarmed or some kind of, you know, that thing is developed with the cladding system?
No, not yet.
Not yet, okay. So I would like to ask the house to think of these things. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. It was a nice presentation. So next speaker is Kunal K. Sarkar, Executive Director, Westman Thermal Engineering Process Private Limited.
Chairman, sir, with your kind permission, I have just a small announcement to make. Tomorrow, we have planned a plant visit to DSP, Durgapur Steel Plant. There is a plant visit which is scheduled at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. So those of you who have not registered for the plant visit, I would request you to register immediately if you are interested, because we have limited capability in the bus which is taking us. We have only capacity of taking around 20 people. So if you have not registered or you are interested in the plant visit, please contact Ms. Amanda here, Loudon, who's sitting behind me, or Mr. Pradeep Sengupta. They will arrange for your plant visit if you are interested to know. That's all. Over to you, Chairman sir.
Thank you, Mr. Sarkar. I would like to request you to speak to the time, please. Yes, sir. In the meantime, next speaker is Sumit Juniorwala, Sector Head Corporate Rating, ICR Limited. Please be ready with your presentation.
Good afternoon, everyone. We'll be talking something absolutely purely technical. Westman is providing burners to Indian industry for last 70 years. We have developed some of the new burners. We are starting worldwide and we are exporting to worldwide burners to different countries, including China and European countries also. So the first and foremost new burner we have developed is multi-fuel burner. Normally, Westman is making dual fuel burner for last 30 years. Now, earlier the dual fuel is either or. If we say this is a dual fuel burner for oil and gas, that means it is either oil you can run or gas you can run. Now, we have changed. It is no more either or. It is and. So it is like this. In multi-fuel burners, what is happening? The price of fuel is every day changing. The burner life is 30 to 40 years. So to take a decision which burner I should go, whether I will go for oil, whether I will go for gas, or whether I will go for low calorific value gases, it becomes very difficult. So we came across a question from Indonesia, whether we can supply any burner with 3 options. So we developed, so just to compact the price of the fuel, because today the oil is more economical. After 3 years, the gas is economical, or maybe in between sometimes it is the coal is less, so you may produce gas, and that's what's also cheaper. You get BFG or you get cocoa gas. So we have a burner where you can use multi-fuel. 3 fuel we can use simultaneously. We have a set of burners where we can use one oil, it could be anything, and 2 more gases. Or you can use 3 gases itself. So really speaking, now the user wants to have as many options as possible with the fuel. Multi-fuel burner can fire producer gas, BF gas, natural gas, LPG, oil, heavy oil or light oil, one at a time, even simultaneously, 3 at a time. That means your PLC will first take the cheapest option. Okay, BFG fuel is available, I'll be taking, I've gone to this temperature. Now I need to fill some additional fuel. So I take the next option. As we do that, and so one thing is there, whether you are sitting at your home, but optimization is automatically happening. You don't need to bother to your plant to what is happening. So this is the multi-fuel burner which is very popular. We made nothing less than 34,000 burners and supplied a lot of industries in India itself, started from food industry to steel plant also. So this is how the burner looks like. This is the standard size. You can see the oil port at the back. Then atomized air port. Then high calorific halogen gases, that is the lower dia. Then it is a low calorific, much bigger. Then the combustion air. So this is a standard size of multi-fuel burner. So this is the biggest achievement. One thing I want to share. We have taken this burner 8 years back to Germany. We are regularly participating in the Germany exhibition every 4 years. So nobody else till now could develop it. This is unique in India. So now we go to next. Another is self-recuperating burner, which one thing is all the burners we are manufacturing in India only. So you can get every spares. None of them are imported burner. Now we make this self-recuperating burner. Now what happened in this recuperator? Normally what we do, we put a recuperator near the chimney. So we take our flue gas there. This is how it look like, this recuperating burner. This is how it look like a recuperating burner. This is the recuperator. This is what is the combustion chamber. This is the electrode, spark ignition. These are all automatic. This is only for gas, not dual or triple. This is where the flue gas housing, stainless steel body. This is the exhaust. And this is where the air is coming from the bottom. This is the gas inlet. Gas and air is from bottom. This is the side view. And this is a side view, and this is gas and air housing. This is an ammonia body. So these has a distinct advantage. These are normally the recuperator we have put in the burner itself. So you don't need the recuperator at that place. The basic advantage is the exhaust flue gas is still hitting the recuperator, and inside our combustion gas get automatically heated. So we save huge energy. The energy efficiency will be suppose at 1200 degree you are, so you are potentially saving around 30% of this. Here we can use any gaseous fuel. It could be natural gas, it could be LPG, it could be any other mixed gas. So you have a potentiality of saving 30%. The payback of the burner will be not even a year. So lot of people are now switching over, and KSW has also switched over. So these were the technology ideal available in Europe. People used to import it here. We have got the technology from there, and we have developed all burners in India only. So our cost will be definitely much cheaper. Second, spares are readily available. So this is one great thing. So I am not going too much depth of it. Now, we are talking about the regenerative burner. This is the most efficient burner in the total. And we are investment, we are manufacturing regenerative burner for last 10 years. We are supplying a lot of countries other than India. So this is in a steel plant in Indonesia, sorry, in Malaysia, Antara steel plant, where we have supplied this conversion, we have converted along with the Japanese competitors. So now the major problem is the fuel furnace is somewhat a perennial problem of low efficiency. If there is no recuperator, I will tell you the largest source of heat loss is through the exit flue gas. Majority of the heat goes through there. And this is the higher the furnace temperature, the greater is the flue loss. So really speaking, if you need 100 units of heat, you have to burn 434 units of heat. So for 1450 degrees centigrade furnace, you burn 434 and you get 100% if there is no recuperator or anything. So cold layer is on with cold layer, so your burning efficiency is only 23%. But if you use the regenerative burner for 1450, for you needing 100 units of heat, you have to burn only fuel of 135. So you have a 74% of efficiency. So there is a huge save. We are recovering the heat from the flue gas. That is what the regenerative burner's principle is. Now, we are giving a certain more data. It's at 800 degree. For 100 units, you need fuel 175. With cold air, the efficiency is 57%. With regenerative, it is 82%. If it is 1000 degree, then your fuel requirement goes up 207. Your efficiency drop at 47%. Regenerative is around 7 more. 1200 degree, cold air efficiency is 37%. Regenerative is 77%. And 1450 cold air is 23% and regenerative. Normally steel plant where re-rolling is done at 1200 degree, normally 1200, 1250 they roll, forging they 1200, 1250. So regenerative orders which you are getting only 37%, you have a 77% efficiency. So there is a increase in efficiency. Preheating of combustion air is the most efficient recovery method. What we do, the combustion air, we try to go to the higher temperature, go to the air furnace temperature. So you don't need to waste heat for heating the combustion air. So that is the biggest savings. This can be accomplished by metallic recuperator, ceramic recuperator, or regenerator. Regenerative, where we make a regenerator. Normally, we make regenerator, we show you. If you see, this is the graph. But in the furnace temperature, this extreme right is regenerative, middle is recuperative, self-recuperator. So self-recuperator is somewhere in between, while regenerative is the most efficient burner. So, but it will be a little costly burner. So how it works? So normally it is working a pair of burner. Left side one pair, but for using 20 degree centigrade here is going and from left side I am firing. After one and the exhaust flue gas will go through that second burner. And in the burner itself there are ceramic walls, very around 19 mm ceramic walls. So it absorbs the heat from the flue gas. It runs for a minute. After 1 minute, what happened? This side it started firing, the 20 degree air started coming, it take the heat from there and it started getting it. Then flue started going through this. So this is a cycle, every minute goes this way or that way. So see, this is how it operates. It will fast, then it will go that side. Again it comes to that side. So, and the valve automatically gets open and so the efficiency you get is much higher. This is the regenerative burner, this small. So ability to preheat combustion air to near furnace temperature. Around furnace temperature is 1200, so you preheat air in around 11,000 degree plus 1100. Your gas which was supposed to go out at 1200 or so, which will be you will be releasing at 250 or so. But the chimney you go, it will come down to less than 100. So the chimney inflation may not be required. Your pipeline doesn't call for sealing of those things. It has a setting other thing. Now this is the advantage of it. In the comfort side, it was less space to install. Eliminate costly hot bulbs and hot air line. Lower price, low based on fuel air ratio control system other than mass flow system. Nugget can be removed clean and clean nugget can be reused. There are no chance of leakage of flue gas to the air. The environment is very clean. Enhanced temperature uniformity, use of input transfer, ability to different size. It may be flat, it may be the burner. We can handle, we can control the flame of the burner. This is one regenerative. The latest technology which we have just started, we'll be talking about it. Normally, here what we are using to heat the combustion air. Now, if we do double regenerative, that means you are heating the combustion air and also the fuel. Suppose a BFJ, from BFJ you cannot get 1200, 1250 degree by only running BFJ. So what we used to do, we used to take BFJ and add some fuel like either natural gas or some oil to supplement this cooker. Now we don't do it. What we do, we preheat both. This is a burner we have done in somewhere where we have done double regeneration. You can see this is a Western big burner. This is a photograph of it. I don't want to name the company because this is not the right way. So we are now manufacturing the double regenerative burner where we are heating both the combustion air and the low calorific flue gas. You don't need LPG to be heated. But say BFJ gas, where you have very low calorific value, we are also heating them. So by that way, only with BFJ, we can handle 1200, 1250 to 1250 to 1300 degree inlet temperature. So these are the three things we want, four partners we want to say. So this is the latest technology available in industry. I am very fast moving it. Keep your timing.
Thank you.
Here. And any questions you want to, we can discuss it time or any time.
Any questions? This was a nice presentation. This is a perfect case of, Viksit Bharat, Atmanirbhar Bharat, and also, vocals for locals. So I would like to request to see these Westman burners. Sir, I have a small question. It may be trivia question. You were talking about the gas air usage in the burners. Now, each gas which is getting fired will be having some kind of carbon into it. When we are talking about green steel, why don't you design something which is like renewable energy usage of burner and it can be.
I came here with that presentation. The NOx level. We are all these burners are low NOx burner. So normally, if you look, depends on India. Indians, if you go, if any Indians comes to purchase a car, he's fast person kitna deti hai. But if somebody comes to purchase a BMW, he doesn't ask that question. Now, most of the Indians, small scale industry, they will be using furnace oil, which works out to be cheaper. Furnace oil, NOx level will be 150 or so. Whereas the gaseous fuel you shift to, they will be converted. So we are continuously working for low NOx, and there are different methods of low NOx. NOx level to be reduced, which are, we are not making the details, these are technical.
Yes, I understand. Now, my question was, to use renewable energy.
Huh?
To use renewable energy
No, we are using
into the burners.
No.
So there will not be any kind of carbon into it.
Under the request of Niti Aayog, we have developed methanol burner, which happens to be the cheapest. Dr. Saraswat personally came and we have already conducted trial. Government of India is very seriously thinking of using methanol. We had gone to methanol production from plants have not yet started. Now we are also working from coal to methanol in Danpuni, there is the project is likely to come up where I am also highly associated. We are not telling all those.
Thank you, sir. For this, I think he gets a big round of applause. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So, okay. No questions, sir. Please. Okay. Go ahead.
Any kind of gases, it's multi-gas. So whether those are being mixed in some motion.
No, that look, we have a particular burner. We design tailor-made. Now somebody wants to use the mixed gas. So his pipeline and how travels it will be different. Somebody says, no, I will use gas, this is the temperature. Somebody says, no, I will be adding hydrogen. Suppose somebody say, I will be using oxygen also, oxygen will so those burners are not a standard burner. We specifically designed for you, manufacture for you, and supply you.
Let it require a mixing station.
No, because I have not shown it. These are all centralized. You don't need any mixture for mixing the gases.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I would like to call upon Mr. Sumit Jhunjhunwala, Sector Head Corporate Rating, ICRA Limited. Please, sir. The next speaker is Jyotiranjan Tripathi. Please be ready, sir. Okay, then Jyotiranjan Tripathi, please be ready, sir. Please come. Then next speaker will be Dr. Arup Kumar Mondal. I think he is ready with it. Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mr. Jyotiranjan Tripathi. I'm Associate General Manager and Sustainability Officer at Jindal Stainless Limited, Odisha. Today I'm going to present on the energy efficiency and purging sustainability in steel sector. I would like to thank Steel and Metallurgy magazine for providing such a forum to all of us. Let me introduce my organization, Jindal Stainless Limited. We are founded by Mr. O.P. Jindal ji in 1970. The legacy of leadership now reaches the third generation. Our vision being improving lives through trustworthy and innovative stainless solutions. And mission to be the leading stainless steel company in the world, forging reliable relationship with the customers, suppliers, employees, and all other stakeholders. We are the number one stainless steel producer in India, among the top 5 in the world, having the capacity of 3 million ton per annum stainless steel production. Revenues is around 385 billions with EBITDA of 47 billion. We are exporting to more than 50 countries now, having more than 120 crates, employing 22,000 plus manpower. So JSL is standing tall with the government of India, making India Atmanirbhar. The major initiatives where JSL is helping India is the nuclear applications, where we are one of the 2 companies globally to supply to the prestigious International Thermonuclear Experiment Reactor, which is happening in France. Also, we have supplied nuclear to the nuclear projects at Bhava Atomic Research Center and the Indira Gandhi Center for Atomic Research in India. In the space and missile applications, we are supplying critical special alloy, including low alloy steel grade for the booster engines. So we are proudly part of the Chandrayaan-3 project. Then we have in the transport applications, we have supplied tempered 201 LN grade of high strength steel for the Vande Metro. One of the latest this underwater metro which is inaugurated in West Bengal, Calcutta. We also partnered with the JBM Auto for providing N7 jetty tubes made up of low carbon chromium manganese austenitic stainless steel. In the ballistic and blast protection systems, we are also providing various grades in the marine applications. In the architecture applications, we have provided stainless steel for the foot over bridge and under frames, railway stations, airport structures, which is a great product. Can say stainless steel is the regular product because it is having a life cycle of almost more than 80 years. In sustainable growth and strategy. All of us know that the steel sector also plays an important role in the economy, development of economy, generating mass employment, but it comes with a worst challenge of greenhouse gas emissions and exposed to the risk of climate change. Being a responsible corporate, JSL is committed for the sustainable and climate-friendly manufacturing. Okay, so we have a dedicated strategy to drive our sustainability. We have board level representation is a ESG committee. The directors and have been made responsible for the progress to drive the ESG activities, environment, social and governance activities. In the management level, we have a ESG steering committee where the sustainability core team, ESG leaders, CXOs and unit heads represent the committee. They work hand in hand with the Chief Sustainability Officer. Under the Chief Sustainability Officer, we have sustainability officers at different locations. Under them, the operational level ESG coordination team is there, where the spokes who execute and drive the activities. We are also aligned with many national and international frameworks. Those are ISO standards. We are also following the sustainable development goals formulated by the United Nations. Then we follow the GRI initiative. We follow the BRSR reporting. We have science-based technology. We follow the SBTi guidelines also. The major decarbonization highlights which JSL has been taken can be summarized here. The JSL aims to reduce carbon emission intensity by 50% well before FY35, and we have committed to achieve net zero by 2050. In an effort to achieve net zero by 2050, the company successfully reduces 76,000 tons of CO2 in last financial year, taking the overall carbon emission reduction to 2.8 lakh tons in the last 3 years. We have announced for our official commitment to near-term science-based emissions reduction and net zero targets outlined by the Global Climate Action Body, which is Science Based Target Initiative (SBTi), in a significant step towards achieving carbon neutrality. Investment of 700 crore has been kept aside for various sustainability projects. JSL has successfully taken trial for replacement of coke with biocoal in electric arc furnace. So this is a significant step milestone we have achieved last year. We have successfully taken trial, and we have committed now to install additional thermal power plant for our upcoming stainless steel capacity expansion. That means further power requirement will only be catered by the renewable energy projects. This is our ambitious decarbonization journey. So we have made a roadmap how we will reach to net zero by 2050. Year on year, we have made many short-term, medium-term, and long-term. We have enlisted. We have worked very diligently on these projects. We have identified and we have plans to implement these so that we can definitely achieve a 50% reduction by 2035. And other new and emerging technologies with the advancement, we are committed to invest on that and will achieve the net zero by 2050. The path to energy efficiency and green transition. So I would like to highlight that we are part of the Bureau of Energy Efficiency's Perform Achievement Trade Scheme, where we have been also invested a lot and on the best available technologies. So for the last 5 years, we have invested almost 28 crores, 2,870,000, lakh. And we have achieved a cumulative energy saving of 31,847 ton of oil equivalent, which is only from the energy efficiency projects, we have achieved almost 1 lakh ton of CO2 carbon reduction. So on the part scheme also, I would like to highlight, we are part of part cycle 1 and 2, where we have outperformed, we have overachieved the target given by Bureau of Energy Efficiency, and we have been allotted with 12,600 in the part cycle 1 and 20,800 ESERs, positive ESERs during the part cycle 2. Under the renewable portfolio, as I already mentioned, we have already installed 7.3 megawatt floating solar project on our plant water reservoir. So this is already implemented, and we are kind of first in the stainless steel sector, first in Odisha to implement such a high scale 7.3 megawatt of floating solar project. We have 4.5 megawatt of rooftop solar already implemented, and installation of 28 megawatt rooftop is already undergoing, will be available with generation from August this financial year. We have already invested more than 150 crore on these projects, having a carbon abatement potential of nearly 30,000 metric ton. With the floating solar, we have two major advantages. We have avoided the land use, almost 16 to 18 acre of land which would have been invested on a ground mounted project have been avoided because we have done it on the surface of the reservoir water. Then with that also we have avoided the evaporation losses so that indirectly we are saving much amount of water. We are also in our investment aggressively on the RE-RTC project for our incremental energy requirement for the capacity expansion in Odisha. We have already tied up with Reno Power for 100 megawatt RTC. The plant is under commissioning and will be getting the power by August this financial year. We have ordered 100 megawatt RE-RTC project for the Hisar also. This is 100 megawatt RE-RTC.
You've got 1 minute.
Yeah, this RE-RTC project means this will be available with the around the clock. We'll be having a hybrid project of combination of wind and solar powers. And this is having a potential of almost 8 lakh a ton of carbon reduction annually. We have also implemented green hydrogen project. We have inaugurated this last March. We are the first in stainless steel company who have implemented, utilized the green hydrogen. This coke replacement biocoal already I have mentioned. We are also planning to have a coke substitution of biomass in CPP, replacing coal. And we are trying to produce the hydrogen-rich syngas through biomass gasification. So with this, I would like to conclude.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. I would like to call upon Sumit Jhunjhunwala. Please. Next speaker is Arup Mondol.
Yeah, thank you for the introduction. Brief profile, I'm the commodity analyst from ICRA Limited. I think I am the only analyst in the panel here. So I would like to give justice to the topic here, and definitely I would like how industry, how do we see the industry preparedness from our lens. And today I would like to give some perspective on coal gasification. Yeah, before we start, I would like to cover some key perspective on coal gasification, the benefit of the technology, especially in the Indian context, cost economies, basically the outlook and the challenges on the same. So, as the world moves forward for cleaner form of energy, India, being a signatory to the Paris Agreement, has identified 3 climate change goals. Number 1, reduction in emission intensity. Reduction in emission intensity by almost 30 to 35% in 2030 from 2005 level, achieving almost 40% of the installed power capacity from non-fossil sources by 2030, and also reduction of almost 2.5 to 3 billion ton of carbon dioxide equivalent through we can say that additional tree and forest cover. But coming to the ground reality, India is heavily dependent on import for its oil and gas needs. And if you see for all requirement, like for steel, we can say coking coal, India is importing from Australia, India is importing from USA, to other countries as well. However, India is a huge quantity of coal. Almost 344 billion ton of coal is available, which is non-coking coal of variety which is available, of which 163 billion ton is proven reserve. And given the current rate of consumption, it is expected to last for more than 5 decades. So, but with environmental concern and development of, we can say that renewable energy which is developing. So the diversification of this coal usage is very important, so that coal can be used in a more sustainable form going forward. And in that, coal gasification is considered a cleaner option as compared to burning of coal, and is actually diversify the coal usage in other form of energy. So if you see, and the major advantage of coal gasification would be that coal is converted into gaseous fuel, that is hydrogen, and hydrogen is the future. So for green steel capacity, the technology would be either through maybe DRI route or maybe EAF route.
And for DRI, hydrogen is the future. And for if you see coal gas, in fact, in terms of when we say hydrogen production, the technology, in fact, India, what are the options available? Definitely coal gasification is one of the options because natural gas is not evidently available in India. And India is heavily dependent on import for the same. So yeah, in fact, if you see in the chart also, if you see almost 62% of the hydrogen production globally happens through natural gas route. And coal contribute almost 21% of the same. So country like China, who is basically huge coal reserve and dependent on to reduce the dependence on natural gas, they are for their hydrogen requirement for various sectors like fertilizer, maybe methanol, maybe petrochemical sector. They are resorting to hydrogen coal gasification, and that is leading to 21% globally, which is through coal gasification, we can hydrogen production, which is happening through coal. Another advantage of this technology, we can see that the gray and brown hydrogen that can be converted into blue hydrogen through CCUS. Yeah, that is a carbon capture technology. Definitely, there is a added cost to that, and the additional cost we will definitely discuss in our subsequent class. So yeah, if you see the sector-wise demand of hydrogen globally, almost 43% is contributed by refineries. And in refineries primarily used to remove impurities like sulfur and also to upgrade ADO fraction into lighter product. But over the next decade, as demand from refinery is going to go down. And the other industrial segment demand like fertilizer, the chemical, the steel, that is going to increase. And for hard goods sector like steel, green hydrogen is considered to be the future because to be the releasing agent of the future to produce green steel. And that is the reason if you see the hydrogen demand of India also, that is expected to increase at a CAGR of 2.5 to 3% as per IEA estimates. And for this increase in demand, coal gasification can be a breakthrough technology because that will help to increase our domestic supply of hydrogen through our internal sources. So just to understand the process better, if you see the coal gasification, this is the liquid value chain from coal to gas. And gasification for coal happens in controlled condition of high pressure with limited oxygen supply and with the presence of steam. When carbon and hydrogen present in coal get converted into carbon monoxide and hydrogen, producing syngas. And which is a combination of carbon monoxide, which is 59% into the syngas, 30% would be hydrogen, and 11% would be CO2. So almost 70 to 80% of this hydrogen and syngas can be recovered in creating 99.9% pure hydrogen. And that will be very helpful for a sector like petrochemical, fertilizer, chemical sector. Also for the steel, when we talk about both hydrogen and carbon monoxide are helpful to reduce steel because carbon monoxide has a high affinity for oxygen. And when in contact with iron, it becomes carbon dioxide and thus it reduces iron. Also, hydrogen also very high affinity for oxygen. So in iron oxide actually reduces to DRI, and that is the we can say is the sponge iron we say. Now, it's such an important thing. What are the steps taken by the government when we say? Yeah, government has also announced National Coal Gasification Mission in August 2020, in which we saw that almost capacity of 100 million ton of coal gasification facility that was announced, and it would entail an investment of almost 4 lakh crore. In fact, if we see that has, as per ICRA estimate also, we can say that if this kind of capacity come online, almost 85% of the hydrogen demand of India over the next decade can be met through these facilities. And also the import bill of say natural gas, urea, ammonia, methanol of almost $27 billion that can also be curtailed to a significant extent when we see this capacity if that comes online. And also, so in that direction, India also, in fact, government has also announced some, in fact, like rebate also, they have announced for commercial coal mining to reduce almost, if at least 10% of the coal is diverted for coal gasification. Again, in January 2024 also, government announced 8,500 capital subsidies for funding this coal gasification projects. So that is also a very important milestone we can say. So, but if you see, while China has popularized this coal gasification technology in India, as of now, there are two industrial scale coal gasification facility is operating as of now. One would be the General Steel and Power Limited coal gasification facility at its Angul integrated steel plant, in which almost 2.4 million ton of coal is getting gasified for their DRL facility. Another would be the Reliance Jamnagar facility, in which they are which are using the coal gasification. Third would be the Talcher fertilizer, that would be a central PSU. That is also the setting up the coal gasification for the urea plant. So yeah, pipeline projects are there. In fact, if you see the subsidy also, if there are three categories of subsidy, 48% is reserved for PSU, 45% against the subsidy is reserved for private along with PSU client, and 7% balance is reserved for pilot project using the indigenous technology. So government are taking steps in the right direction, and in fact, if we see the pipeline project also, almost 15 to 20 million ton of coal gasification facility are under various stages of implementation. And if you see earlier, when we see the first set of project, because hydrogen is very difficult to transport. So given the bottlenecks of transportation of hydrogen, and the first set of projects were used for captive consumption and were done by the private company. But given the government of India trust, now the pipeline projects are dominated by the PSU plant. But with this subsidy, it is expected that maybe the private client can also join this band, and in fact, they can also come up with a new facility. So, not only that, in the technology front also, India, GAIL has developed 0.4 ton per day TPD. In fact, indigenous technology by coal to methanol plant in FY 2022. In fact, Engineers India has been mandated by government of India to set up almost 500 ton per day coal to hydrogen project. And that has basically using the indigenous technology and taking the technical support from where. So technology wise also, India, in fact, government is aware of that, and they are using going for the indigenous technology also. Now the cost side, the major important thing we can say that if you see the cost, unabated fossil fuel, that is natural gas and coal without CCUS, they remain the cheapest and the largest source of hydrogen. Almost the cost is levelized cost would be $1 to $3 per kg of hydrogen. However, though we can say that green is the future, and the green, if you see that green hydrogen which is produced, it will be roughly have a cost of $3.5 to almost $12 per kg of hydrogen. That is the current estimate, because economically it's not viable as of now. So coal gasification definitely is a capital intensive technology. So we can see the chart in the right, almost 50% of the capex is dominated by interest, depreciation, as well as return on equity. So with this capital subsidy which has come in, at least we can say in Indian context that the unabated brown hydrogen which can be produced, that cost would be roughly $1.3 to $1.5 per kg of hydrogen, and that can increase the competitiveness of this brown hydrogen. And also, but only thing is the missing lumps we can say is the green part, because this greenhouse gas emission of this coal gasification would be much higher as compared to hydrogen, natural gas, and because 24 versus 11.5. So here the negative emission technology, that is CCUS, that will come very handy, and that can actually fill in the gap and make it more carbon footprint wise, that can reduce that thing. However, it comes with an additional cost, which we were discussing in the initial part of our presentation. So this 20 to 40% of cost, levelized cost can increase because of that. So $1.3 to $1.4 can become $1.7 to $2 per kg of hydrogen. So that is, yeah, cost is very huge. Financial assistance from government has not happened in this front as of now. But in US, if you see compared with other market like US, European market, actually the government is supporting the setting up the CCUS. In fact, since 2008, government is incentivizing corporates to set up CCUS by giving tax credit under Section 45Q. So a lot of support from government in different markets. If you can see, these are the different CCUS which have been planned. In fact, North America leads the same because with US and Canada. Europe also, Germany, Italy, France, Netherlands, they are ruling in Europe. Asia Pacific also, China, maybe Indonesia, Singapore, Japan, they are also leading the pack in Asia Pacific for CCUS facility. So yeah, we can summarize by saying that hydrogen is the future, and this hydrogen can be tapped from coal gasification. That is, yeah, we have ample amount of coal which is available. And with active carbon market, we can say that CCUS can also be a viable option. And that could be a game changer in the Indian context. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It was nice presentation and he stick to the time. Thank you for that. Any question, please? Okay, thank you. I would like to call upon Dr. Arup Kumar Mandal, Assistant Professor, Department of Metallurgical and Material Engineering, Associate Dean, Academic UG Courses, NIT Durgapur. Dr. Arup Mandal, please. And the next speaker is Subhojit Mitra Majumdar, General Manager, Energy and Environment, RDCL Sir Ranchi. Please be ready, sir, with your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Nirmala sir, Orbana, and Steel and Metallurgy for giving me the opportunity to present on the topic of green steel making. Actually, I think I am the only person from the academics. So I will tell regarding some basics of metallurgy. A lot of students I can see here. From my presentation, they will be more benefited, I think, because I will discuss some basics regarding this green steel making. And as per Orgoda's request, I will discuss showing some slides regarding the how what we are doing regarding green steel making in NIT Durgapur. Okay. So from the morning we are one thing we are I think all are aware about it. Green steel making, why it is required to actually for the CO2 emission, to decrease the CO2 emission, green steel is required. I am not discussing in details. Actually, now we are producing 1.9 million tons of steel, and by 2040, it is expected to produce 2.5 million tons. Then, in currently, we are producing 2 tons of steel, 2 tons of CO2. Then, by 2040, it will produce near about 5 billion tons per year CO2. Then, basically, if you see what is the green steel, if different people they differently explain as a green steel. Mainly, it is the environmentally process for producing the steel. Or if you if you tell why we go for, so one point will be to minimize the carbon footprint, to promote the sustainable steel making. It means to produce the steel with the less carbon, less lower emission,